Boop-a-doo-boop-boo.
Would you like to go moon gazing?
All right.
You can sit in my rocking chair
Okay.
and look at the view. Or we could go to the moon.
How is everyone
and
doing?
gaze down at Tefat. Whatever you prefer.
Are we excited for Columbina testing? Sorry, I was setting up Windows. Okay, so I have nothing set up. Yep. Fox. There we go. Look at the yapper. And this. My hand slipped and I'm gonna C6 and F. Okay, good job, Sylveon. You waited a whole 3 hours. Alright, get the YouTube chat on the screen. So I'll say this particularly about I'm gonna have to say this again when people end up joining him. I forgot to grab my water bottle. I think I filled up my water bottle, but it's on the counter. Anyways, so the what is it? Sorry, we have Columbina in a cage because she's being freed from her cage today. She's been trapped in the cage of Hoyle versus Locker. I don't know. Anyways, so anyways, we got a lot of things to test with Columbina. One benefit of Columbina being like primarily relevant with other non-cry characters is we don't have to test that many things that aren't non-cry teams. To be clear, we're going to. I want to test some stuff with Noelle in particular, as my main geo unit of choice to do lunar crystallized stuff with. It is worth mentioning that other lunar crystallized, like other geo units, we'll check Noelle or no, Navia as well. It's worth mentioning that like different geo units have different amounts of geo application. You'll get different value from the reaction itself in doing that. But yeah, anyways, the overall thing though, that I do want to emphasize, which I referenced in the YouTube thumbnail, is in case you weren't aware, the first thing I'm going to go into here is Miliastra Wonderland, y'all, because there is now a classic mode in Miliastra Wonderland, which lets you bring your own characters to Miliastra with your artifacts equipped and everything. And what there is primarily available right now is damage dummies. And this is, I would say, by far the best damage dummy that exists. And the creator actually messaged me before the patch actually went live, and I didn't realize they were the creator of this one until they messaged me again last night. I was like, oh, hello. Good job. And here's some random thoughts I have for things that could be improved, but I expect can't be implemented right now because there are limitations of the system. And the pop-up that I dismissed showed some of those limitations of the system. There are annoyances, like if we want to change a team or a build, we cannot do that in this level. That is not the creator of this level's fault. That is just a limitation that classic mode has from Hoyoverse, and oh, you can change it to nighttime. Nice. I am relatively optimistic that like most of what Hoyoverse has allowed us to do has been implemented in good faith, and I am fairly optimistic they will improve things, not just for the purpose of damage dummy testing, but for the purpose, and this is going to be a very, very useful tool for not the purpose of like, oh, this is the same exact experience you will have always with the character, but being able to put a number in order to like see the difference in like doing, let's say combo optimization, or see the difference in different weapons you can try on a character, or I can like communicate the value of front loaded damage. Like that's what Longnyan does. She does a bunch of like front loaded damage, right? So what you will see is like the DPS number will tick up really quickly, and then it'll like taper off a little bit, right? And there's a million different things that having this is useful for. And there's even a detailed screen that breaks it down. And I just realized I'm gonna have to freaking oh boy, we're gonna have to figure out where to put the chats. Actually, you know what? This is maybe the most incentivization I've had to do what I've been intending to do for a while, of like getting a nice little format where I can just like have the game like do that thing that a lot of streamers do, where you know you can have whatever banner displaying information like I am testing Columbina today, and then you know the game just exists here and it's fully visible, and then the chat is on the left side. I need to do that. For now, this stream, we're probably going to have to just, you know, put you guys over here or whatever, because I don't know, you don't need to see the whatever. So should we just put you on this side, I guess, for now?
That's no exaggeration.
Because numbers are probably important if we're going to be going in here. And to be clear, we're not going to be doing everything in here, but we can't test in Stygian for like testing really strong teams or whatever. Like I can go through Abyss with Never with Columbina. We could start with that if we want. And it'll be like, wow, that was fast. But also it's not going to be that much. Actually, you know what? That's probably a good thing to start with, because funnily enough, the first chamber in the second half of the Abyss, I gotta, let's see, transform, rotate 180. That's not what I, transform, that does make sense. I did hit rotate, not flip. There we go. Okay. I feel like the fox looks really weird flipped for some reason. My brain can't handle that. Anyways, this is good enough for the day, because I think we want the information here. Yeah, we can test things like Columbina weapon on Nefer, sure. We can test things like whatever. So this is a really important addition for being able to test things. It is very important though to acknowledge that the cat. Can you, bro? Why do orange cats? Is this just an orange cat thing where they just like try to like scrape at everything? Like he's burying the entire world. He's just trying to. He went into the sink. He's trying to bury something in the sink. I don't understand. Whatever. Anyways, there's not even anything in the sink. There's like a cup. Anyway, whatever. It's very important to understand that like context still matters, right? What your experience is in the damage enemy is not necessarily representative of what it will be against a particular enemy in Stygian or Abyss, because there's different gimmicks that those enemies have. The damage dummy can allow you to trigger or change some settings. Is a tabby thing? Okay. And you can change, so you can change level, obviously. You can change resistances. So I can put different elemental resistance. We can do different elemental aura. There's other really, really cool features here. So I'm probably going to try to make a short video. It's probably going to be something slightly clickbaity, but I don't think it's clickbaity, because again, clickbait means you're not fulfilling the promise. I think this is just a true statement of like, you know, it's probably not going to be something like extremist, like Genshin is changing forever. But I don't know. I probably want to make a video just about a damage dummy and some of the effects that this has. And it'll probably have in the thumbnail like, yep, expect to see this everywhere from now on. And like, if there is a creator trying to do some amount of like providing information, and provide some amount of like, because it's really useful to provide numbers that compare things. In the past, we've had to, you know, if you wanted to make good comparisons, you have to like go into Abyss, do multiple runs, or go into Stygian, do multiple runs, and try to like get different footage that like shows like what an average attempt kind of feels like. Yes, this is in Miliastra, and it's the new classic mode. Where the classic mode being you can just bring your characters in and do combat things. So stage code, okay, guys, I'm gonna have to search DPS. I believe in your ability to search it. I'll grab the code later, and I'll pin it as a message. But like, anyways, like you gotta realize there's gonna be 5 quadrillion people being like code. This happened last night when when there was not that many people watching, even like because a lot of people went to sleep and things. Anyways, so if you search for DPS though, you'll be able to find this one. But I will get the code in a little bit. So I don't know. This is really interesting and useful for the purpose of testing different things. You can even potentially, so there's an editing stat thing. This is a little limited right now. So for example, and I think this is just, it's just broken, and I think it's going to be implemented in the future. Again, this is one of those things that I think indicates like the fact that there's functions. The functions exist for like being able to add elemental mastery or ER or remove it, and it just doesn't work. But the other stats work. I also talked to the creator of this testing dummy world and about adding damage bonus or removing damage bonus in particular, because I wanted to actually be able to do things. For example, I can't show the Constellation screen. Again, that's not creator problem. That is like Hoiberg's limitation. Hopefully they lift the limitation so I can like go into the character screen and show a character kit or whatever here. It's going to be some things that are a little tedious about it, but either way, it's fine. But like Duran C2, I got Duran C2 because I wanted to, I mostly, I mean, Duran C2 is really strong, but I mostly just wanted to make Lanian as strong as possible. And I don't really regret it for that purpose, but on a level of like, okay, I can use the testing dummy, for example, to do comparative Constellation testing, except Duran C2 is not something you can turn off, right? There is no function currently implemented in Miliastra that allows someone to create like something that lets you just disable constellations. I hope they add that in the future, because there could be like custom full like combat game modes that are designed that could be competitive in some fashion that forcibly set characters to constellation level 0, for example, if they're 5 stars at least. So like that should be something Hoibergs can absolutely implement. The only reason they might not implement that is they don't want people to like. I don't know if they want to add any kind of function that allows people to like not feel like their character is superior to other people's characters, kind of thing. So C6 Bennett is best constellation, my best 4-star constellation, and favorite 4-star constellation, yes, in my opinion. But limited 5-star constellations are different from 4-star constellations. But anyways, so if I want to, so C2 Duran, for anyone that doesn't know, whatever pyro reactions you trigger, so in this team, Swirl, you get 50% damage bonus for the, reactions involved in that element, or elements involved in that reaction. So that would be Animo, you get 50% damage bonus and 50% pyro bonus for everyone on the team. So honestly, that's pretty much like a Farina buff. It's pretty much a Farina buff for the whole team. In a lot of teams. Some teams you won't trigger all reactions with Duran, so it's not necessarily quite Farina, but we're talking adding a Farina-esque buff on top of everything else Duran does. So yeah, C2 Duran is ridiculous. Stop destroying my chair, sir. If you want to get up here, just jump up here, bozo. Stop destroying my chair. You've made this look like a chair that's a year old in 2 weeks. Stop it. Anyways, why is she on a cage? Because I thought it'd be funny. Plus, because we're letting Columbina out of the cage today, no? Anyways, also I had the Twitch chat minimized, I just realized. Rare moment of me ignoring Twitch chat. Where is it? I don't know where my Twitch chat window is. I banished you all to the Shadow Realm. Okay, just refresh my window and pop out a new one, I guess. Okay. I thought they don't do it to keep some blindness in the final numbers. I mean, I think there's a lot of reasons they don't let people toggle constellations. All related to the monetization system. Dude, just chill out. Stop trying to steal everything from me. Let me finish my granola bar quick. Anyways, okay. Kitten can no longer steal things from me. And I no longer have a well, I still have partial mousing area for now. It's got super lucky would be never have plenty left. Nice. So, oh god damn it, this freaking cat hair gets caught in the mouse. Okay. So the okay, he's immediately moving. Alright, oh, I just noticed he knocked over a bunch of shit. Got in the fucking kitchen. Stop it. Bro, cat. Anyways. Okay. Sorry, distracted by the cat. Let me get my windows properly arranged, because I still haven't done that. So, the end result though of the testing dummy is it's very useful for streams like this, right? We're not going to just test here, but there's a lot of things that like are more useful to test here and show the difference of here than it is in Abyss. Like before, I would be down to go to Abyss and do a bunch of runs there, but like it's very time consuming to do that and do like proper comparison, right? Now we can just get away with not. Like there's no real need for us to do certain things like in Abyss. And if Stygian was available, to be clear, again, it's still very important to like understand, like being able to properly take value from like your own testing, for example, in this requires still having like enemy knowledge to understand like how one you can modify the training dummy to match better the stats of a Stygian enemy. If say, you know, resistances are lower or higher on a simplistic level, or if there's permanent aura. Let's say if you have you're fighting Tulpa with a Shevers team, right? You can set permanent Hydra aura on this thing. And then you can do things like I mentioned where you can add or remove stats. So if I want to go into Lanyon, you know, remove an attack percent stat, I can definitely do it, right? I have -1 roll. You can see minus 4.96% attack. That's just an average roll, right? I can do +1 roll, right? I don't think there's a limit. I never checked. There's a good question in there. Is there a limit? How much attack can you give your characters? I don't know. Anyways, so adjusting rotations of enemy mechanics, yes, like which is called routing, like adjusting how you play. Who I guess sneeze. Oh, that sneeze kind of out of nowhere. Holy, barely muted in time. So yeah, adjusting enemy rotations or adjusting your rotations to enemy behavior is extremely important and a very key way of how you actually like optimize your gameplay. So, yep. Anyways, I also think the YouTube chat, while I was not ignoring it, stopped updating properly. Going for Japai, Varco remains to be seen. There are things I really like about him, and there's things I really dislike. But the things I dislike might actually just be necessary on a balance level. At a baseline, it remains to be seen, is what I would say. So, all right. Okay. I think Varco will be a very fun character, though, at a baseline. I'd be surprised if most people didn't like him, is my overall vibe, but his team restrictiveness, like, it's his team restrictiveness in that he has, like, a conjunction of 3 freaking requirements that you want to fulfill to get his max power out, and I feel like it's entirely designed as a, fuck you, we want you to play Duran plus Bennett plus either Venti or Farazan. That feels like what he's designed around. Anyways, screenshot impact makes a comeback. Yeah, so anyways, we'll do, so this damage dummy, I'll get the code in a second, but this damage dummy has presets for Stygian Fearless level 105, Stygian Dire level 110, and it's basically just, you know, the energy drop increase thing is just to approximate for contact energy, I believe. I think the energy drop thing might be one of those things that people don't realize can mislead their experience, because ultimately, like there's no perfect way to do an energy mechanic here for a Stygian, because some enemies you get more energy from, some energies you get less from. In the Stygian for this patch, there's an enemy that directly gives you energy at the start for doing a lunar reaction on it, and only a lunar reaction. You get like a 36 energy orb, and so it's not a full energy refund, but you know. And then there's also the Fatui dude. When you break its shields, you get energy, which I think a lot of people don't even know. So anyways, and that can change how you optimize around things. Again, that's a routing thing. But anyways, the key important thing here is you can do no energy start or full energy start. There's minor problems like if we use Skirk here, you have to, or Moika, their special energy mechanic, you have to like pre-fill their energy manually if you want to start with it. which is a little minorly tedious, but again, it's one of those like minor things that'll probably fix in the future. Probably. Then we can choose what kind of enemy we fight. So if you want like a bigger hitbox enemy or whatnot, I'll just throw the Meta Trail here. And let's make sure we put on detailed view. Turn. And then this just has default resistances, of course. Yeah. So anyways, for I guess since we're using DPS Lonian here with my Duran team, what is your guess for? Because the important thing here, there's a lot of people who, when I've done stuff with DPS Lonian, they say it's not Lonian. Okay. They say it's Farina's damage, or it's your Farazan's damage, and like to be clear, they're definitely a component of the team damage. That is part of why I like playing Lonian, is the fact that I can do enjoyable things with Farazan. And this is a C2 Duran. C2 Duran does more damage than C2 Farina. I'll tell you that. But even with a C2 Duran, what do you think Lonian's damage contribution? So character 4 percentage. So Duran's character 1, right? It just goes in order. Bennett 2, Farazan 3, Lonian 4. What is it gonna be? I should have done Farazan first for the first rotation.
Dancing in the wind. Up and away. Up and fly. Up and away. Everybody stand back. We'll see about that. Yeah, ills be gone. Closing in. Up and fly. Yeah. Too late for
Did
regret.
bad. What am I doing?
We'll see about that. Closing in. Swift as the swallow.
Oops, I'm done.
Everybody stand back. Dare to mess with me? Truth repeats itself. Butterfly. Closing in. Dancing in the wind.
So yeah, anyways, I'll stop there. So yeah, this team floats around, again, C2 Duran, right? And my overall experience is that compared to Farina, C1 Duran was about equivalent to Farina, and C2 Duran is meaningfully better. And C0 Duran was a little bit worse for DPS Lonian. Selling more Farazan than Lonian, she's keeping up to Duran. Oh yeah. Yeah, this for what it's worth, this is a Farazan build. This is Farazan on scroll. 4-piece scroll doesn't do anything for Farazan's own damage. Swirls aren't accounted for. I think it does. There is some issues with reaction tracking, I think, with lunar reactions, and I'm not sure how lunar reactions are being calced as far as relative DPS contribution. But anyways, yeah, you can see Farazan's getting 20%. This is why you build your damn Farazan, right? This is why you build your Farazan for damage, yo. This is a fab build Farazan doing as much damage as a C2 Duran. Lunar reactions aren't counted at all. That's what I thought. So that's a missing part. There's no lunar reactions here, though, right?
No exaggeration.
But I believe it is like any swirls Lonian triggers should be counted as Lonian's damage, right? You can see obviously Farazan gets a lot of swirls. So keep that in mind for lunar teams. That it kind of some things are borked, but again, it's not the creator's fault. It's just like not implemented correctly. And I presume Hoyoverse will fix that. I would hope.
Oh, my plan for the day?
So yeah, anyways, Lonian's doing like 60% of team damage.
Feel like, I suppose. Same with tomorrow.
Well, this is a rarity. Osher's the one making noise in the litter box for once. It's almost always not him. Anyways, that's a bad sign. Osher is taking after Didi. Oh no. So, anyways, and so as far as like demonstrating this team, if you saw, bro, cat. I don't know if I can handle. I mean, I can. Their cats are wonderful, but I don't know if I can handle both the cats being really annoying in the litter
nest when
boxes, bro.
skies are fair.
You never
But
used to
hide
make
when
noise in the litter
storms
box,
are
kid.
in the air.
It was only the orange cat. Now I need to deal with whatever. A reminder to call the vet. Thank you. I'm not gonna call them right now unless Dee Dee has a issue. Then I will just call them. Explain her kit to me. Who? Farazan's or Columbina? Because we'll go into Colombina. Anyways, I just wanted to demonstrate here for the purpose of whatever. Also, little bit of like I obviously knew that Lanyon was contributing meaningful damage because I can tell by how much I use Lanyon, and I can also tell by watching the enemy's HP when I use Lanyon's abilities. But, yeah, Lanyon is by far the highest damage contributor with the DPS Lanyon team. So, like, she can do good damage. But anyways, ultimately you can play whatever main DPS you want. And anyways, a big part of why I enjoy this team, and actually an interesting show, is like Farazan is not getting as much damage, obviously, in this team context. If anything, I think that is maybe the one thing I maybe learned from this, is maybe I should consider putting Farazan instead of on a buffing build. I should put her maybe on a personal damage build that does more. I don't know what exactly makes sense for that though. Like, I've tested that before, and I've tested it extensively, and I never really saw enough of a meaningful difference that I always just preferred the supported build. And just having crit stats in general in Farazan. But yeah, this is why it also just annoys me of like I've already seen people like do calcs for Farazan with Varka, and I don't know what assumptions they made, to be clear, for what portion of his damage is animo or not, and that changes the relative valuation. But it's possible Farazan C6 might end up being better than Venti for Varka. Even with doing like less than 50% of his damage is animo damage, Farazan still might be best in slot for Varka. Might. And by not insignificant margin, but we'll see. We will see. That's a calc question to answer in the future. But like I've seen the calcs I saw that put Farazan like a good 10 to 20% ahead of Venti. Again, I don't know what assumptions they made for what portion of animo versus non-animo hits, but the calcs I saw with Farazan versus Venti was like assuming Farazan gets a pittance of damage. Like I think they assumed like 200,000 damage for Farazan. Meanwhile, you can see in this team, so this will be the same team context. I'm mentioning this because like this will be the same team context. You put Varka instead of Lanyon here. So like I don't know, man. Assuming Farazan C6 does 200,000 damage is bonkers to me in a calc, in my opinion. No, I didn't talk to the people doing the calc, so I don't know. I didn't ask them. I don't know who did it originally. I just saw there's one particular calc that got spread around. So, anyways, I guess I should show Verena for context while we're doing this, and then we'll get on to Columbina testing. I can also get the thing here, the number for anyone to add this Miliastra level. Holy, they when I played this last night, it had like no plays, by the way. Anyways, it is very possible this is just the one that people will use forever because of the fact that they were first at doing it really well. And the person that made this Cosmos, I'm pretty sure they're pretty committed to continuing to improve it. Lit. Words are hard, okay? Save a Neuvillette or pull Bina from my Flins and Arlecchino. I mean, Bina for Flins is probably worthwhile. Oh, thank you. I forgot. Yeah, actually. Yeah. I forgot Miliastra does that shit. Okay. Wait, I could have just pinned your message. I'm dumb. Whatever. But yeah, Arlecchino, to be clear, Colombina can be good for Arlecchino because Arlecchino overvape with a Nefa was already really good. Now you can do Arlecchino overvape, but, you know, with Colombina if you want. That's probably better because Colombina damage and Colombina making a Nefa do more damage. Wow. Little God of Well is about to give up red packets. Feel free to collect yours. I'll pass. Anyways, Analytics Shang, I've told you a bunch of times to keep it to my DMs. You're welcome to send me a DM or email. Again, yeah, anyways. Right. Just time them out. Oh, anyways, maybe I can do more than a timeout in the future. Anyways, okay, so oh yeah, reruns next patch. For as far as I'm mentioning this because I think it's relevant for people. This is not what I wanted. It's relevant for people. Can I view the normal wishing screen? I can. Wanting to pull Columbina, Anefa, whatever, or Neuvillette, Jibai. Flynn's Varka next patch, supposedly, and most likely a Scofier Skirk. So, if people were waiting for a Scofier rerun for Skirk, for example, you know, plan around that maybe, right? But anyways, C1 being useful, it's not a bad one to get. Yeah, if you got it by just chance. She has good constellations, but they're nothing like crazy, is what I would say. So, yeah. Anyways, we will be definitely returning to. Oh, sorry. We'll definitely be returning to use this test dummy a bunch of times. Can I change the order of this? I feel like okay. You know what? I can get rid of some of these. I don't need XP farming anymore. I just don't want to have to scroll to be able to click the damage dummy. I would like it to appear up top. Move. I don't know why some of these are even favorited. Alright, there we go. Her cons are good if you already have cons on DPS. Yes. She's a support, and her cons are not even that interesting on a team building level like Duran's cons are or anything. So, meh. But like they're not bad to get, and they can help for a few things. But they're not crazy. And yeah, C2 is meant to be. It's like the typical Archon structure that they've done a lot, where it's like they made a meh C1 that mostly by getting it by accident is meant to make you want to go for C2 kind of thing, right? You can select pin to top. Oh, I can't read. It's fine. Okay. So real quick, just gonna show C2 Farina here. So this is for all the people that think C2 Farina and Farazan were doing all the damage in this team. Anyways, and also this is, and by the way, this is also going to be an example of why C2 Farina in general is not really that worth on the damage increase level. I maintain that like it mattered more in the past, because in the past it was more of the team's relative damage, but still oftentimes the damage increase from Farina C2 was not worth. You're going to see that here. I don't know what I should check what the default enemy is. Might not have it to actually, might not have to change anything. So, anyways, yeah, you'll see. Anyways, so I made into Abyss Chamber Miliastra, I think already. Nice. Oops. A little bit of slow start by accident. That a little bad.
Everybody stand back. Dare to mess with me? Pills be gone. Up and away. Bye. Teamwork is dreamwork. We'll see about that.
Maybe that a little early, my bad. Play mistakes here. I really love how well this shows, by the way, what front-loaded damage does for you. right? What I was talking about, where you can see the DPS tick up when I do Lanya, and then it starts to taper off.
Dare to mess
Right.
with me. Have fun with this gift. Closing in. Up and away. Swift as the swallow. Too late for regrets.
Anyways, we can stop that there. So yeah, you can see we're doing less damage in total, obviously, and yeah, Farazan and Lanyan's damage contribution goes up, and Farina's damage contribution is meaningfully less than C2 Duran. And like, if this was a C1 Farina, for example, this team would be extremely similar, but like if we were testing a lot, like C1 versus C2 Farina, what we would see in this team is like a little bit of gain from the aspect of like, since we are doing front loaded damage, it's really ideal to have maximized fanfare when we're like activating Lanyan's abilities. What that basically means though is you just sacrifice a little bit of Bennett uptime for Lanyan, like with a non C2 Farina. You sacrifice a little bit of Bennett uptime, not for Lanyan, but for Farazan, in order to make sure you get maximized fanfare as soon as possible. And yeah, you can give stat debuffs, which is cool. So you can try to like turn off some of these things, right? So like Farina C2 gives her a bunch of HP. So I could easily just go hit minus HP, just a whole bunch of minus HP, so you can see like the damage difference from Farina C2 to C1. And I think the creator of this is going to add the ability to remove damage bonus too. And damage bonus is on a per element basis, to be clear. So like removing the damage bonus equivalent from like a Farina C1 is going to require doing minus 25% damage of all relevant types. So it's a little tedious. But anyways, yeah. So there you go. There's the evidence for anyone that's like, Lanyan doesn't do any damage in this team. It's all Farazan and Farina. But anyways, yeah, it's useful for seeing that difference ultimately though, right? And like, my expectation would be I'm not going to do it right now, but my expectation would be a C1 Farina if I tried to like minus HP to turn C2 Farina's damage off. I can't, there's no way to like turn off right now, at least. There's no way to really turn off C2 Farina, so I can't turn off the faster fanfare generation, of course. But I can turn off the damage gain functionally by removing stats. So, yeah. Anyways, that's cool. And I'll be able to test that in the future, but we're not going to get too focused on that right now. But it will also be cool from the level of, you know, if you're trying to decide if you want to pull for like Columbina's weapon, right? C1 gives you fast fanfare generation anyways. Yes, I maintain that C1 Farina is much better than C2 Farina for most contexts. That's why I've never made a video saying C1 Farina isn't worth it. But I have made videos saying C2 Farina is bait because it's the one everyone gets focused on. Anyways, what's the ID of the testing dummy? It's been the pinned comment. Anyways, remove healing bonus. Yeah, I guess that's an option. I could remove healing bonus. I don't know if I can do negative healing bonus though. Like I can remove healing bonus to factor in like the little bit that Farina gives, but anyways. What the hell is this currency, by the way? I have no idea what this is. Anyways. So, real quick, I want to demonstrate. So, we're gonna test various things with Colombina. On the docket it's Robux. What? But isn't the crystals to buy skins Robux? Buy stuff in game. Oh, okay. Wait. So yeah, no, it's not limited pulls for cosmetics. Yeah, I knew it wasn't that. So like creators can. I get it, because Robux are used, like you can actually use Robux to like pay people functionally in the individual games. So yeah, okay, I get it. No, that's fine. That makes sense. And I think that's EU. I don't think that's them trying to be greedy monetization company. Like, remember, people are making Miliastra levels. They're putting work in. They're doing work trying to create something that there is a demand for. They're creating a product. The platform they're creating it in is Miliastra Wonderland. And so that is presumably meant to be like, yeah, you can give creators money. creators of levels that you think are worth it, right? So yeah, time limited Robux. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Anyways, I actually want to demonstrate real quick while this. Maybe we'll turn this into short. I want to demonstrate real quick while this abyss is still here. The first chamber. So I am curious what will happen here. I think. Oh, I guess I should go over. I think what will happen here is that Colombina and Ino in the first chamber will be functionally equivalent. And the reason I believe that is because Ino has the ability to do a plunge on the weasels, and the plunge on the weasels potentially matters. But I could be wrong, and just the additional damage value that Colombina provides means the weasels would just be cleared a lot faster. But I think it'll be about equivalent. Like I think the damage value for the time to clear for the weasels, like provided by one Ino plunge, is equivalent to what Colombina does for this team in this one specific context. I think. But anyways, I'll be using C0 Colombina in this team with Silken Moon Serenade. Nilu's on instructors. This is a C2 R1 Nilu. By the way, don't compare your my never to your never. Didn't well for this, but you know, happened to get cons over time. Only have C2 because of the free Constellation thing. Blah 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 blah. It is. I am quite confident this is the best never team I have in my account. Do I need to use the best never team in best? Obviously not. But anyways, and I will minorly reconfigure things with Nilu. I'll put Nilu back on Serenade, and then Ino will be on instructors. So same overall artifact sets for buffing potential, but Ino instead of Colombina, but with different characters on different sets. So, well, I guess I could technically put Ino on Serenade instead of instructors, but I already have her on instructors. Anyways, what's the pin thingy? That's the damage dummy where we're gonna be testing a bunch. So. Oh yeah, I did get, for anyone that didn't see my polls, I'll probably make a video about it, particularly more focused on doing polls on my viewers account, because they let me pull C6 Columbina on their account. But I did a cheeky 10 poll on the weapon banner at the end of my polls, because I had it left, and I was like, it'd be cool to get it, but I wasn't going to spend money for it, and yep, sometimes you do a cheeky 10 poll and you get things. So anyways, this was basically free. But we will potentially do something with this, like in the testing dummy, for example. I'm not going to stress about it that much right now. I got this because I think I will end up playing Colombina in like lower level teams, like say Noelle Colombina stuff, where getting the most value out of the off-field damage dealer matters. And then I think I'll also like this for main DPS Colombina, but I wouldn't have committed to it super hard. So anyways, for most of the stream, we'll probably be sticking to Prototype Amber, and it's a pretty good Prototype Amber build. So yep. Her weapon is so inflated when Lauman's in the team. Yeah, indeed it is. So we'll just do this first half. This. So first we'll do Colombina. Again, I'm just testing the first chamber here. I mean, we can do a full run through if we wanted. It won't take that much longer. Actually, no, we're gonna start with Ino. So I wanna, whatever. It's fine. I can just reconfigure things back. We're gonna start with Ino because I think it's an important comparison to start with. Is all. All right. So you're on Serenade, and the creature is on instructors on a fab build. Let's go. Theoretically, I could put Ino, by the way, on what's it called? This weapon, but I found I don't usually bother. I'm not gonna do Leaf gameplay right now. You could do that to min-maxer. Anyways, I do want to mention quick while I'm in this screen. This weapon can trigger on Lunar Crystallize now, so I plan on showing this with Noelle a little bit. It's equipped to her right now. But also I'm stupid and I didn't realize last night, by the way, when I played Noelle. I tested Noelle on the Non-Cry DPS set, and I definitely forgot that because I only had Columbina in the team, I was only getting one stack of the crit buff. I was only getting one stack of the crit buff, not two. And also I wasn't getting Serenade fully enabled either. So, yeah. Anyways. So this was only like I thought it was a 77 crit rate. build on Noelle. It was not. It was like a 60 crit rate build. It still performed pretty well. Anyways, where's the squeaky but endearing voice today? Kiwi, I think I think she works a normal human job because she's weird, and is probably going to stream later in the evening. We might have an opportunity to raid into Kiwi, maybe when she's doing her Columbina pulls or something. So I don't know if Kiwi's actually working, to be clear, but you know, point being, Kiwi's not here. Oh. Alright. Serenade and Gleam is still pretty decent. Yeah, I agree. I don't really have any like I appreciate Serenade with doing too much Lanya and just want to do powers on to keep things grouped. That. Okay. What was I saying? Sorry. Okay. So with C6 Lanyon, the rotation should alternate between doing Bennett before or after Farazan, depending on if I'm going to have an extra skill available. Alright. And goodbye. That was a pretty fast clear. Okay. So, you plan to stream the Archon quest? Yeah, it'll probably be either the end of this week, like Friday maybe? Well, probably not Friday. It'll probably be the weekend at earliest, like Sunday maybe. Well, I don't know. It might be split between two streams. Might be split, I don't know. It depends how yappy I get during it, so. Night Sky and New Hex set much worse than Codex crit value wise because they give more than crit. They give lunar bonus too. That's a very important component of them. Anyways, also the Hex set gives 47% or sorry 43% attack. That's a lot more than the like 10% damage bonus of Codex. And actually, I think it's better. I think it's better. I think a super inflated crit value in the crit sets is not very good. I actually think from a min-maxing your build perspective, if you really want to get your characters to do the most damage, it's not insanely valuable to have, unless, it depends on the character to be clear, but like, something like free crit rate is only really valuable on a character like Moika that has a perfect weapon and a base stats, like with crit damage ascension that can completely abuse the 40% free crit rate, right? But in general, I don't think it's actually that good to have that inflated with a crit stat, and I think something like the Hexarai set is much better. Not a cry DPS set I dislike, but I dislike it not because of the crit value it has, but because of it has the stupid ascending lane requirement on top of needing lunar talent damage. It's really annoying. So, anyways. Didn't I say I was going to do Ino first? Alright, well, fuck. Now the builds are borked, so it's not even a proper comparison. Otherwise I could just say F it and use Colombina there. Alright, I preferred rotations a little different. Okay. New Hex set unofficial. It can situationally be better. Most of the time Golden Troop's gonna be better. That's that. I had such a good attempt on the first side. Alright. What do you think about Colombina? I mean, right now I pretty much think what I thought in the creator server video that I made. But this is the first time, or I played a tiny bit there last night. This is the first time I'm actually being able to test her on my mini account though, so we'll see if my opinions change on her. But overall, my thought is that I think if you want her to be truly valuable to your account, it does to a significant extent depend on the other non-cry 5 stars you have. but that it's not that hard to get fun value out of it regardless. Again, it just like depends on your standards of what kinds of content you're expecting to clear, and whatnot, and the characters you value, and how much you value just the idea of like playing around with a new reaction kind of thing. All right. Okay. So what was the time on this? Because we want to compare times. 8:37. That's fine. Okay. No, got it. So that is the thing that I know enables here. I don't know why. Energy. Okay. Let's see. Let's refresh this. Oh, fuck no. I forgot to burst in Llama. Shit. Not really a proper comparison, is it? But that was about a minute. That was about 1 minute. We'll do one more attempt there just to see if we can speed that up. But I want to show this because this is, I think, actually a really good demonstration of enemy context mattering a lot, right? Oops. And I know has an advantage here that she normally won't have, to be clear, over Columbina for never. With Llama, at least. We will do... Okay, actually, sorry. Things to test today. We have Lunar Crystallize, Noelle. Things. I want to do Riden, Bina things. Including with Dendro, by the way. So, Hybrid Riden. Obviously, something with Bina and Nefa. We can do Bina and Nefa Lanyan. Ningguang. I have a level 20 Ningguang. So, why? Fundamentally, Ningguang should have some of the same things that Noelle could do. And is interesting, to be clear. I want to do Nefer. I didn't show this in the creator server video because, quite frankly, I wouldn't strongly recommend people pull Colombina for Nefer. Like, I don't know, Colombina for Nefer without Llama is a lot lower value. A lot lower value. Like, a lot lower value. But she's still gonna be the best in slot teammate for like a Llama-less Nefer team, right? Like, the best non-Llama Nefer team is probably like Nahida, Columbina, I know, I think. And like it'll feel good to play. It'll have, you know, has Hydra that follows you around, right? Did I say Llama? I meant to say Nefer. without Llama. Like Nefer, Columbina, Nahida. I know. Like Llama-less. Yeah, it is a slip up. I don't know why. For some reason, my brain constantly says Llama in place of Nefer because my brain's stupid. I use them in the same sentence too much. Anyways, Nahida instead of Nilu because a C2 Nahida is way fucking worse than a C2 Nilu. And I prefer it. On top of that, I think it plays in a better way. Anyways, if you prefer Nahida, use Nahida. If you have a C0 Nahida versus a C0 Nilu with no Key of Caution Suit, you use Nahida. If you have a Key of Caution Suit, I think there's a compelling reason to potentially use Key of Caution Suit on Nilu. Like an Instructor's Nilu, so no C2 Nilu, just an Instructor's Nilu with Key of Caution Suit, I think might be enough to consider using over Nahida, and I strongly would consider it. This could be a thing, by the way, that I could test in in the damage dummy, by the way, because I can add resistance to the enemy to account for having Nilus C2. So, but yeah, I have Nilus C2, and that Nilus C2 with her weapon is definitely enough to make it meaningfully better than even a Nahida C2. So, oh, I did say the correct thing. Oh, okay. Anyways, yes, I want to try Nefer without Lauma. I will show some of this of Nefer with Columbina and Lauma though in the damage dummy. But ultimately it's just really good. Like, and it's really good because of the synergy with Lauma. So as with the Colombina, you do a Lauma hold E burst, you get more stacks on Lauma's burst. That buffs all of Colombina's damage, and then you get the extra verdant dews, which also speed up Nefer's damage output. So, but anyways, what else is there? I don't know. We can check. This will just be again a damage dummy thing. Skirk Colombina. I think that's worth showing real quick, because like it's an easy context to show like Colombina even without any lunar baloney can do actually okay damage on a tenacity build. So what I can do is like tenacity Colombina plus, and then put Golden Troop back onto Farina, for example. So we can see like, all right, go back to min-maxing Farina's damage on Golden Troop. Tenacity Colombina will still do decent damage, and then TTDS, blah blah blah, right? Like generic Hydro Plier is a valuable aspect that she does have, and she can be a catalyst user. So, you know, anything else? I don't know. Let me know any ideas in chat. Fun team I play with Colombina is Colombina, Nefa, Nahida, Zhongli. Yeah, I do wish I actually had Zhongli to test with lunar crystallized stuff, but I do not, unfortunately. Bina Albedo team. I mean, you put Albedo as an off-fielder. I think there are interesting things you could do with Albedo as an off-fielder in conjunction with other elements. Like one thing I don't know that I'm going to do right now, but I want to try to... Oh, we got to do main DPS Colombina. I'm a dumbass. So main DPS Bina. But I would like to figure out a team that like plays in a normal, consistent way that alternates between the different damage types. Like I want a team where Colombina gets like her first hit is lunar bloom damage, her second hit is lunar charge damage, and her third hit is lunar crystallized damage. I think that'd be fun just on a visual level. She can do 3. That's easier. She does 3 of those per rotation, right? So 1 of each. I want to see 1 of each in like a normal rotation, like. But I think what that will require is something that's not going to be a very, it's not going to be a very good team, because like the good teams built around Colombina's damage are going to, you know, consistently do one particular type, like always lunar charge, always lunar crystallize. Generally speaking, I think. But anyways, so Albedo, I don't know, he does EM buff, and you know he can do off-field geo whatever. But yeah. Should like Albedo doesn't have necessarily a lot of cases where he's like, ah yes, he's 100% the best choice. Oops, sorry, I bonked my mic. But he should be an interesting option for sure. I have a team like Lauma and Nefa Sucrose. Yeah, I can maybe test Lauma and Nefa things. That's kind of that's part of main DPS Bina we could check. Not craftable polearm better for Nefa than her Sig just for shield block because attack substat. I mean. No, her Sig gives high base attack and some attack percent too. I don't think the amount of attack you get is crazily different from her Sig versus her craftable, but like I wouldn't concern yourself about shield durability. If you're that concerned about shield durability, you should use tenacity and Nefa. Even with the new artifacts, and you probably should use the new artifacts on Nefa. Even with the new artifacts, tenacity and Nefa, if you really want the shielding, it's not a bad option. So, would you need Hexbuff on the team to keep the silver isotomas? I think you do, yeah. Which is annoying. C1 is the best out of non-cry supports. I mean, I don't know. On a damage level, you could argue C1 and Nefa. On a comfort level, you could definitely argue C1 Lauma. Particularly because C1 Lauma gets you to C2 Lauma, which is an incredibly broken constellation. Wait, can I simulate that and a damage dummy? No, I can't right now because we can't add EM. But I can if adding EM is fixed. Because so C2 Llama just doubles the freaking value of her buff. Like it's literally, so my Llama, when buffs are all up with the team-wide EM buffs, goes to like 1500 EM. So C2 Llama is like adding 1500 EM to Llama. Also, it has an additional lunar damage bonus you get for the whole team. Or lunar bloom damage bonus. It's so stupid. It's such a dumb constellation. Why? It literally says Llama gets 1500 EM, and Llama getting 1500 EM functionally turns into a shit ton of extra damage from other units. Like, it's a massive roiding out of like Columbina's and Nefer's damage. The fact that the game pooped a free C1 Llama on me for free is making me strongly consider, like, I already have a stupid, like, by chance, I already have a stupid high investment. Like, I didn't spend any money for it, but I've gotten lucky getting, obviously, C1 Llama. I've got lucky. I took risks, right? I took risks, like, going to pity for Nefer Weapon, and I got it. And then going to, and then doing a 10 pull, not going to pity, but doing a 10 pull and Columbina Weapon banner. I got that, too. And, like, I can scale the value. I have no idea what it will do exactly, but when a damage dummy actually allows me to test adding EM, I will definitely go and test and see what the damage increase is from C2 Llama, because that's not a very hard thing to use the damage dummy to test. But like, it might quite literally add like 50% damage to the whole team. Good God. Like it's definitely the better constellation to get on my Never team than getting Never's constellations is at this point. So, anyways. But, yeah. Anyways. Okay, so the list of things is Lunar Crystallized stuff with Noelle. We might do stuff with other Lunar Crystallized, like just testing in general, to be clear. There's a bunch of stuff I want to test in the community in general. I think we'll find with weird things about how the reaction actually works. Because it is goofy. And it's a good kind of goofy, to be clear, because it's a unique reaction. It feels like its own thing. I think Duran cons are also worth it for O teams, yeah. I agree. It's part basically why I wanted Duran C2. So yeah, main DPS Bina, Lunar Crystallized stuff, Riden Colombina, Bina Enefa, Lanyan, or just Bina Enefa anything, but Lanyan would just be one of the options. You can play basically anyone with Bina Enefa. So we can show different things if we want. Dia included, right? And then Nefer without Llama. So yeah. And then we could do, obviously we're doing stuff with Nefer and Llama right now.
Each day is a new page in my story. I want to save.
All right, we're gonna see if we get a similar 1 minute thing.
We'll see about that. Truth repeats it. Teamwork is great. Swift is the swallow. Up and away. Flipperfly. Dare to mess with me?
For a DPS Bina team, we'll have to see. So the weird thing with DPS, the weird thing with DPS Colombina is so much of DPS Colombina's damage comes from Llama Burst. Llama Burst is a limited number of stacks, but her stacks for her burst buff also end up being used for like buffing bloom damage and whatever. So hyper bloom virgins and like Milu blooms or whatever, or normal blooms technically. This is not ideal. There we go, okay. And the end result of that is that if say I play, like I have a C2 Nilu, right? C2 Nilu is really good. Theoretically, I think C2 Nilu means my best. It's going to be similar to Nefer, I think. It's like my best DPS Columbina team is probably with C2 Nilu, if I had to guess. This is a very slow clear, by the way, but it's fine. Testing the second chamber anyways. Right, so I assume C2 Nilu will be enough to be better, but like will Hyperbloom Columbina be better, for example? Because then you're using like buffs from Llama stacks, burst stacks up for Hyperbloom, and the buff value you get from Llama Burst is more valuable to use on Lunar Bloom talent damage from Columbina than it is to use to buff Bloom cores, right? And but so you have the option that of doing something like DPS Columbina with Llama, Nahida, Ino, for example, which is a bloom team where you have like the normal bloom cores that take a long time to explode, but that means the bloom cores aren't using much of Llama's buff up, leaving as much of it possible up for Columbina's damage, right? So which will be better, like sacrificing the hyper bloom damage in exchange for getting a little bit more main like on field Columbina damage, or maybe you sacrifice a little bit of on-field Columbina damage in exchange for gaining hyperblooms and gaining whatever. And I think it will depend on the exact team context. On a spreadsheet level, I think technically her best hyperbloom team is like Llama and Neffa with double hydro, if I recall. Because if you don't do double hydro, I don't think you actually get enough lunar charges. I could be wrong though. And that's because you have Llama damage, you have what Llama's doing for the team damage, you have hyperblooms, you have Neffa's damage, and then you have Colombina, of course, doing her damage. Sorry, Kitten's repositioning. He is blocking the HP bar now, as he should. So, yeah. Anyways, you know, I'm going to put the chats on a separate side. I think that might be a little bit better visually. Constellations for DPS Bina? Yeah, 0. Other than, I mean, Llama. You probably really want Llama. Like, Llama is a massive, massive difference. There we go. Let the character icons be visible now. YouTube chat so small. That's because YouTube made a change that borked things. If I undo the cropping, like it's gonna show this a stupid thing in the bottom. It's not my fault. It's freaking YouTube. I do need to fix it, but like, it's fucking YouTube. So blame YouTube. It used to be bigger, and then they did an update that forced me to crop out a thing that says sign into chat at the bottom. It never used to have a big fat ass sign into chat button in the bottom, and it's just permanently there. So I had to crop it out. Anyways. Veresa without Neffa? I mean, we maybe could. As far as... I'll jot it down as an option for like testing just with non-double knock-cry teams kind of thing. Veresa without... Neffa. But yeah, main DPS Colombina, her main constellation that you want is Llama. You really want Llama. It is like Llama, the main DPS Colombina. Like, you don't need to do main DPS Colombina, right? So it's not like you need Llama for Colombina, but main DPS Colombina specifically, I think, wants Llama more than never wants Llama. So, yeah. Anyways. 828. Fuck. God damn it, I used my skill. Oh, I had to redo. God damn it. That was... I should have ran backwards. I ran backwards last time, I just forgot. I'm dumb. Rip, I don't have Llama. Yeah, so we'll use the damage dummy will be really useful, by the way, for answering these questions as far as like we can see how the damage happens at different parts in the rotation to see the relevancy of doing different kinds of ideas for DPS Colombina teams. Main DPS, so on field like Lunar Bloom DPS, and I'll be able to go and show you like a Colombina. We'll do Colombina without Llama and then show you. It'll be a lot worse. But like, it'll still be a hyper bloom team, to be clear, right? Like, it'll still function. It's just that Colombina won't necessarily feel like she's contributing that much without Llama, right? Because unfortunately, her Lunar Bloom talent multipliers were essentially balanced around Llama buff. And her SIG weapon, in the meantime, can bridge that gap, but Llama is significantly better than her SIG weapon. So, unfortunately, that means, like, the smart thing to do is, save your resources until next patch. Or not next patch. I don't think Llama's rerunning next patch, but... I think there's a very good chance Llama reruns probably the patch after that. So, anyways. Or get C6 Bina instead of Lauma. No, Lauma does more than C6 Bina does. Lauma C0 does more than all of Columbina's constellations do. Together. for Columbina's own damage, not for like the whole team damage. I'm pretty sure the whole team, like if you have a Nefa, and if you're doing like a Nefa, whatever other Dendra unit, then I think then main DPS Columbina at C6 is better than C0 main DPS Columbina with Lauma C0. But otherwise, it's no, Lauma makes that big of a difference. And Ure can attest to the Lauma buff. I did a little bit of overworld farming with Ure last night, and I used my Lauma. And they were like, "Oh boy, you know the damage increase." So yes, it is what it is. Do that and go outside of this area so we don't get hit like an idiot. Okay. How do we barely not kill it? I can't believe it. Oh my god. Breakpoints matter. Alright, wait a little bit here, it's fine. I could have just skipped Dino there, I think. Okay, a little bit better than a minute. So, it's still a minute pretty consistently. So now we'll test Columbina. Heard Bina sing during her NA? No, I actually haven't yet because I didn't have voice lines on the creator server. So I look forward to actually hearing that. I need to put you back on instructors. No, keep that. By the way, my instructor's build still maxes out the non-cry damage bonus with Kyokazu suit, at least. I think you max out the non-cry damage bonus at like 50,000 HP. I don't remember exactly, but I more than max it out. But anyways. Sings during the normal and charge attacks. Nice. Why is Llama so OP? I don't know. I hope the devs realize they made a mistake. But maybe they did it on purpose. I don't know. So, market prediction now. We'll see if Colombina beats Ino here. Again, my expectation is the value of that one plunge that you can do on Ino is high enough that I think Colombina gets a similar time here. But I could be very wrong. Howdy, partner. Howdy. Howdy's a great word. I feel like the #1 valuable thing about the American South is your usage of language is awesome. I mean, everyone should adopt y'all and howdy, no? Correct answer is the amount of butter they use in food. No, how dare you? Oh, it's fine. Okay. Have fun with this. Get everybody stand back. Nice. 8:45. So we want 7:45. 7:45, or well, hopefully, if Colombina is meaningfully better than Ino in this chamber, we should see meaningfully better than 7:45. But anyways, when I Lantern Right, I assume you meant when is, but Lantern Right should be, I believe, towards the end of the month, so in like 2 weeks. It's before Columbina banner is done, I believe, but I don't know how many of the rewards will be available beforehand as far as like if you're trying to plan out your pulls for through the patch. Some of the pulls from that right, I believe, are not available during Columbina's banner. So yeah. Also, yeah, we don't start with Verdant Dew either. So again, I do think this is an interesting context, which is again valid. Like they're both starting from the same condition. We're just comparing Colombina versus Ino. Trying to think if there's anything special I should do. Do we even bother with a? Okay, I think I should do this. Get a Lunar Bloom going. Yeah. Okay. So we didn't get technically full buff value, but it's fine. Can I trigger instructors? I might not have, but that break it. Well, that's definitely better. So, there you go. That actually, funnily enough, the fact that Ino isn't equivalent there should show you how good Colombina is with Llama. And never. But the extroverted Dew generation there did definitely help. And the notable other thing that helped there, I think, that made the difference was, which in hindsight I should have recognized this. Remember, both of the times we had with Ino, just by chance, it was Ino C6 by the way, but I just barely didn't reach the damage breakpoint to kill the weasel without like doing another rotation, right? So if I did, then the Ino clear would have been like 5-10 seconds faster, right? And then it would have been very close. But and so the way to like get Ino to match Columbina here would be I'd have to put her on the Sumero craftable probably. So yeah. Yeah, timer does not stop at all, I'm aware. So, anyways, what set should I put in Columbina Nefer's team? You should put Serenade, like no questions. Anyways, should we go through the rest of Ibis? I don't know, why not? You can see more of this. But yeah, the main thing I think worth emphasizing in my vibe on with Llama, or for Columbina for Nefer with Llama, is meaningfully better at just balancing the team DPS in general, which is good. And that was something that like Llama before Columbina was pretty much all into Nefer. Like she's still very hyper carry, to be clear, but now she's less very hyper carry. I didn't do that. I thought I wanted the energy for the next chamber. She's less very hyper carry, but still hyper carry. Like I think still Nefer is doing like 70% ish of the team DPS, probably more in my team context, to be clear. But at a baseline, right? Diversifying your damage output between multiple units helps you avoid issues like we saw with Ino, with like the breakpoint problem, right? Where it's just like, oh, my Nefer's damage isn't quite enough to beat this enemy in a rotation. Now you have to do a whole nother rotation setup before the next enemy even spawns, kind of thing. And that potentially matters. To be clear, Stygian is the main context in which you care about this, because like it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter with a team like this strong in Abyss, right? So, drink water will do. Thoughts on Traveler's buffs? They're cool. They're cool additions. I think it would have been, temporarily, it would have been better for Traveler to have buffs a little bit different. I definitely tried to switch to Colombina and do that Q, but whatever. Alright. Wait, please, can I charge second to it? Okay, thank you. But yeah, anyways, adding a damage source is very good. And you also add Llama's whole D damage, right? Which, as you saw, I did 200,000 there on mine with a crit. I think I only have like 35-40% crit rate on my Llama. But anyways, the skins look great. Yeah, and I think long-term value of the buffs for Traveler are cool. But on the short term, it would have been better if they counted it as like a Nodcry character. Or imagine if Hydro Traveler enabled all lunar reactions. It'd still be bad, but it'd be fun. Right? Running a llama here. I'm running Deepwood. But Columbina can enable it to make a lot of sense to do 2-piece EM on llama instead of doing Deepwood. My Deepwood artifacts are so good that it's about the same as what I can do on 2-piece EM anyways for balance of ER and EM. And yeah, and triple EM. And then I just run instructors because of that, right? But if you're doing like Nahida llama Nefer, you're not doing, from my testing, you're not doing instructors. You can't really do instructors on Nahida. You could, theoretically, but you're going to have issues sometimes triggering instructors, and the uptime is going to be lower compared to how I'm using it, because I'm using a Hydra unit. It's a lot easier to trigger it consistently right before going to Nefer, to try to maximize the uptime value. So the recommendation most people are giving for like the Nahida Nefer llama team is 2-piece EM on llama, Deepwood on Nahida, Serenade on Columbina, right? How much ER might be in a build? It's got 200, which is a little more than I need in this team context. It's pretty much the worst you generally need. Oh, I just went to DPS mode. Good job.
Dare to mess with me. Teamwork is dreamwork. Let them fly. Yeah. Everybody stand. Hell's be gone. Up and away.
That might not have made sense to do. I should have said that, but whatever. Yeah. Alright. 2-piece on llama is better? No, my point was that it depends. Sorry. But if you have a good 2-piece, yes. You could just use 2-piece. Like if I had a significantly better 2-piece than I have on llama, than on llama, than I have on Deepwood on llama, then I could just put Deepwood on Nilu, right? I think Nilu can trigger Deepwood off field. I think. I know Nilu can trigger Serenade off field, but anyways, I'd have to double check if Nilu actually triggers Deepwood properly. But that's the point, right? Like with Columbina's release, Instructors is a less relevant artifact set for Nefertines, but it's still a relevant option, and sometimes it could be better. Again, in my case, I know it is better. But yes, 2-piece has better chances to maintain ratio for Holdy. Yeah, that's true as well. You can get better balance of crit stats and min-max things a little more. And if you're doing triple Dendro, her energy needs are lower. Like that's one of the main values of Nahida. But I don't like Nahida for Nefer teams for various reasons. Again, I think because of the fact that I have Key of Akasha suit, there's a very good chance even if I didn't have C2 Nilu, I would prefer Nilu here. And part of the reason I feel that is because I did play Nefer with Nilu before getting her C2, because I got her C2 from the Constellation Sector thing. I got to play Nefer without Nilu C2 for several weeks. So, anyways. I have to use Nilu here, I guess. Yeah. I know is definitely quite a bit faster at getting to this, because Claymore. I should have not bothered with Colombina, by the way. Ow. Yup, I just wasted the Colombina burst. Okay. I guess that... Okay, you know what? Redo that. That was dumb. Yeah, don't use Nilu if you don't have Nilu's weapon. I don't think Nilu is a relevant choice here unless you use her. I really like how Nilu feels to play, like not having to have a 5-star burst animation, and but like if you play Nilu slowly, like if you do E Nilu, that's basically the same time as a burst animation. But if you do E normal attack E, it's much faster, and it feels quite satisfying to do that consistently. It's not that hard to do, and yeah. I just realized I forgot to show my powers on build earlier. It's not that good. Actually, no, I think I could have showed it. I just realized that there is a function. I just wasted an extra skull on you. There's a function in the damage dummy to show what your stats are in your characters. It doesn't show the artifact set, but it does show the stats. I don't know why I didn't use the burst earlier. Alright. Non-cry craftable and Nilu, pretty good. Like for Nilu teams in general, not Nefer teams, yes, pretty good. There's not really much need to use that on... Like if you're using... So, for what it's worth, you can use someone like Nilu on a Nefer team without her Sig by using the Sumeru craftable, Sapwood Blade, because if you trigger a Dendro reaction, and it can trigger off-field too, you get a little leaf that spawns on the ground that can give you up to 120 EM at R5. But it's only for one character. It's not a team-wide buff like Eo Cautious Suit, so yeah. Alright, don't use her early this time. Okay, your energy is probably going to be fine after. I should have done like a Nefer E to get energy actually for her, but. Alright. I didn't hold him. Oh, whatever. Wait, I forgot to do another punch. Okay, one more time, sorry. One more time, sorry. Ugh. I've never seen that leave. Is it like Gobo Chili? Yes. The Sumeru Claymore and the... Well, actually, I think the polearm does it too, but the Sumeru Claymore and the Sumeru Craftable Sword both give a leaf that can buff your EM. But yes, it is like the chili pepper. Never moves a lot in her gameplay, so in my opinion, it's not that hard of a thing to be able to pick up with Never relatively naturally in gameplay. You do have to pay a little bit of attention to it for sure. But I don't find it that annoying to do. But it is a little bit tricky to figure out, like, okay, is it worth it to sacrifice my field time to, like, go out of my way to pick it up sometimes? Wing. Alright. Nefer Llama not hated Columbina for artifacts. What I mentioned before. But yeah, 2-piece EM on Llama most likely. Deep would not hit a Serenade Columbina. Alright. Don't be dumb this time here. Do this. We can get energy in you. Yeah, there we go. Okay. And then don't forget to actually break the shield before I go to Nefer. It's not that complicated, brain. It's definitely faster to do this with Ino though. Okay. I'm gonna wait for it, why not? Okay, ow. Maybe that's why I don't wait for it. Yeah, there you go. That was basically the same exact speed as Ino, by the way. Because, well, not really. I mean, when I I know. I think I actually, no. I think Ino is faster for that boss because she can break the shield faster. But anyways, and that matters a lot for that team, or for that clear. I don't think the extra damage from Colombina matter there for reaching a breakpoint that would clear faster. In my instance, it probably will for a lot of people. So. Yep, that's twice my Never damage. Yeah. So, anyways, Colombina for Nefer. Colombina for Nefer with Llama is a significant upgrade. For sure. We'll do... Actually, let's just finish with the Nefer Colombina stuff. Let's go into the damage dummy quick. So... I'll go and... let's see. Okay. We should remove C2 Nilu. I'm going to remove C2 Nilu. I'm going to put on... I'm gonna put in a 4-star character because I think
Wait for my signal.
this is more relatable and normal to have access to. I know Nahid is obviously commonly available, but the problem again that I have with trying to put Columbina or Nahid in the team is, one, I have C2 Nahida, so it's not going to be a proper C0 comparison anyways. And then on top of that, although I could use a damage dummy to turn off stats, to be clear. Actually, I don't need to configure this here. I need to configure it. Whatever. We're going to use the Sumeru craftable here, though, right? So I'm going to get the 120 EM. I could technically put Key of Conscience suit on her, but again, I want this to be like a actually accessible comparison. And I am keeping instructors on her with an attack percent. No, not EM. With an attack percent build. Oh, she's on. Why is she on? What was I doing that I did this? I have no idea. Don't worry about it. To maximize the nod cry like damage bonus DEI resonance thing, you want attack percent. I don't have an attack circle. Oh yeah, actually, by the way, reminder, this set is actually farmable in a domain now. That's a pretty big deal in my opinion. So yeah. Yeah, keep an eye out for them. That's all. Okay, I mean I could use like anything here. Let's see. I don't have a circle leveled up, okay. Do I care? Maybe. I don't have a timepiece leveled up either. I didn't want to spend XP on this, but it's a 4-star artifact set. It's not that expensive. That's not what I wanted. That's also not what I wanted. Also, speaking of, I should make sure I check my instructor's artifacts. Gotta get in the habit of that. I haven't been checking 4-star artifacts for a while. So, not working today? Nice. No ER. Alright, then that's fine, I guess. Bap. And then we will do an attack circlet. There we go. Not looking for any particular subsets there. We don't need to burst on her or anything. So, Sapu Blade, Instructors, we have 2000 attack. And again, that's for the... where does it show? Why is it not showing right now? I thought it was supposed to show there. Did they change it? Oh, okay. Weird. Yeah, this thing, this deploy 2 Moonsign characters, this Ascending Gleam effect is for your non, right? The in addition, blah, 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 blah. Character casts an elemental skill or burst, they will increase lunar reaction damage, blah, blah, blah. Like, so this is kooky. That will trigger this. I gotta take a drink. This will kooky that will trigger this since she's an electro character. She gives lunar damage bonus based on her attack stat. As part of why, you know, Nilu works well, by the way, is because she can basically max this out on her own. It's pretty hard for any one character to max this out at a baseline. So Kuki is not maxing this out, but we have the Sumeru craftable weapon, right? So whatever. Anyways, I think it'll be a decent comparison at a baseline. And we're just going to use the Miliastra thing to test this. Actually, wait, should I... Real quick, should we go farm this? Probably. Probably should try to get this done before Stygian. Hoping a bit from her from Columbina. She's better off in free-to-play teams since she can trigger any Luna. Yeah, that's an interesting aspect. Like, what is her value on a low investment level? Like, I mean, like early game action level, which is not what you said for clarification. But sorry. I hope I'm not getting a little bit sick again, but I think. Oh, that was bad because yeah, whatever. Well, what was it saying? My brain. I totally forgot. Okay, whatever. Oh, Colombina, like enabling the lunar reactions. Like the lunar reactions, enabling them at a baseline. I don't know what their value is from like a you just started playing the game at less than a month ago level. share my llama build? Yeah. She's on Deepwood, the craftable, or not craftable, event weapon, and 218 ER. I think honestly I'm going to go back to my slightly lower EM build, because I've noticed a couple like minor annoyances in testing so far that where I just didn't get my burst back and I had to wait for particles. But anyways, so that'll lower my buff a little bit, but you know, save rotation time, which is probably a DPS improvement. Why is testing things different now? You'll see in a second. You will see in a second. All right. I'm assuming I'll be able to get it to level 80 today. It's not the biggest deal in the world, by the way, to get her level fully maxed out. Like, and in fact, I'm almost tempted to leave Columbina's weapon level 80 because it's a lot more expensive to do the final ascension. But the main thing is what's that sound effect? Sorry. Oh, there we go. Golds? Nope. Okay, that's fine. I got 6. That's okay. That's good enough to do the next ascension at least. What was I saying? Sorry. Oh, as far as testing things, we get to use the testing dummy. So you'll see in a second. We're gonna be able to do like direct DPS comparisons of doing different things, which is cool. Clean my dailies quick, and then we'll get into the testing dummy. And then after we do a little bit of Nefer comparison here. So she's the main, unit I can show in a fully invested Nodcry DPS team, and when you're optimizing your rotation with Colombina and FF Flins, you should see a similar effect, where Colombina will be a pretty significant upgrade for Flins. And for what it's worth, Colombina is a more noticeable upgrade for Flins, even if you don't have a Neva. But she's at her strongest still if you have a Neva for Flins at the same time. Mirrored Fox looks odd. Yeah, it's weird to me as well. Don't worry. Why did I go here? I don't know. Oh yeah, no, I know. I do know. What? Oh, frick. Yeah. Okay. All right, I'll double them all. One bonus is better than none. 13. All right, sick. So I can craft 2, I think. That'll consume. Wait, no. How many do I need? Oh, I need 9. Shit, I can only craft 1. I think. All right, about. Yeah, like right now at level 70, I only lose because the base attack doesn't do anything. And so much of the power level of its weapon is in her passive, or in its passive for her. And that means all I lose is a couple crit damage rolls by not having it. So I lose 1 like high crit damage roll by not having this level 90, for example, right now. So yeah, and that kind of almost means it's not even worth the resources to level 90. But I'm going to anyways because my brain like min-maxing. All right, I'll hit them. You're gonna save me some resin. This is like he dupes the gold. It saves me 40 resin. Sad. Okay. Well, you'll have more opportunities. It's fine. Hopefully I can finish farming that tomorrow. Claim. Did I claim dailies? Yes. Okay. Good. All right. Going to Miliastra. Why is there red dots on Miliastra everywhere? By the way, it's just fuck off. I actually don't give a shit about any of the bullshit. just let me use it to play the things. I don't need all the red dots. I don't need more things with red dots. Anyways, Wonderland collection. Pin to top. Perfect. All right. Cat cam redeem? Oh, my bad. Other improvement in Nefer team, I really like she's triggering Lunar Charge with all electro units right guarding. Yeah. Yep. Oh boy. Oh, sorry. Okay, I can't not read this. I have an email from the property management company. Dear residents, we are writing in response to questions we have received regarding reports of U.S. immigration and customs enforcement activity in or near our communities. Please see attached memo for details. I hope this is a good response. We want to respond. We received regarding ice stage. We are not allowing access to ice stage. Oh, that seemed to be normal kitten scenes. Okay. Oh, maybe not. I'm gonna have to call the vet right now. No. You okay, sir? Seems fine. What did you just read? I'm reading a notice from the company that manages the apartment. Always a risk that an unauthorized person will follow a tenant into the building if you believe you're being followed, blah, 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 blah. Okay. They're just... Never let anyone in the building that doesn't have their door key or fob, unless you're absolutely sure they live in the building. Yeah. Okay, they're just advising being smart, don't let people in the building. So, you know, fair. You know what? That is a good notice to give out. That is a good notice to give out. Good on this apartment company. And you know, it's they sent a notice out because they could, you know, just not do that, right? For what it's worth. They're not evil, exactly. You sure your cats are American? I'm not, to be honest. They might be at risk of deportation. ICE is coming for you, Dee Dee. Anyway. Okay, sorry. So we will start with... Well, okay. I guess should we show the unrelatable first? We should probably just show the unrelatable first.
Will we be gone long?
And because of the fact that this is... I'm going to test in the Stygian mode where we don't start with energy. Because I feel like, with Llama at least, you know, showing that you have slow starts for damage matters, I think. Anyways, Llama.
Even when darkness falls,
Show Nilu first, and then I'll go to
shall
Kuki.
not stray from the righteous path.
Am I blind? There we go.
Where are we dancing today?
This is never with Sig Weapon, keep that in mind
I have
as
some
well.
time to...
Be careful, Saluna. I mean, I will be careful not letting people into the building. It is a good reminder. There has been one instance where I let in someone in the building. This was before ICE invaded the city, to be clear. But yeah. Anyways, so we will set to, for this team, we will set to dire difficulty. But for a lunar team, the enemy level doesn't matter that much for your damage you're dealing, because lunar reactions ignore defense. But anyways, we'll do dragon. Well, I don't need to do dragon boss. It doesn't matter. We'll just do meter churro. Okay. Detailed view. Which, yeah, the detailed view is covering the damage bonus stats, but yeah, you can see, it does show the character stats I have, so you can see, you know, my Llama build, my Nefer, Nilu, whatever, right? So, anyways. Oops. Oh, yeah, it's because Stygian start, yep.
Positions. Yeah.
Can't hide the truth.
Okay, sorry, I'm gonna restart. I wonder... What is the routing that makes... Okay, it's gonna depend on the enemy. Like, I know what the routing's gonna be for the new enemy, because the new enemy in Stygian is, like... Just stop. The new enemy in Stygian is... annoying. But it gives energy at the start, so, like, you just trigger a lunar reaction on it to start. Like, you do a charge attack on Columbina, for example. Trigger a lunar reaction, and then you'll get energy, and then you can, like, do normal rotation from there. So, like, you won't start like I started here, for example. So I wanted to keep that. I want you to keep that in mind. So that the start, how you optimize the start of like a Stygian is going to depend on the enemy significantly. So yeah. Anyways, was the next to Jeff collab? Never, because he spent. You want to know why? No, this is me joking. I'm down to do stuff with Jeff. I think we're both bad at actually coordinating collabs though, and remind ourselves to do that. But so Jeff, my guy, I popped into a stream multiple times. He was streaming for 5 years yesterday, and you want to know what he was doing? This is the fundamental difference between me and Jeff at this point. You want to know what he was doing? He was testing Moika combos for like 8 hours. I'm not kidding. I might be exaggerating slightly. But like, I think he was testing Moika combos longer than the Archon quest takes. And like I you know, it's valuable testing for like getting footage demonstrating the difference of like Moika combos in different team contexts and whatever. But like, bruh, why? Maybe an intervention is needed. Yeah. Anyways, okay. So I think I'd do 2 Nefer skills to start. We just do 1 really shitty rotation at the start. And it's fine, I guess. Yeah. Okay. That didn't hit. Alright. Wait, I had Verdant do this time? Oh, interesting. Verdant do carried over. That's not ideal. Okay. We're gonna redo, because you don't start with Verdant do. God damn it. Okay. Use the Verdant do. I need Columbina to turn off. Stop it. Turn off. Please. Okay, there we go. Okay, we're good. Okay, there we go. Used all the Verdant do. Now redo. I'm not sure that they probably can't add a function, I'm guessing, to clear Verdant do at the start.
No more lies. It all falls into place.
Yeah, wait for Verdant do. It's just gonna take a long time. Okay. Sig Weapon will already be back there. Sig Weapon has a slight advantage over Pramber in this context. Bramp, okay. There we go. Real rotation star, alright. I should have waited to do that after, it's fine.
No more lies. Can't hide the truth. The mystery unraveled.
No, this is what I mean with a tiny bit more yarn long. I'm not doing the dash cancels very well. New.
For the everlasting home. Positions. Can't hide the truth. No more lies. Seek within. Surge. A new moon rises. Lushes the moon. By the frost moon of old. With all my strength. Can't hide the truth.
Alright. And we'll cut it at this rotation. This will be 2 minutes. There we go. So, this team, yeah, obviously you saw it, like it slowly crept up in DPS, and just because like that's the effect of like that slow start with Stygian and whatever. But yeah, so that was a 2 minute like Stygian simulation, and yeah, I was correct that my Nefer is doing meaningfully more than 70%, but different people's Nefers with different investment level will deal different performance of like what the relative team damage is. On like lower build assumptions, you know, no signature weapon, whatever, the distribution should be closer to like, you know, 60 to 70% with Nefer, and like, you know, more like 30% from Colombina. But anyways, this is with C2, R1, Nilu, and whatever. So we're gonna go replace Nilu with Kuki, and see what that is. Do-do-do. So Jeff saying never gonna give you up. Okay. Yes, it never feels so much nicer to play not having to wait for 2. I do think they did that intentionally to make never feel worse. And like it's one of those reasons, like on a field level, you will probably get value and enjoy Columbina with never, even if you don't have llama. But it's just unfortunate that the actual like power level is locked behind having llama still. Because yay. But anyways, we'll test quick. Don't worry, we'll test without llama. No, we're doing cookie. What am I doing? Cookie. There we go.
Don't tell me they.
Ably, subscribe with Prime. Thank you. All right. Same thing. We'll do no energy start. Nothing really special changes here, I don't think, other than we want to pick up the leaf if we can. Let's see what the default enemy is to start. I don't know what it is. Make sure to put up details. Okay. Oh, it is just this. Okay, good. So I don't need to change it. Or it remembered it. One of the two.
Can't hide the truth.
I forgot to pick up the leaf until a second ago. Oh, we don't have double hydro, so yeah, energy situation a little bit worse, of course. Whoopsies. Okay, that's a little annoying. Can I solve that? Wait. I know I can solve it. Wait. No. Definitely habit was almost left there. So what I'm thinking is I need to use the versatility. Can I use it? Oh yeah, I can use it. Nice. Okay. Use it out of combat. What I'm thinking is just at least funnel a particle from never E at the start. That's the main optimization. Otherwise, you're seeing why you might want as much. You might want, as for Stygian context, you might want as much energy as possible on Colombina. But again, in the next Stygian, this won't be, or we'll get a fearless because it'll give a little bit more energy to us. This won't be as big a deal against the new enemy. You're gonna use a lunar team like this one against the new enemy, and that has an energy refund mechanic at the start. So it just depends. Anyways, in this context is like a worst case scenario, relatively speaking. So yeah. Anyways, and this could be a reason to like put Fav on llama potentially. By the way. Funnel that to you, and we are actually just gonna like do this to start. All right, there we go. I don't know if that was the optimal thing to do, but I did it anyways. Just leave. There it is. Wash the leaf on the ground. There it is. Just gonna burst back and maybe could use that, but. Okay, I was waiting for my burst there. I didn't get it. That's fine. Alright, that's good enough. It's about similar to what we did before. So, yeah, whip, wrong button. Oh, I already hit stop. I'm stupid. Okay, never mind. Yes, pin message is the code for this Miliastra testing level. You can also just search it if you search DPS, but it'll probably pop up for now. At least it's like one of the most well-reviewed ones for testing dummy. So yeah, anyways, there you go. Like, this is still really strong. On a sheet level, this team would cheat higher than the damage number we got there, because again, the slow start, like, it took a long time to build up to 142k, right? And again, it shouldn't have that slow a start against the new enemy, at least. But you can see it's the same overall story, just less damage. Crazy, right? Yep. Anyways, still a notable upgrade though, for sure. Again, with Llama. So yeah, that's I think pretty much all there needs to be about with Colombina, Llama, and Nefer together. Let's check. No, wait. Yeah, that's fine. Let's check. Non-Llama Nefer. What do we want to do? Should we do... I can do Nahida, and I can just subtract the crit value from Nahida. Or from Nefer to account for Nahida C2. Let's do that. We can be the most generous. Like, this is the most generous I think I can possibly be to...
Time to broaden the horizons again.
To what the experience will be like with Nefer without Llama. And should we check without... We should probably check without Sig Weapon on Nefer as well. Am I blind? Oh yeah, duh, she's level 70. I forgot. Wow. You're in deep wood, right? We can't check. Okay, they really... Hopefully they... Okay. We need to exit. Yeah, we need to exit. I can't even exit. Bro, I can't exit without... Okay. Yeah, there's things... There's teething problems that I hope Hoyoverse fixes. Like, the fact that I can't change my Nahida build here is annoying. Muscle member still taps Llama skill. Yeah, I'm probably gonna do that on occasion. Flynn's no NFO like you're doing here for Never. I don't have Flynn's on my main account, unfortunately. Where the hell do I see my characters? Okay, hopefully there's a better shortcut I can use for that in the future. So we do need you on Deepwood for sure. Okay, you were on Deepwood. Alright. Triple EM is probably ideal. I don't know why you have a healing circlet. It's probably just doing something funny. Or... Oh, no, it's probably because Llama had it and I didn't want to yoink it from Llama. That's fine. Alright, and then... EM. There you go. Alright. Wait, we do kind of need ER, don't we? I mean, surely an R5 Amber is enough for energy run. But just in case, put that on. Okay. And hopefully we'll be fine. Hopefully. We'll get that at least. Alright. I mean, it's gonna be, yeah, it'll be double Dendro, and surely double Dendro with 150 ER. Okay, the Alanian testing, probably, yeah. It's just gonna be the Bina and Nefa combo, as an example, though. Oh, switch character page, right there. Okay, can I hit details here? You can't even hit the details here! This is just to, like, put your Alanian as the active character. Oh my god, okay, so, yes, it's annoying. It is annoying to change your character builds. I hope they tweet this. Okay, so Nahida's fine. Again, I do C2 Nahida, but I'm just going to... C1 Nahida doesn't really do anything. C2 Nahida for the Lunar team is just adding some crit value, which is really easy to subtract. At least approximate subtracting. So we'll use Llama, and I will use Ino. I do have Ino C6, so keep that in mind. But I'm not going to put the Sumeru Craftable on her. I'm just going to keep or on Fav. But that will be a bit of an uplift, but not a crazy one, to be clear. And yeah, so we'll do Columbina. I know. Nahida. I think that's approachable enough. It's still a 3 5-star team, right? But Nahida, a lot of people are pulling Colombina, and you might have Nefer because you pulled Nefer and you didn't have Llama, and you want to see the difference. That's the purpose of demonstrating this. No, that's the wrong thing. Nahida's a 4-star by now. Alright, we Columbina, Nahida, I know Nefer. We'll test this with an energy start and no energy start, by the way. Because this would be, you know, I think most players without Llama with Nefer, based on how they're balancing bosses post Columbina that are Lunar Shield, like, I could be wrong. We'll probably test this kind of thing in Stygian when the new Stygian's here, right? I don't think this clears the boss at Fearless, for example. The new boss at Fearless is just, ugh. So, yeah. Anyways, and that's fine. Like most players don't care about Fearless. If you want to just enjoy Nefer, I think you will feel value from having Columbina on a generic level for Abyss content, for obviously Overworld for farming content, whatever. This should be a pretty good team, is my point, right? Oh wait, we need to subtract stats. So edit stats. We need to remove 10 crit rate and 20 crit damage from Colombina and Nefer. Okay. That's the crit rate. This is just a turn off C2 Nahida. Okay, here we go. So that is Colombina's build returned. Okay, and then Nefer. This is Nefer with her Sig still, to be clear. We can exit out and then check Nefer with the Widzith or whatever. Or I'll use Dawning Frost, because Dawning Frost, I have Dawning Frost R1, and that's pretty much the same as the craftable weapon. So, anyways, crit rate, minus, turn, crit damage, minus. All right, here we go. Turn. C2 not head off. Let's go. We'll try Stygian context first, because no energy, right? I wonder, do we funnel from Ino? Probably a good idea. Yeah. Oops, I did that early. My bad. Here, you know what? Hit stop. Wait for cooldown. Really, but it's the Lunar Shield boss. Yep. Again, Colombina's the power of Colombina doing a ton of damage in this team is locked behind having Llama. Colombina's going to do a lot less damage here, right? So, yeah. Needs 100k DPS even Fearless, pretty much. Yep. But maybe with Nefer Sig here, this is enough. Maybe with Nefer Sig and Colombina and Ino C6, maybe this is enough. Like this team, maybe because of my Ino C6 and Nefer Sig could do it. But I'm pretty sure if we most people probably don't have, well, I don't know. I think there's a non-zero amount of people that might have this situation without Llama, right? So maybe, I don't know. It's worth checking. Start again. And again, energy situation is not going to be as bad as it is here against the boss. I didn't trigger fast. God damn it, are you serious? There we go, okay.
No more lies.
I will just wait. I probably did that earlier than I had to, but oh well. Can I get energy? No? Okay, that sucks. Okay. That's pretty bad. There's some optimization to be done for energy there, but again, it's gonna change in the actual boss context.
No more lies. Seek within.
There might be some nuance of it making sense to do some Columbina charge attacks here. I'm not sure. They're kind of slow.
Surge. Honeymoons converge. Sharing my knowledge. Being done.
It all adds up. No more lies. The mystery unravels.
Pure. A moonlit night for all. Now cold roll. Make yourselves a room.
I don't know why I did E
It
first.
all adds up. No more lies.
By the way, Ino is not on the Sumeru Craftable. And like, I do definitely think if you're trying to get the most value out of this team, you should put Ino on the Sumeru Craftable. The Sumeru Craftable weapon does a similar buff to what C6 Ino does for Nefris damage. I have run the numbers on that before, so would definitely recommend. So like this damage is if you have Nefris signature weapon. Oh, we're already doing this. This is 2 minutes. So if you have Nefris signature weapon without an Ino C6, like just with an Ino C1, because Ino C1 does give an EM buff too, right? You should be able to get a similar amount of damage on the same build, obviously. And it is good builds, to be clear. So, can this clear the Fearless boss? Let's go run some numbers. Let's go run some numbers if I think this has a chance of clearing the Fearless boss. Go to Digicat. Man, it sucks that we're not going to have pre-release Stygian information from Digicat anymore.
I can keep up.
Okay, so new Fearless boss is 12.4 million HP. This is the Lunar Shield boss, right? 12.4 million HP. It has 2 phases of shield phase that gives its shield equal to 45% of its HP, but that shield takes 3 times lunar reaction damage. But then when you break the shield, and you only have like a normal 20-second rotation time to break the shield. Never gonna do fast enough rotations that you have a little bit more than a rotation functionally. But either way, when you break that shield, it goes through 20% of its HP each time. So if you do that twice, that means, and the shield phase for like a lunar team like this one should be able to be gotten through, I think. The problem is the non-shield phase, right? So 12.4 million, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to do 12.4 million times 0.6, right? This is how I've been estimating this. Is 7.4 million, about 7.5 million HP remaining. You have to do in the non-shield phase time, which is like not completely normal resistances because it does have a weakened state that loses some resistance. So I don't know exactly what the DPS check will be. But 7.5 million, and then if I'm being optimistic and we clear both of the shield phases together in, like if you combine them together in 40 seconds equivalent, this is also not factoring like slow start for like the energy and like boss animations, whatever. For being optimistic, I think we can divide this 7.4 million divided by 80 seconds. And what we need is 93,000 DPS. And that's, I think, being optimistic. So, like, I think even with Ino C6 here, so to be clear, the DPS number is a little bit suppressed here because of the really slow start. And there'd be a little bit faster start and the lower resistances. So actually, you know, factoring the lower resistances, I think this team probably can clear the Fearless boss. But it's probably going to take me optimization, and this is with additional 5-star investment. Again, C2 not hit is off. But
Would you like to go moon gazing?
this is with Nefris signature weapon, which is a significant upgrade. We'll go and show without
We could
Nefris
get
sig.
the moon. Face down at the
So like with the equivalent of the craftable, which is R1 Dawning Frost. And this is also with C6 Ino. But again, you can theoretically get the same damage as I have with C6 Ino here, but with the Sumeru craftable weapon, but it's more of a pain in the ass to build her with a Sumeru craftable. You know, you don't get the Fav energy, so it's not exactly equivalent to to say it's equivalent. I do think C6 Ino is better than the Sumeru craftable, because of the gameplay difference and energy difference.
I can keep up.
But, you know, theoretically, you don't need C6 Ino, I think. But also, like, C6 Ino, having Nefer and having C6 Ino is an unlikely combo, right? Yes, Ino's on instructors. So, either way, like, this is a pretty ideal scenario, I feel like. And it's, like, still sus. And this is thanks to Nefer's signature weapon. I'm pretty sure without Nefer Sig, it's just a straight up no. Like, regardless of your Ino investment, whatever, right? Obviously, unless you have, like, Columbina investment. If you have Columbina R1, maybe C1, C2, maybe that makes enough of a difference too. I don't know exactly. I'm not going to run the numbers on that. I don't have those. Well, I have her Sig, but I guess I could check with Columbina Sig, but not Never Sig. So we'll do that quick. Actually, wait, I forgot to. No, whatever, it's fine. We can run the comparison of having energy at the start as well. I should have done that there, but it's fine. We can do that with whatever weapon. So we'll go to this, and we're just gonna change this. And I think my crit rate though is gonna be a little. My crit rate is a little lower than I prefer with this. So I'm going to swap. I'm gonna swap to this. So we're losing some EM, but gaining a more healthy crit ratio with Dawning Frost. So yeah, we'll be at like closer to 80 crit rate. It's probably is. Wait. Sorry. What's my timepiece? It was the higher crit rate. Okay, never mind. Nefer Llama, Nefa Colombina's premium team, while others have not used a Nefa. Nefa's a good option. The problem is Nefa's not necessarily going to have 100% uptime on our lunar charge, and that can be tricky to do that. It can interfere with your lunar. Like I don't like it because I think having like doing double hydro, doing double dendro fixes like the initial rotation problems of generating your first verdant dew, which happens even in Abyss, right? But it matters for Stygian, it matters for Abyss to like generate verdant dew faster, and like Nefa can make that annoying. Same way, but like not that much more annoying than like Kuki is or whatever. And you get a shield, which is valuable for defensive utility for a lot of people. And then when you burst on Nefa, and ideally you want to burst every rotation in that team, you get an EM buff, which is significant. So, like, yes, and you can Pamber, you can Pamber Colombina for defensive utility, but some people will prefer the shield over Pamber, right? So, yeah. Anyways, no Sig, but with Llama, with Colombina, yes. I did that a little bit ago. I did that with Kuki. Oh wait, sorry. No Sig on Nefer? No. I mean, the one I did with Kuki, if you want to rewind, like subtract, I don't know, like 20%. I don't feel like I need to show that, but like it'll definitely be enough damage. And again, like it'll be like 120k. And again, but that was again like with the terrible start. It'd be functionally higher than 120k. Way more than enough to clear Fearless, the new boss. For sure. I shouldn't say way more, but it would be more than enough to clear Fearless if you have Llama, Nefer, Colombina with a decently invested builds and whatever and good gameplay. But it will definitely not clear Dire. Dire is stupid. Dire on the new boss is just bonkers. So, anyways, yeah, Inefa is definitely a compelling option. I know Jeff thinks she's the best like last slot, but like, I don't know. I feel like Inefa is much more valuable from a context to use elsewhere. In most contexts, if you have her, and you stick to the other compelling options for Nefer. But like, if you're really trying to cut the line of min-maxing things, maybe a consideration, right? But I don't think I'd pull Nefer. I don't think I'd pull a Nefa specifically for Nefer, right? Start. Okay, we'll do Stygian start again. Okay, only thing changed here is slight build difference for weapon, different non-signature weapon. My prediction is we're going to get like 65 to 70k. Oh, there we go. Okay, it's fine.
It all adds up.
Okay.
Roll, roll, roll.
Good.
Make yourselves at home. Don't claw. Ding dong, winner.
No more lies.
It all adds up. Surge. Reruns confirmed. Sharing my knowledge.
Why do I keep doing that? I need to do... Yeah, whatever.
No more lies.
Okay, looks like it's a little better than I thought it was going to be.
Can't hide the truth.
A new moon rises. Minute to memory.
Actually, I'm slightly confused why...
It all adds up.
Oh, no. No, it kind of matches. Never mind.
Can't hide the truth.
I was maybe just overvaluing her signature weapon a little bit.
Surge. Roll, roll, roll. The Temple of Wisdom.
Oh, wait. I remember. I know why. I know why it's a little better than I was expecting. I forgot to turn off C2 Nahida this time. Yup. Yup, thank you. Artifact sets on Bina and Ino. Serenaded Bina, Ino on instructors. Almost forgot. Almost forgot. Minus. Okay, return character 4. Okay, there we go. Alright. I also didn't put the advanced stats up. Okay. Start. Hurts when you subtract crit rolls. Yeah. You need to do it. Oh, we're starting with a verdant this time. God damn it. Okay. You know what? I'm just gonna not dash cancel to simulate that for simplicity.
No more lies.
I think there's still a slight advantage by starting with a verdant here, but whatever. Wait, did I not Ino burst before? Whatever.
Minute to memory. Sharing my knowledge.
I think it's fine. Wasn't really needed there because we started with the do.
Seek within.
Surge. A new midnight for all. Roll, roll, roll. Make yourselves at home. Ding dong, butterball.
Can't hide the truth. No more lies.
Reruns converge.
Whoops.
Sharing my knowledge.
Oh, I did that.
It all adds up.
Probably more optimal usage of Nefer's burst here in between skills. It used to be that Nefer burst in between skills made a lot of sense, but the extra verdant do from Columbina means that, like, I don't know.
No more lies.
Anyways, it's still a little bit better than I expected, but I think it looks like we're peaking at looks like we're peaking at about 80k.
Seek within.
One more rotation, maybe we'll actually get up to 90.
This way, Colonel. The Temple of Wisdom.
No more lies.
No, I don't think we're quite at 90. Do this to end it. All right, that's close enough. It's about similar. So 85k. I mean, is it possible that this might clear? It's possible, because it's possible this might actually clear. Again, this is Ino C6 though, but again, Ino C6 can, you know, this is Ino C6 without the Sumero craftable. You could theoretically have Ino C6 with, or sorry, Ino without C6 with the Sumero craftable, picking up the leaf properly, ideal gameplay going on, whatever, should be about similar to this. So, and this is Dawning Frost, basically exactly the same as her craftable weapon at R5. So, honestly, like, but you can see how little like Nefer's damage contribution went up here, like a lot here for the percentage based contribution. We went from 70 something percent to 85%, which is not. It seems like not that much, but you know. Anyways, whatever. I don't know. It's actually better than I expected. Is my point. So maybe I should have featured this. I don't know. The thing is, I didn't have access to like show this kind of thing, in the creator server, by the way. So if I had access to this in the creator server, I absolutely would have showed it. Why does the DPS keep on increasing? Shouldn't it stabilize after 2 to 3 rotations? In this team, I think it's because of us. Well, we can go verify this with the good energy start. Actually, we have dew right now too, so we'll turn it to abyss mode and start with energy and with dew. So this will be simulated in like chamber 2 or 3 of abyss, not the first chamber. But yeah, you start out with no buffs, right? In general, right? And especially in Stygian at least. And the damage you're getting there, we're seeing a slow ramp up. Like what this team should cheat at is closer to what it should be at the end. And yeah, anyways, I think it started to stabilize towards the end, but it's the same behavior we saw with the llama team too. But yeah, and so I don't know. It's borderline. It is really borderline though for the new boss. Like I do think if we switched Colombina to signature weapon, like Colombina to Sig, obviously Nefer Sig, that's like okay, now it's enough. But again, like most people probably don't have the ability to use Ino to their full extent. But maybe you have a Nefa kind of thing. Maybe you have something else that could work. So I don't know. There's people that will probably clear the new boss without Llama, but with Colombina with Nefer. For what it's worth though, it's still so much harder than like. Because remember, I did Nefer clearing Fearless in its entirety, like clearing every Fearless boss when Nefer came out, which 2 of the bosses were, Shilling Not Cry, to some extent or another. One of the bosses very much wasn't, and like was a pain in the ass to do, but I was able to clear all 3 of those bosses at Fearless with Nefer, without her signature weapon. So on either Dawning Frost or Widzith I used for all the clears, and with entirely 4-star characters. And like that's not possible. That's not possible with the new boss. That's just not. Even though it's Lunar Shield. I might be able to clear the Fatui with Never with only 4-star characters, whatever.
Why does Ashru sit up on
So
the counter? To welcome our clients, of course.
Anyways,
He's gotta earn his kibble somehow.
we don't know the algorithm depends on delayed feedback of the game. Yeah, there's possible there's some delay in it, but I'm not sure exactly. So anyways, let's check quick compared to having energy at the start and having burden 2 at the start. Oops.
It all adds up. It all falls into place. Can't hide the truth. Seek within.
No, it doesn't take you very long to access the test dummies. You just have to go through a little bit of a cutscene.
It all adds up. The deception ends here.
By the way, Nefer's Burst matters more in non-Llama teams. As an FYI. I think a lot of people actually neglect to utilize Nefer's Burst. And it mattered more pre-Columbina, I would say. But like, it matters enough that like, it would be a consideration where like, you saw how close I was there to like, not having to wait for particles to do a Nefer Burst there. It would be potentially worth getting like 1 or 2 extra ER rolls in order to do that. This is a crown Nefer Burst, by the way.
No more lies.
mean, it evens out, I guess, over time, which makes sense. Only difference is the faster start, really. So, yeah. Yes, DPS does go up with burst. But the reason it's more of a relative damage contribution with a non-Llama team is Llama is really, really focused on buffing like Lunar Bloom, like the charge attack damage. It's a big part of Llama's burst, right? Llama still does buff Nefer's burst from like the res shred she gives and whatnot. But a lot of the components of Llama's buff for Nefer is just focused on lunar talent damage. In this team, you don't have the same. You have some buffs, obviously, that are focused on buffing lunar talent damage, like the artifact set 4-piece bonus from Serenade and the Night Sky set. And then you have Columbina's burst, right? Is getting a lunar damage bonus. So that's not buffing Nefer's burst damage. But all the EM buffs are. Anyways, the relative lower, the lower, you lose basically without Llama. You lose much more on Nefer's charge attacks. This is the simple explanation. Without Llama, you lose much more on Nefer's charge attacks than you do on Nefer's burst, right? And therefore, Nefer's burst is doing more relative damage contribution, and it's more relevant to level it up. It's more relevant to consider using it every rotation. Like, I don't think with Llama, Colombina, Nefer, I am going to prioritize bursting every rotation on Nefer. I don't think it's needed. It's not bad. Like, I think you should do it whenever, and if it might be actually better on like if one energy recharge roll is the difference maker. But anyways, it is one of the things I min-maxed around when I played Nefer, doing like that full Fearless Clear originally, and I have found Nefer's burst to be very valuable. So yeah, but balanced in a good way, in my opinion, where you don't have to stress that much about it necessarily. But again, depends on your build situation and the team and whatever. An alternative to building extra ER, to be clear, I have both Colombina and Nahida on Prototype Ember on this team. That's kind of not needed. It's like a little bit of additional healing if you need it, right? But like, I personally could definitely survive, and Nefer naturally dodges a lot of attacks when doing dashes. So, I would probably actually put Nahida in hindsight. I should have put Nahida on Fab in this team, and that would have been enough energy probably to burst on her. The burst that I missed. Yeah. 2-piece EM on Llama. Does that mean the team no longer uses instructors? Correct. Yes. You're basically sacrificing instructors in favor of just more EM on Llama, which it can be worth it in some team contexts for sure. Such as replacing Ino with Llama here. But yeah. Ino stack up with Kuki or for this. I guess we can try. Yeah. Why not? And this will be the last thing we check. I think we've done enough Nefer testing. Again, Flynn's, I think Colombina is really nice for Flynn's. Flynn's can have stronger teams with Colombina without even having an Nefa. Like, I really, really liked Fischl, like doing Fischl with C6 Fischl, double Hexerai, and Duran, Colombina, Flynn's. When I tried that on the test server, that was really, really enjoyable, and not that much worse. Like, I'm pretty sure that team still clears Dire on the Fatui boss, and that was like a boss that has a bias towards an Nefa, right? And it still clears. It also still clears the Fearless boss, right? With good builds and whatever. So yeah. Anyways, just try swapping out. My Cookie's still on her Sapu Blade build, by the way, with instructors. So yep. We do want to do Nahida after Kuki though for this. Also, Columbina's Yarny is going to be more annoying, but I'm just going to do the Abyss test. So what I should do is Columbina into Kuki and into Nahida, which is fine. Actually, we're going to Nahida E first. We need to turn off Nahida. God damn it. Turn off Nahida, crit value again. Tend to we're going to get the Death Shred, by the way, but the Death Shred doesn't do anything other than it'll uplift. Well, the Death Shred will uplift Nahida's damage a little bit. It'll uplift Columbina's non-lunar damage a little bit. I don't think that's a very significant portion, but if we see Nahida doing something like 20% of team DPS, then I guess it might be. Turn. Character 4. Oops. The fuck did I just do? Don't think I added anything. Okay. Return. Alright, return. Yeah, there's no option to really turn off the depth shred, so. Autumn, subscribe with tier 1, subscribe for 3 months. Hello. How's it going, Autumn? Thanks for the subscription. Do the Versa test? No, I can test Versa shortly. Deep spawn behind, so it was a little annoying. Why did that first? But whatever, it's fine. Party-wide stat change option? I don't think that's possible right now. I can message them though if you want. We're hitting 90k. Alright. Maybe I know his back character. I mean, honestly, this just shows the power of the leaf. Why are we hitting this high, actually? Wait, what's Nahida? Is it the dash shred from Nahida? Oops. Is that mattering? I guess it does buff never burst. Okay. So, again, buff comparison wise, like, I know C6 should be pretty similar to the leaf buff. Well, maybe not, though. Well, no, it should be pretty similar still. And then Kuki, instructors versus instructors, same difference. I know is doing C1 buff. Like, my brain is struggling to compute why it's better. Other than Nahida C2. The component that I can't turn off, the depth shred. It's not a well-built Nahida, to be clear. Like, this Nahida is 25 crit rate, 57 crit damage. Snitty Potato, hello. Aggravates? Yeah, it might literally just be the aggravate. So, like, and the aggravates again are, like, aggravates from Nefer. Maybe it is just the depth shred because the non-lunar bloom damage is not ignoring defense, right? So that means Nahida's depth shred is affecting Nefer's aggravates and affecting her burst. So I'm pretty sure Kuki is not better than I know C6 here without Nahida C2. I think this is a Nahida C2's depth shred difference, and it's not a huge one, right? We're talking like 5k DPS. But I don't know if you have Nahida C2, I guess it's a thing to be aware of. But unfortunately, I don't have a way to turn that off properly here and account for that. So, yeah, anyways. At the very least, to be clear, this shows that, like, yes, Kuki is a compelling option as an alternative to Aino. And particularly if you have, like, a C0 Aino and you have a R5 Sapwood Blade available, she's a more compelling Sapwood Blade holder than Aino is a compelling holder for the Sumeru Retractable. Because Aino needs to burst. Kuki doesn't, right? Why is the layout flipped? So that you can see the character attributes. I guess I don't need to show the character attributes, do I? Well, no, I don't need. You know what? I'm gonna message the thing. I would like an option to be able to show. I'm gonna message the creator of this, Cosmos. Be like, hey, would it be that much trouble to have a details screen that shows character individual DPS without the attributes? But anyways, I'm gonna. This is just motivating me to figure out my stream format so that I can just make the chat more readable in general. Basically.
Something on your mind again? Let's work through it together. Two heads are better than one.
Just so there's less screen clutter. Alright. Diona Elegy. Diona has long rotations to do burst, and you had to burst to use Elegy. But anyways. Wait, what does this show? Okay. Here, you can see a combat log, by the way, which is appreciated. So, if we... Can we output this data? I don't know if there's a way to output this data easily. But this data, theoretically, by the way, could let us break down some things. We are having, yeah, okay. I don't know. We did have 25 aggravates and 27 spreads from Nefer. 29 spreads from Nahida, but again, Nahida's damage contribution isn't very high. It's not nothing. Like, without a C2, Nahida is probably, with the same build, would be, like, a little bit lower, but, like, just the Nahida damage contribution with C2 and a little bit of Death Shred buffing some of Nefer's damage is probably enough to get the 5k DPS. It's gotta be what it is, because, like, Kuki's buffs that she's providing is fundamentally basically similar to what I was, or a little bit worse than what I was doing with Ino, right? So... I thought icy pills were enough to stack. Are they? I thought they weren't because I could be wrong. I thought they weren't because they hit in too close a frequency to each other, but I might be wrong. Could definitely be wrong. Alright. I need to go grab my water bottle quick. And then we can move on to testing other things. I'm done testing the I don't know, what do you want to call this? Intended meta use case, I guess, of Columbina. Like, I don't know. I do like Colombina with Never without Llama, right? I think, like, I know I had that one chatter that was upset I didn't show Never with Colombina without Llama, but, like, I don't know. Again, it was a problem. If I had the DPS checker, I would have probably had a different result. My intuition was wrong, is what I would say, in that, like, I thought the value for Nefer, for Colombina for Nefer without Llama was just going to be like the feel level of like the extrovert and do. But I think it is good enough that, again, like poll prioritization would be Llama for Nefer over Colombina for Nefer, to be clear. But Colombina is here right now, and Llama is, we know Llama's almost assuredly not rerunning next patch. So like, chances are you can pull Colombina now for Nefer and get Llama on her rerun. Right? And you will see an improvement from having Colombina for Nefer. So, I'm willing to admit that I think I should have showed this team and tested it more properly on the creator server. I apologize for not doing that, including in the video, because I had finite time and I had to test a lot of different things and I had to pick the things I wanted to show. So, yeah. Colombia is more universal than Llama. I mean, Llama enables more compelling teams on her own, but anyways, I'm blind to the lens flare. Anywho's. So, yeah. Test down Elegy later. Yeah, let me know. I could be wrong, misremembering. Let me go grab my water. Can I get this propped up? He's definitely gonna tip over my phone. Can I do it like this? Yeah, that works. Sick. I'm just leaning out on the desk. Oh, wait, I can even... Here. Oh, I forgot. I disturbed him. My bad. It's fine. He's a cat. He go back to sleep. Alright. So C6 Nicole is happening. I mean, I need to see what kinds of, like, I don't know if there's any core limitations in here, but I'm pretty sure the custom combat is good enough. Like, it wasn't just a testing dummy I wanted. The testing dummy is very, very valuable. But I think the custom combat is good enough that it fulfills my requirement of custom combat existing. I will be upset, to be clear, if they don't improve certain things. I already have like a list of things that I do think are obvious that need to be improved, and like the current implementation restricts some ideas that could be made for like combat modes in like if I want to do certain things, like make like I had an idea for putting all abysses. I need to go grab my water. I had an idea to put all abysses as a Miliastra world. Would be fun. And like, can you just fight all abysses sequentially? Well, you can't bring multiple teams in right now, right? And there, you could do like a saving function where it saves a run from like I go into it, a player goes into it, you save a run with one team that goes through one side of the abyss, and then they have to exit and come in and select a different team that goes to the other side. Like you can probably implement something like that. There's clunky workarounds, but it should just support multiple teams, in my opinion, and it should support changing builds in between. I think it's important also for gameplay ideas for, you know, Miliastra on a multiplayer level. There is multiplayer combat modes that could be made with custom combat, and I think part of that being relevant for certain ideas, like if you want to do something that's more competitive, like if you're competing on the contribution different characters would have, like for let's say you're doing a raid boss idea in co-op. Or just something competitive in general, where there's a leaderboard, whatever. If we want leaderboards to be fair, there needs to be a function to set characters' constellation levels to 0, at least for 5 stars. But then also that's like, you can also argue that's not quite fair, because like maybe it's not fair to say, you know, comparing a C2 an old character is equivalent to C0 of a new character kind of thing, right? But anyways, either way, there should be the function there to give the creator of a level control if they feel that makes sense. Let me ban Moeka from every stage. I think you can do that. I think you can do that, by the way, because when you go into, you can see when we go into the testing dummy, character restrictions. Oh, whoops, the cat cam is on right now. You see right here? It says character restrictions. So I'm pretty sure we can actually, you can actually just say no, you can't use Moeka. So anyways, and anyways, and then there's like other things that are more nuanced. For example, I was talking to Cosmos, who is the creator of the testing that we were using, and they mentioned that there's, I was suggesting some kind of like tool, because you know how like we were manually inputting removing like Nahi to C2 crit damage. I suggested some kind of work that like, this would be annoying, but let's say you were considering getting Colombina signature weapon. Maybe just for the current banners available, Cosmos could implement a preset button that was able to look at your current Columbina build with like prototype amber, and then you could press a preset button that said like simulate Columbina signature weapon, right? By adding crit damage to Columbina and removing some HP rolls, right? The reason we can't do that, or the reason we shouldn't do that, is one, because like there's more nuance to things than just removing stats sometimes, which includes like the difference in how like Columbina signature weapon generates energy compared to how prototype amber generates energy. But then the other problem is there's no function to see what a player's characters have equipped. And was my heart not exploding at Dee Dee's cuteness? I mean, I have it 100% of the time, so it's easy to, anyways. So yada yada blah blah blah. Point being, this mode has a lot of potential. I suspect people will do cool things with it. But being able to pass just like a damage dummy testing, the ability to do something like see what a person is using, it'd be nice if I could know what a player is using to be able to design, let's say like a Hollow Zero equivalent or a simulated universe equivalent in Miliastra Wonderland. That should be doable, and that is one that's fine that there's only one team, in my opinion. So, you know, create this like weird roguelike mode where you have different paths of different rooms that have different enemy situations you go for, and give the player choice for what to choose. All kinds of ideas you can do there, right? That's good. But what if, you know, there's a million different kinds of buffs you could consider like giving in that kind of mode, right? Like you get a buff each time you beat a chamber kind of thing. What if, you know, you could have something that looked at what characters a player was using so that the system biased towards excluding or including certain kinds of buffs that were more or less fitting, like with some kind of weighting system to the characters you're using. Because obviously having a buff card that shows up that says you get animo damage bonus when you're not playing any animo DPS is not like a card that people want to see. And obviously you'll like have like a selection system so people can choose to get it, right? Like it's not like it's a solvable, it's not like it's that big of an issue on a level, but having the ability to look at what people have equipped can influence things that you want to implement on a game design level, right? So there's all kinds of like minor improvements here they can make, and also I have no idea what the limit, if there's limitations right now on the kinds of enemies we can put in. I don't know if we can, for example, I mentioned before, if we can put in the plunge boss from the previous Stygian into here. I hope we could. I know we can simulate stats, but I don't know if we can simulate the exact mechanics where like you get that attack buff as you jump in the air. Like that exact nuance of getting that buff. Like I would really like to be able to just fight that plunge boss again right now. I don't know if we can implement that either, and I hope they let us do that in the future. So there's all kinds of improvements. There's obviously some limitations, but I don't think there's enough limitations that like breaks the core of this being custom combat. And I look forward to seeing what people make in the future, and I plan on trying to make something myself and get used to it. So anyways, let me go grab my water bottle, and then we'll return to testing things that I think are a little bit more interesting than, yes, Columbina is good for Nodcry 5 stars, go figure. We'll test other Nodcry 5-star things, to be clear, because again, I do think that is where a lot of her power level is, but we'll test some other stuff. So yeah, BRB. He left you. He doesn't like you. No, don't. Or really, dude. No. That was not an invite to sit in my... Okay. Well. Yeah. He got out. He followed me. And then I came back to the chair. And then bro sits in my chair. You know, Columbina's eyes slowly closed during her ult as an indicator it's ending. Interesting. That is not a very helpful indicator, but good to know. That's a very fine detail. All right, here. Let go of the chair. Retract your claws, dude. Please, thank you. Plop. No, don't. Let me sit down. He immediately tried to get back in the chair. All right. Are there already combat stages, not only dummy? Someone mentioned something was here, but yeah. If anyone's found stuff that's interesting, or just a demonstration of things being possible, feel free to DM me. I think he likes your chair. Yeah, well, now he's in my lap, so, you know. There was an abyss chamber? Yeah, okay. So, there's something like that. Is it just like one of the current abysses or something? They just duplicated it? It's like, I'll probably do that as a proof of concept, too. Alright, anyways. Hello, Crown Prince. So, what do we want to test next? Do we want to move on so we can... Do we want to test it? I say either main DPS, Bina, Lunar Crystallized stuff. So this would be, you know, solo Columbina and solo Nogcry stuff. Or with double Nogcry, we should test both. Like one thing I haven't tested yet, I didn't test. I assume the best Noelle Lunar Crystallized thing is probably Noelle Anefa Columbina, not Farina Columbina. But it had Kenki. Okay, nice. So, what's y'all preference? Do you want to see Lunar Crystallize main DPS Bina, or we do the Vressa and Nefa? Vressa without a Nefa test quick as well. Pick someone, anyone. Say a preference. I'm doing this stream not just for you. I mean, I'm doing it for me to some extent, but. Crystallize it is. Alright. From my spelling of her name, one may understand the answer. Alright. I said a while ago the Geo stuff. Well, I apologize. I'm not reading chat from a while ago. I'm reading chat right now. Alright, we'll do Crystallize. So I did an Abyss clear, or, okay. I did an Abyss clear, but the Abyss currently is very anti-Lunar Crystallize, I will say. It will, so I'm not gonna do it to the sort of service of that. We'll do Lunar Crystallize testing and the damage dummy. This is again one of those valuable things about custom combat being existing, is when they design an Abyss or Stygian or whatever particular way that's just anti whatever idea you have. Hey, sweet, we have alternative content. The only chamber that was like fine for Lunar Crystallize was to actually show it being pretty decent. Was the third chamber second half, which means I have to go through the whole ass Abyss to no, basically. So we'll just use this. Wait, we need to reconfigure builds first. God damn it. Actually, I think they're still configured. I think. So, all right. So I'll show what I did last night briefly.
Oh, how exciting!
First, which this is a non-double Nodcry team, to be clear, but I do have the Nodcry DPS set on Noelle, which presumably is not ideal. So this is a Noelle build that is not very ideal. She has like 47 crit rate plus the 15% that she'll get from the Nodcry set, and then some crit and whatever. Like she'll contribute and help, but like this is a pretty low investment simulator. Also, this is with her on the event weapon, the same one people use on Ino. I forgot what it's called, Flame Forged, whatever. I think the one that gives energy and a bunch of EM. So, anyways, and then we will put in Farina. I'm gonna show this one at a baseline. This is not gonna be incredible, but at the same time, I feel like it's gonna be better than people expect. And if it weren't for this Abyss, like having two chambers, one that's immune to Hydro, one that is one's plunging, that makes things really awkward. I feel like this is going to be a more than compelling enough Abyss clearing team, and for the vast majority of player experiences would be more than compelling enough in general. And this is a C2 Farina, to be clear, but again, Farina's damage contribution isn't going to be that insane, although it's more relevant in this kind of team, to be clear. So it does matter a little more, but I don't think it makes a fundamental difference. Anyways, last slot you have options for. I do think, okay, the cat is going to start pressing keys, by the way. Like, sir, this is maybe the worst position you can take. Anyways, so, oh shit, no, oh fuck. Why is there a timer? I'm assuming that's probably not the creator's fault. I'm pretty sure there's just a set timer on Hoyo's end. Again, things they can hopefully freaking tweak. Do not want to do Nefer. Do not think that's ideal. Inefa very well may be the ideal. Here though. Miss Oshru. Oh, there he is. He was on the cat tree a little bit ago, but apparently he is relocated. He is blending in into the void. Whoop. Veressa, yeah, we can show Veressa in a second, sorry. Start game. Actually, you know what? Honestly, okay. Veressa is a really easy one to check quick.
Will there be enough food? If not, I brought my own stash.
Okay, I don't know what Veressa's build is right now. Fuck. It's so annoying that you can't check the detail screen here. Hoyo Versa, how the fuck did you implement this and not consider that as a factor? God damn it. Anyways, it's fine. It's fine. I'm willing to believe they will fix that.
Anyone need a coach?
So it's gonna be Veressa, Columbina. I don't know. I don't really think this will be that good, to be clear. But I'm assuming you're asking on like a, you don't have that many options level. What will the lunar reaction provide here? So you said without a Nefa, you didn't say without double nod cry. Lauma's probably best in slot here, but if you are using Columbina. But what the hell is the other option? Shit. Just a red shredder probably. Let's just do like sucrose. I don't know.
Experiment.
I DM'd you one, thank you. Natural habitat of the desk, yeah. Alright. We'll check Abyss context. I think Veressa was Sig, okay. And Veressa was Sig with the correct build. Okay, so this is Sig weapon Veressa, keep that in mind. So I don't know, that it's a pretty significant upgrade, so subtract what, 25, 30%? I don't know, right? Depending on the weapon, alternate weapon you have, I don't know, depends. I have Lost Bear, so it might not be quite that big, but anyways. It's also C6 Eons on, if that matters. Was Sucrose on Wid Diff? Did I lose a skill? I think I just bungled something. I definitely missed a burst. Okay, well, skill issue gameplay here. Also, Colombina should probably be on Tenacity in this team, by the way. But whatever, I'm using Sig weapon, so who cares? Yeah, on a level of, does this compare to Veressa's best teams? Considering we have signature weapon, no, in my opinion. I might do that first. But it's usable. I don't think that, again, pick content relative to the characters you have that is appropriate. This is a Veressa that can clear Abyss, right? So without her signature weapon, it'd be a little bit worse. But we again don't have ideal builds going on necessarily, but you know. I think you could potentially struggle with like a C0 Eons on Veressa with craftable weapon. I didn't have Sucrose on TTS either. Sucrose should have been on TTS, not freaking Wizith. So, you know, there's enough factors here that I didn't like configure correctly, like Tenacity, Colombina, Sucrose, TTS. But I do have, you know, C6 Eons on, and I had Veressa on Sig. So like, I think it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, enough that like this is viable to clear Abyss, but probably not comfortable for a lot of people, realistically. Is that optimal rotation? Oh, fuck no, probably not. I'm not a very good Veressa player, and I don't play her that often. I should stop the DPS tracker. But I don't know. Reaching 70k, and I assume with TTDS, Tenacity, even with a lower investment Eons on, you probably still, like, Lost Prayers Veressa, I guess, still can get 60k without a problem. That's fine. It's not particularly incredible, but you know, this is kind of the experience I feel like using Colombina solo Nod Cry in general. And she's not like incredible, but still can do enough damage on her own and synergize with whatever characters that can work with some flexible different combinations of elements and do well, right? Columbina is doing what, 23% of the damage here? Yeah, so. And you could also probably increase team DPS by throwing in maybe, I was gonna say Duran, I don't know. Maybe Verasa, Duran, Colombina is a good option as well. Then Verasa's damage contribution is gonna go down a lot though, but you know. So, yep. And that's going to look relatively similar to what we do with Noelle here, by the way. So the Noelle build is definitely lower investment. The Noelle build I think is going to be more of a worst case scenario. God damn it, I can't exit again. Shit, whatever, it's fine. Noelle.
I will protect you.
Colombina. We will check. We're going to do the one I did last night first. With Chiori. So it's Chiori on a Harbinger of Dawn. C0 Chiori. I think we want rotation to be like Columbina into Farina into Chiori. Noelle I think is my preferred. Yeah, this is not a Stygian team for sure. I mean, well, okay, maybe with enough investment like Red Horn, Noelle, whatever signature weapon on Columbina, blah 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 blah. Maybe with enough investment, this is Stygian capable in some contexts. To be clear, it has the potential to be meaningfully better than your oranges here. But at a baseline, right, this is like we have non-ideal artifact sets. Neither non-cry artifact set is fully powered up, right? And blah 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 blah. So, anyways, I haven't, when I was testing before, I haven't found a meaningful difference to doing spin to win versus just normal attacks, and I like just normal attacking. But yeah, Noelle is on the event weapon here. That gives her energy. And I think that's also a very compelling choice to consider using if you, in particular, it's a compelling choice if you are playing with a Navia, so her energy needs, you know, solo Geo, even more need to have an energy weapon, right? So like, you know, this is a lower investment team than that in Verasa, right? No 5-star weapon, no 4-star C6 that's like not a lot of people don't have C6 Eons on, right? More people do now than they used to, but and yeah, it's with Chiori, but Chiori's like the most optional unit here. And I don't know, right? Like this is pretty good in my opinion. I know, like, Zajeff would scoff at it because, you know, he must only play one bajillion DPS teams, otherwise everything else doesn't exist to him. But reaching 65k with, like, non-optimal builds, I don't know. And, like, there's potential min-max with Colombina, I think, in the new artifact set here. Oh, I don't have the details up. You can see right now, yeah, it's relatively even damage distribution. Again, though, the lunar crystallized damage I think is not. It's being tracked, I believe, for the DPS tracker. But okay, we can stop. We've been doing it for 2 minutes. I believe it's tracking properly for total DPS, but it doesn't contribute to the individual characters. There's just no tracking and reactions at all, as you can see. So that's obviously how much of the team DPS is lunar crystallized. I don't know. We'll know if they implement that in the future. Leakers start using this map for showcase. They might. I don't know if the private server supports being able to, like, private server would have to be tweaked a little bit to support something like this. But anyways, like hitting this high of DPS with the, you know, C0 Chiori on Harbinger of Dawn, Noelle on event weapon, non-ideal artifact situations, it is a C2 Frina, and you know that matters. Like a non-C2 Frina probably subtract at least 5k DPS, maybe more. But you know, yeah, Chiori out damaging Frina and Columbina. Yep. So I don't know, and there's stuff to test here with like I might make a video. I don't know, I'll just decide. I don't know. There's a lot of things to different aspects to Colombina to potentially make a dedicated video about. I gotta investigate stuff with Lunar Crystallize in general, to see how it triggers. But I think we can. I'm down to go test here with this exact team, putting Noelle. I would love to put Colombina on like not Serenade build. Like, what if we sacrifice like, no Nogcry artifact sets at all? Like the Nogcry support and DPS set from previously. Just the new artifact set in Colombina, because her energy needs should be usable on that, right, with double Hydro. And then Noelle on Marsh, say Hunter, like you would normally use with Frina. Or 4-piece Husk, but I don't have 4-piece Husk. Yeah, we can do the same thing with Navia, we'll do that. I'm definitely down to try that. I also want to compare Navia, even with only one Nogcry unit, with only 15% crit rate. I want to compare Navia with the Nogcry DPS set compared to the build I have on her signature artifacts, whatever they're called. 2 years since Chiori released, but I'm the cutting edge of fashion voice line. Still makes me laugh. Yeah, it is fun. So, anyways, I think this is really compelling for the investment required in it. There's a lot of details to mess around with it, like to know what's ideal here, but I don't know. At a baseline, I'm really happy with Lunar Crystallize, right? And that's the same conclusion I kind of had originally from the creator server, so not a big surprise here. But let's go. Let's switch Noelle. I want to do one change. I want to switch Noelle to Marshall Say Hunters, and see if that is an interesting change. Yun Jin instead of Chiori. That could be interesting. Yeah. Alright. We'll keep this weapon on her. I don't know. I think this is a really interesting weapon, again, for Lunar Crystallize. I'm most interested in seeing how it performs. I could use Serpent Spine and increase her talon damage, and that's probably relevant, to be clear. But, man, Noelle's energy needs are something else. It's the main thing that stopped me from playing Noelle in the future. Or in the future. It will stop me from playing Noelle in the future, maybe. But it has stopped me from playing Noelle in the past. Oh, and my Mars just say artifacts that are ideal are kind of the same as my Chiori artifacts. Well, the Chiori's using off-piece, so we can find a different off-piece for Chiori. Yeah, just steal Malika's piece. It's fine. Okay. Yeah. Whoops. 2 Shalon and E with Fab should be good for ER 120-ish. Yeah. I'm aware. I just found it clunky still when I've tried it in the past. And I didn't like having to force Shalon in. But testing Shalon in here is one of the things to check. Shalon instead of Chiori. Okay, Geo bonus, whatever. So use this. Check this first. And then off-piece what? Off-piece what? I mean, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Let's just try that. All right. That is... I think we need a crit rate circlet. I guess Chiori can maybe have her circlet back. Let's see what onset pieces we have. Flat def. Oh yeah, I have that. I guess I have this now. I forgot I had that. Let's try this. And then a crit rate circlet. We could try that. Do we want ER defense percent there? Def ER. Let's try this just for crit min maxing. Okay, 36% crit rate. This is a functional amount of crit, and hopefully enough ER. Let's try like that. Something funky. Playing Forge Insight. 1600 def build. Maybe. So one of those AoE testing? I don't know. There might be yet. Might not. By the way, I got a message from Cosmos about the UI thing, and basically just messaged that trying to keep essentials to keep things simple. That's fair. But managing the UI of Miliastra is incredibly painful, and there's a lot of limiting factors. So, yeah, sounds good. I get it. I get it. All right. Cat cam. Oh, I just did a cat cam a second ago, so this will be a shorter one. But look, is a rotund little blob. Bramp. Bramp. But if you watch the VOD, you can get a bunch of cat content from his little a few minutes ago. Anyways, Shoy the Void Creature. Oh my gosh. Oh, Void Creature's gone. Oh no, never mind. He sat in the blanket I left on the floor. Croissant. Alright, anyways. Okay. Looks like a bunny. Yeah, a little bit. Okay. That's good enough. Okay. It's good enough to test at the very least. Nafra's cat? Yup. Mm-hmm. Well, right now it doesn't seem fundamentally different. It sure as heck seems basically exactly the same right now. But I don't know what. I'm not paying attention to the exact individual character contribution. If Noelle's damage contribution is higher, probably a little bit better. Yeah, I think it is a little bit better. So we did it for like 2 minutes before, and it took 2 minutes to like creep up to 60. Okay, it's definitely better. So yes, MH is probably the way to go in this specific team. Right, spending too long on her. So yeah, a little bit better. So yeah, Noelle's damage matters, which is not that surprising, I guess, because she was the primary damage dealer. But that does confirm basically kind of what I thought, which is that you can invest further into Columbina's damage, invest further into Noelle's damage, invest further into Chiori's damage, whatever. And obviously Chiori and Noelle will be the priority here, and that matters. So yeah. And you probably just stick to like the normal good artifact sets that are typically good on them. But if you're playing without Frina with Inefa instead, then maybe the non-cry DPS set is a little bit more compelling. So I guess we could check that. Actually, okay, we'll use the current build we have first, sorry, but we'll check with Shalonin. We'll see what that does. So remove Chiori's damage contribution, but add Shalonin buff, which will also buff the reaction, right? Science Lab DPS. Oh, okay. I did see that one actually in the list. I'll try to add it to my list. Actually, just go at it now. But I don't think we need to go test that right now. But I will probably later. Not necessarily in this stream. But yeah. Anyways, so we'll test Shalonen because I think that's a valid comparison, obviously. And again, I think actually min-maxing. Like, we can put a crit weapon on Noelle and probably push, like, I can probably push that team to 70k DPS just with a different weapon on, I presume, a different weapon on Noelle, but I have to figure out her ER needs and whatever. Anyways, my Shalonen should be on scroll with her Sig weapon. I do have a C2 Shalonen, which is going to give damage bonus. It's going to give HP to Colombina, I guess. And Farina. Should I disable it? Ugh. What does it give? 45% HP and 50% Geo. I can't remove the damage bonus right now, actually. I'd have to remove a goblet from Noelle, so... Well, you know what? I'll at least remove Shalonen's signature weapon. We'll just keep things simple there. Signature weapon basically makes a similar amount of difference as C2 does. C2 is only a little bit better, to be clear, in this team context that we're going to be evaluating, but yeah. Okay, so scroll C2. Just keep it simple. If Shalonen is not better with C2 on Fav than Chiori, then I'd think you don't use Shalonen, is what I would say. If it were to wager... I don't know. What do I think it's waiting? Actually, wait. I wanna search for that other one. Science. Science. Oh my god. Can I backspace properly? There you go. Okay. Geo healer? Yes. Noelle. Sorry. But also Shalonen.
Is it time to go?
Both of them. How does this Noelle compare to my imaginary character who does massive ludicrous damage on E activation? What? Sorry, what are you trying to mean? Sorry. I don't have Ningguang level. Is that if that's what you're trying to... Like, what the fuck do you want me to do with Ningguang? With a level 20 Ningguang. 40 or whatever. Oh, Jibai. I'm a dumbass. Okay. You can just say Jibai. Sorry. Jibai will be stronger. Like, yeah. That's all. I don't know. We will do Shalonen after Columbina. Yeah, it's definitely better. We get 70k. Yes, we can. Did I E? I did. Okay. Maybe like 16k takes from the reaction. Not bad. Okay, I think Shalonen is better even without C2. We can go try to turn C2 Shalonen off though. So yeah, I don't know what pushing 75k with Shalonen. So is that somewhat sad that Shilonen is better than Shiori? Maybe. I don't know. This is Shilonen C2 without her sig weapon though. So okay, how do I approximate this? So right now there's no function. I think they're gonna add. I think Cosmo's gonna add it, but there's no function to remove damage bonus right now. And I have 50% geo damage bonus. Can I just like say it's fine because can we just say that the geo damage bonus is fine for Noelle on the argument that I'm using the event weapon for her? And you should probably, I think it's pretty clear in this team with Noelle doing 50% of the team damage with a EM weapon. Isn't that what C2 does? C2 does not give crit damage to Geo. C2 gives crit damage to cryo units. Right now I can't remove damage bonus, but should be possible in the future. My argument is I'm just gonna leave the damage bonus on Noelle because I'd have to sacrifice other stats and like estimate what the relevance of like how much crit damage do I sacrifice on Noelle to balance out 50% damage bonus. I don't know. It's probably around like 30, maybe 40. Damage bonus is pretty good, but we also have a bunch of sources of it. So like, I don't know. Again, like I think very clearly the event weapon is not the ideal weapon here for total damage. And if we're doing Shilonen on Fav, we should be able to funnel particles into Noelle pretty consistently. So count your rolls and add them as stat rolls? What do you mean count your rolls? Damage percent rolls aren't stat rolls. That's the problem. I'd have to go actually like, do some math. Anyways. But I will remove the... I will remove HP from Columbina and Farina though. Because they're doing... Yeah, they're doing about 50% of team damage as well, right? So... that matters.
We should take a break after all that running around.
Okay.
Yeah, let's rest.
So that's off for Colombina. I will also... I'm going to sacrifice like 100% HP on Farina to turn off her C2. Not that I can't turn off the faster fanfare game, but I can turn off the extra HP it gives. So I'm going to just remove like 100% HP. This seems excessive. That might be excessive, to be honest. We'll see what happens. We can tweak it. I'm pretty sure Farina gives about 50% HP, right? They don't remember? What does C2 Farina give? Can I make it resist 46%? Geo resistance is not the same as damage bonus. That would fuck up the relative like value comparison of showing what Shilonen's Red Shred does here. So... I don't know. We'll just have to wait. I don't know. I think that using you can't see it because I have the stupid skin on, but I'm using the Flame Forge inside the event weapon with EM and energy. Like the energy is really nice to be clear, but the energy is the main damage set here, and then the EM increases the lunar crystallized reaction damage. I don't think it's increasing the lunar reaction damage so much because crit also matters for increasing the lunar crystallized reaction damage, right? So, like, I really don't think in this team in particular, maybe in the Chiori team it made more sense because like Noelle's doing less of the relative team damage contribution. Here she's doing more of it with just her talent damage, I believe. And, well, no, she definitely is because we have the measure there. But anyways, whatever. Start. Oh, so you know what? I should go ask Cosmo for clarification. Cosmos. If the total DPS tracker includes any of the reaction damage at all? Or is that just missing completely? If it's missing completely, this team is much better than I thought. But I feel like my vibe when I use it in Abyss was that the team was around 60k. when I use the Chiori team to clear. This team seems to be performing similar to the Chiori team when I removed the C2 Brina. Or C2 Brina for her damage and the HP. And it still seems to be a little bit better. Oops.
As a dutiful maid would.
If it's missing completely, oh yeah, you're right. Oh, sorry, you're right. I don't. Yeah, that's true. It's definitely not missing completely. All right. Anyways, it's good enough. So yeah, obviously it's a little bit worse. I'd say Shalonen C0 without signature weapon, and somewhat mostly-ish turning off Shalonen C2 is about equivalent to Chiori, which is, I mean, good balance, I guess. On-field Columbina this yet? No, I will though. I'll probably do that next. But yeah. So can we extrapolate the lunar crystallized damage by subtracting the numbers here? So we're doing 5.4 million damage total across 90 seconds. This is what I was asking. I think it just doesn't total the damage at all. But like, okay, so first of all, if we actually take 61,186 times 88.29, that is 5.4 million. Okay. So minus the 1,019,000 from Colombina. And it looks like Freen is doing more damage because the numbers longer, but it's just because the numbers themselves are bigger size, so it looks more wide. Okay, and then minus damage from you, and then minus a little bit from Shalonen, leaves 3 point. It leaves the damage from Noelle. Like the damage contribution here right now, this screen totals to 54,000 or 54 million. Sorry, not 54. It totals to 5.4 million damage across the 90 seconds. So I'm gonna message them actually. So clearly the talent damage for Nefer is obviously working. But I don't know. I think the team DPS is actually higher. Otherwise, how is it? What is it treating as lunar reaction damage? I'm just gonna message them. Okay. So I know the reaction tracker can't track lunar reactions, but does the total team DPS still factor it properly? This is a Noelle lunar crystallized team where the reaction is definitely doing a significant component. And I noticed those contributions add up to what the total DPS is. So, but I don't know if the functional DPS is actually higher because of the reaction not being tracked at all, or not. Alright, we'll see.
Leave it to me, all of it, whatever it is.
Sorry for being a bother.
I didn't quite catch
streaming, trying to evaluate this right now. Might just give the on-field all the lunar crystallized. It might be, which is fine. Like, I don't know. Like, it'd be surprising to me if this didn't include the lunar crystallized damage on some level, because it really did not feel like it was doing like if we add the lunar crystallized damage, I feel like the team DPS is like closer to 80k. And I don't know, it didn't feel like an 80k DPS team to me when I used it in Abyss, right? So it's because it calculated with all the party stats. Sorry, the difference is that the talent damage from Nefer is talent damage. There's a difference between talent damage and the actual reaction, right? We're not doing lunar crystallized talent damage here. So, and I understand that the reaction tracker, the clarification that we have is that the reaction tracking system does not work for the tracking reactions. So like the thing we see on screen right now, it says reaction tracker. That doesn't work. But my hope is that at least the DPS works. And I just don't know where the lunar crystallized is lumped in here. If this is including the lunar crystallized, which I think it is because it matches what it felt like to me. But anyways. Should we go? I guess while we wait, should we go check? Nefa? Swap a Columbina for another Hydro and see if the Noelle damage is the same or different? I could, I guess. Who do we swap out? Just Aino, I guess? Did we try Chiori? Yeah, I did. Chiori was pretty similar to the Shilonen. At least my simulation of Chiori or Shilonen C0. So I think Chiori might, or Chiori with investment definitely has the potential to be better than Shilonen in the team, I think. So, and I don't have to test Albedo, Zhongli, which would be interesting options there as well. Columbina for Yelan, yeah, that'd probably be fine. Put her back on Sig. Okay. If it's not the same, the reaction is counted for DPS? Yes. Why are the server accounts pinged? It's not accounts. It's Miliastra. It's the world that we're testing in for the next 7 years. That is not a UID. Anyways, oh, Cosmos did respond. Damage-wise is counted properly for ownership. That's trickier. To make it short, the game doesn't give a shit because these things were never meant to be seen, really. For example, in Lunar Charge, the cloud hits are simply counted as a damage dealt by the last unit to have applied Hydro or Electro. Okay. So it's total damage. I counted, don't worry. Okay, so that matches my expectation, where it definitely felt like a 60k-ish DPS team, and it was 60k DPS. But in terms of damage share, it's not perfect or accurate. Sheets, for example, okay. I mean, sheets can't even factor that properly either, because it's shared. Factor it either. Was curious. Thanks. Okay. So yes, that is accurate, which is kind of expected. So if it's like Lunar Charge, so Cosmos gave the example that the game for the game treats. So this might never be fixed then, by the way. Like we might never have. Well, I don't know. Hopefully at the very least we can have the ability in the future, because it should be able to like separately. It shouldn't be that hard to implement. Hoyoverse, that is, to implement the ability for the game to track the lunar crystallized reaction damage as its own separate thing. Like it appears as a separate number on screen, right? And separate that out, which would be the ideal, right? It's just because it's not any one character, it's the conjunction of characters together, right? So, but the way it actually works though is, yeah, like for Lunar Charge, the cloud hits are counted as damage dealt by the last unit to have applied Hydro or Electro. I assume that's the same thing for Lunar Crystallize, where it's the last unit to have applied Geo or Hydro, which means most of the Lunar Crystallized damage is Noelle's applying Geo every single normal attack. So that means most of the lunar crystallized damage should be Noelle's damage there. Right? Is what it means. There's only a problem with lunar reactions. I mean, no, not really. I think like if we go use an overload team, it's gonna be the same story. Like overload damage contribution is gonna be factored, but overload damage contribution is only based on, right? The lunar reactions are based on like a mix of stats from multiple characters, right? Whereas like for how it calculates the damage, and then something like overload is just based on the character's level and their EM, and then whatever reg stats are going on, right? So it's literally just whoever triggered the actual reaction is it who it counts towards. And that's how like you would factor that on a sheet level. You would treat Hyperbloom Riden when you're calculating a sheet level. You would say it's Riden's damage because Riden is the trigger unit for the Bloom course. Ultimately, it is reliant still on the conjunction of, you know, Riden can't trigger Hyperbloom without Hydro and Dendro, obviously, but it's Riden's EM and it's Riden's stats that are being used to calculate the damage entirely. It's tracked and treated as Riden's damage, right? So yes, the short answer is it is just a problem with lunar reactions and just a problem with specifically lunar crystallize and lunar charge, because lunar bloom is fake. It doesn't actually do anything. It just gives a resource for Nocry DPSs or Llama as well. But yeah, anyways. Lunar crystallize in AoE. I mean, sure. Why not? Oh, I was confused for a second having to choose new characters. Okay.
I have high hopes for this journey.
We'll choose Chiori again here because Chiori is more Geo application, which is more lunar crystallized triggers. Theoretically, that is better in
Let's
AoE.
get out and find some inspiration.
Theoretically.
I will protect you.
Also, I just want to use Chiori again. Haven't used this one at all. Welcome, hello. Restricted zone. Exit, I see. Okay. Commit simulation zone, element master buffs, yeah. Reporting current element of not currently available. Certain characters are attacking Dr. Clippy. Their faction can't be changed. I can't do much about it. Okay. Anyways, alright. That's, I mean, does this need to exist? What do you mean you can't do much about it? It doesn't need to, why does this need to follow me? Is it following me into combat even? Okay, whatever. It's funny, but like, it shouldn't be in combat with me. I hope it goes away. As long as it goes away, it doesn't matter. Time limit. Okay. I'll set 90 seconds. Oops. Vitality grid. Energy. Okay. Yeah. I definitely prefer the presets of like Stygian presets from another one. That's fine though. Buffs. What? Plus 10 HP is just... Okay. I mean, I understand why they implemented it this way. I do think the way that Cosmos has implemented their system, which is by roles, is a bit better. Because almost everything is like balanced around like average roll values. So, yeah. You like this one more? Interesting. Okay. Like I mean, this gives you more granularity, which is good. Like both have reason to exist. I'm going to still potentially use this one. Okay. So, sure.
Am I free?
It did say malfunctioning, I guess. just murder my character. Okay. We can configure multiple enemies here. Okay. So this one is nice from this level. So whatever. Just put a bunch of Haley Charles and 2 of the whatevers. Treasure Hoarder. Why not? He's joining the fray. Okay. And you can configure their level. Level 120. Okay. We'll do level 100. That's about Abyss difficulty. Well, it depends on the floor. Whatever. I don't know what their default level is, but probably should check that. You know, I'll leave one of them not selected level 100 to see what the default is. Oh no, wait, it says level 90 there. Okay. I definitely don't want level 90. Okay, what are the other options? Mode. Undying. Not drop below. Always be damaged, not drop below 20%. Okay. Okay, so death-based effect. Okay, that's cool. They give you the ability to make them undying. That's good. Or not undying, specifically. Undying is the default, makes sense. Okay.
Surge.
Hello? Oh, there's a timer. My bad.
A new moon rises.
And these ones attack me. Okay, good thing.
I must leave no stone unturned. Time to clean up.
Okay.
Time to shine. Strike a pose. As a good knight should.
Oops.
A moonlit night for all.
I think I definitely caught a rotation short of the start, my bad, but no.
Delicate as silk. As a dutiful maid will.
Our DPS seems to be functionally lower, by the way, in AoE. Should be doing more attacking. No. I am gonna... Here, can we... Oh. Interesting. Okay. G again. Okay, that's good. Let me switch these to Hilly Trails because the other ones are just fucking shooting at me and I don't want that. I didn't think about that, which makes sense though. Okay. Because this ain't 145k DPS. What do you mean? Oh, wait, what do you mean it wasn't? It was never saying 145k DPS, but I assume... I don't know, yeah, is it only tracking individual enemy DPS? If it's tracking individual enemy DPS, I don't know. I wish it had a different display output, actually, not thinking about it. I guess I can just multiply it out though. But that's just in theory though. It was for a split second. Oh, weird. Okay. Oh wait. Sorry. Okay, sorry. The Noelle DPS I'm a dumbass. I didn't notice that this was character specific DPS. Listed in the little window there. I see. Okay. But the total DPS, no, okay. So yeah. It does make sense that it was 120, like if it was 100, sorry, I'm a dumbass. I didn't even see the thing on the top left. I was looking at the DPS in the character window the whole time, where Noelle said it was like 40k. Then that makes sense. That's kind of expected. So yeah, anyways, okay. So let's see, theoretically now, I was hitting 3 enemies at a time most of the time there. So you would expect that, you know, I'd have about 3 times functional DPS, right? Yeah.
Three moons converge.
Yeah, we'll try to just do spin to win, I think.
Still as stone as a good knight should.
Yeah. I mean, I'm constantly seeing the turrets fire, so yeah, this is kind of as expected. Like, the weird thing with Lunar Crystallize in AoE is you can trigger it more because every 3 instances of Lunar Crystallize triggering, regardless of it not on a single target, right? Just in general, makes them fire, right? And but but the damage itself is single target. So you gain more triggers in AoE, but it shouldn't. It's not going to scale up like you know, an Amelie scales in AoE kind of thing, right? You're not hitting every enemy at the same time. So, but anyways, yeah, clearly, like we're doing more. Well, okay. We should do one enemy to compare, I guess. In this same thing here, the top I saw was 100k, 180k. Yeah, like if we do 180k, for example, divided by 5, right? We're talking like 40k, or damage individually, 40k DPS, which is less than we're doing in single target, which is expected because again we're losing. The reaction damage is doing more triggers, but is not doing all those triggers on every enemy. So it would make sense that our single target damage should be meaningfully lower. So by single target damage, I mean our damage to any individual target in an AoE situation should be lower than it is in a single target situation with only one enemy, right? Yes, triggers more. The reaction is in AoE. So to compare this, what we should see is obviously the total DPS should be similar here to what, like the similar 60k total if I switch to one enemy. The total DPS should be very similar. Okay, that's a funny way to do it. I appreciate that. It's an interesting visual. Appreciate creative ways of doing the visual of showing DPS. Okay. App, no enemy. So what we should see though is similar DPS that we got in the other mode, I assume. This is a little bit lower level enemy, I think. Or no, it's level 105. That's fine. So yeah. Should be about 60k DPS total, right? And then obviously Noelle's individual DPS will be lower too.
Three moons converge. Shower me with rain. Aligning. I am the cutting edge of fashion. Steady as stone. Time to clean up. Someone needs
Yep.
a moonlit night for all.
DPS, PMC, if we beat the Arkham Quest? Yeah, probably will.
No stone unturned, as a good night should. A new moon rises.
I still don't have a proper feel, by the way, for like when to end Noelle attacking. I think I've been doing an okay job.
Three moons converge. Steady as stone.
Isn't PMC already a DPS? Yeah, but they're gonna they're the one that benefits the most from the buffs. I missed with a shield hit. That's kind of bad, but whatever. Lost a little bit at the end there because I'm bad, but I wasn't paying attention. I was reading chat. All right. Anyways, yeah. So that matches expectation. And this is a good one too for testing in AOE. I do wonder. The treasure hoarder, training guard, blazing axe, stonehead. Okay. The enemy variety I've seen so far in the testing W's makes me concerned that there's not really any new enemies, for example, that we can have in custom combat. Which, if they only let there be like boring early game enemies and none of the more interesting enemies, like Like being able to have wild hunt enemies, as annoying as that would be to some people, being able to have them would be cool, right? So, anyways, I don't know. I like how I like the nuance of how Lunar Crystallize works. It is definitely a unique reaction. So, anyways, let me get the code. Yeah, this will be a useful one for different situations. Here's the code for that. This is just the NA code. I don't know what the code is for other regions. Okay. So let's see. What are we doing now? Wild hunt and repel enemies, yeah. And I don't know, and just being able to use the mode for doing, like, I don't know. If it's only just like the games that were in version or the enemies that were in 1.0, like I think, well no, we saw the dragon boss from Natlan was in as a choice of not attacking, but I assume it can attack. Or it can be made to attack. Okay, so it's probably fine if that dragon boss is there. Because I forgot I'd seen that. So I don't know. Anyways, I'll have to mess with the creation end itself to see what kinds of enemies are possible. Team invitation. I'll decline for now, but thank you for the offer, Gyro. Okay. So, wait, what are we gonna do? Okay, check. But yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of stuff to check with Lunar Crystallize still. I'm gonna have to watch other people play around with it. I think it's interesting, but I do wish it did a little bit more damage, personally. I will say. Like, I'm of the opinion that Lunar Crystallize on its own would have been, if it was balanced like Hyper Bloom, where like doing a team fully built around the reaction triggering, and like Hyper Bloom and carrying most of the team's damage would have been the most fun version of it possible. Instead, they chose to make it like Lunar Charge, where it's just like meant to be this reaction damage that is and like accent in addition to your normal talent damage, and that's fine. That fits within like some normal team context better, but it's like functionally a relatively minor change, to be clear. Eatlua should have been able to buff the reaction. Yeah, I agree. If Eatlua's kit was like Llama, where he had the ability to actually buff the reaction, it would be great. He'd have such a great kit, to be honest. But alas, so I don't know. I realistically, I'm willing to bet I won't be playing it super actively long term, right? But if I'm in the mood to do whatever with Geo units, I will oftentimes probably consider playing them with Chiori, or with Chiori, with Brain. Consider playing them with Columbina. It's kind of what it is at a baseline. Like, it makes Geo units much more fun to think about. It makes Zhongli an interesting character to think about. But my account, because Geo units haven't been that interesting to me for most of the time of the game's existence that I played, I haven't really pulled certain characters because there wasn't that interesting enough of synergy for me to pull Zhongli or pull Albedo, right? So, yeah. Miliastra changes control schemes to default. That's a little annoying. I think there's a separate control setting system for it in the settings menu. So I guess that makes sense. It's not that it changes it to default, it's that it has separate controls. So yeah. DPS Shalom and Lunar Crystallize. It's not gonna really... Again, it's gonna be a similar situation where I'm pretty sure we had 60k DPS teams for Noelle before, for example, right? So... But I could be wrong, I don't know. Maybe I'm overestimating what Noelle Farina did before. I don't remember. So I don't think it's going to fundamentally change anything with DPS Shalonen, is my guess. But if you value having new team ideas and value have a reason to pair Geo and Hydro together when we didn't really before, and I don't know, it's just interesting. I do wish it was a little stronger, is all it was. But like, it didn't, like, I don't think it had to be a lot stronger, but It would be nice if the reaction was doing like twice the damage it was. I think we would probably be doing like an 80 to 90k DPS team, and that's probably not necessary. So I don't know, like 50 to 70% stronger, maybe. Maybe. I miss the Aoife Auron teams. I don't have Aoife leveled, but he should work like a little better than other Animo drivers. Not necessarily better than Sucrose, but you know, he heals at least, and he's Aoife. So, yeah. Anyways, let's go try main DPS Columbina. And then we can... You know, I'm gonna strike Skirt Colombina from the list. I don't care. I mentioned Skirt Colombina before. It'll work. I don't think I'm gonna play it regularly, but you can use Colombina as the last slot on a Skirk team if you want. Put her on Tenacity, put her on TDDS. It'll be fun. I do want to rest with Riden Colombina. Then we can do Bina, Inefa, Lanyon, or Dia. Or maybe Arla. Did Nefer that Llama? Okay, so it's basically on the docket just main DPS Bina and Riden Colombina, and then Colombina, Inefa, Lanyon, Dia, Arlecchino. Alright. Does Bina has Sig? No, I haven't done anything with Sig yet. I guess. Okay, you know what? Here, let's go. Let's go into that one more time with Noelle. Wait, shit. God damn it. I need to switch it beforehand. Okay. Okay. Great. Wait, no, I added it. Okay. Extra talent levels. I saw Inefa do a 300k non-lunar hit. Alright. I didn't realize there was that function. You can add like what up to like what 15 talent level. What do you I don't know. What did you do? I feel like Sylvan you just like added a whole, you just roided out a bunch of stats. I don't think there's a limit on the amount of stats you can add. At least in the one thing. The other one had a finite amount of thing you could add. Yehoda teams with Columbina. You could use her with main DPS Columbina as the second Hydra unit. Problem is you don't get the value of the second Hydra unit being better for energy for Columbina. Oh, an overworld with Shalonin. Weird. Okay. Oh, with her burst date. Yeah. That makes sense. Don't. Okay. God damn it. Hang on. Can I? Is there? Okay. Settings. Speaking of the controls. Miliastra. Can I change C to open my characters? Switch character pages I. So I keep on pressing C to open the cosmetics. I don't. I think is this going to do? Oh, okay. This might do it. No, this doesn't let you change builds. God damn it. I tried Noelle on Night Sky, but I didn't try Noelle with. Oh, we need to try Noelle with Inefa. Sorry. We will try Noelle with Inefa on Night Sky in a second. Sorry, just trying to figure out key bindings to make this more convenient because it's so annoying. Okay, this was I before. No, I. What about this? No, nope, that is not what I fucking wanted. Okay, there's no goddamn shortcut for it. God fucking damn it, Hoyovers. Like, bruh, you replaced the goddamn character screen with a fucking cosmetic screen. Sorry. And there's no shortcut for it. Unless I'm blind. Oh, come on. They teased us. They fucking teased us. They need to add an ability to switch input this, just in general. But okay, well, it's fucking annoying. That's all. Switch character is I. That's not. This is switch character for like the fucking overworld, like which character you want presenting and walking around the whatever the bullshit. I literally just did that. That's all this is. Open party screen? No, that's this. That's what this is. That's what the party screen is. That's what I just did. You just got here. Yeah, and I want to reconfigure my builds because like, you have to fucking go into Miliastra. You have to exit the level to change your builds. But I have to fucking open this menu to change my damn builds. There's no fucking shortcut for it. It replaces the C key with the fucking cosmetic screen. Which is making me never want to touch the cosmetics. Anyways, what the fuck? I don't even remember what I was going to change now. God damn it. Oh wait, I was going to check Columbina. Columbina, what the uplift of Columbina weapon is in the Noelle team. Yeah. I'll compare to Chiori. Oh, am I blind? What the? There we go. And just not leveled up fully yet, but that doesn't matter. We're missing one crit roll. Actually, we can add the crit roll. So there we go. Emote is unlisted. Why is it unlisted? But the tab wheel? Nope. Pulled Bina weapon? I did a 10 pull. I didn't really pull for it that much. I did a cheeky 10 pull like I do sometimes, and I got it in the first pull. That do happen sometimes. Yar. Sure. Yar with 2 A's and RR. Alright. You can change this on the tab wheel main game? Yeah, I don't... Well, okay, but if there... I don't think... I'm not gonna fucking... Look, I just spent 10 goddamn minutes in the fucking settings menu and there wasn't even an option for opening the character menu, okay? Like, there's probably not an option to customize... There's probably an option to customize the wheel, but probably not an option to put the character menu here. Because they built Miliastra not with assuming people would need to access fucking artifacts, but then they configure the system to offer no other option for changing builds other than when you are right here. Never heard you swear so much? I swear all the time. I'm just annoyed because it's like so time wasted to fucking have to do this. Having to exit levels constantly and then fucking can't change teams, can't change builds in the level, I have to exit out, and the UI, they remove the fucking normal key to go to the goddamn cosmetic screen. It's like, I don't give a shit about the cosmetics. Some people do, and it's fine. But like, you didn't have to remove the ability to open this screen with a shortcut completely. They knew they were adding characters like to Miliastra. The fact that they didn't consider that really does annoy me, but anyways. The hell was I doing? Oh yeah, we were gonna go. Yeah, okay. Like any minor thing. Well, if it's minor things like artifacts, we can use a stat changer, but you know. He's really heated? I'm not that heated. It's just annoying. It's just annoying.
Go ahead and find some inspiration.
To earn them C6 Nicole. I mean, as long as this is not the final product and they do improve some obvious things that are stupid. Like, again, I should just be able to change my characters here. The fact that that function is not available to us is bonkers. You know, solidly yes, I'm pretty sure, but I'll have to experiment more with what custom combat can actually do. I don't know. It's the testing dummy alone is not enough. But it is a very nice inclusion for testing. Stage preset. You. Sorry. I should go. I just realized I should go add a crit damage roll. We can close enough to simulate one additional crit damage roll as max level weapon. Technically that's slightly less, it's like 2% less, but it's fine.
A new moon rises. Strike a pose. Time to shine. Delicate as silk. Next look. Time to clean up.
Nope, I need stats.
Three moons converge. Surge. Shine. Let my name echo. Leave it up to me as a beautiful maid woman.
It's a decent bit better.
Strike a pose. Let the world come alive. Drop the toe. Scatter. Steady as stone, as a good knight should.
It uplifted Columbina's damage to be more than Freena's.
I'll catch up.
And it's getting us to push 70k. So, yeah, I don't know. It's a good increase. That's kind of what I expected. I knew she wasn't going to be, you know, majority contributor, so it wouldn't make sense if it was a absurdly massive increase. It's a decent increase, though. Crazy. Alright, anyways, that's good enough. G.
I'll catch up.
Not bad. Signature weapon, good. Who knew? Won't be as a crazy increase as you would see with the Llama team, of course. Bring on Fab? Yeah, of course. Veressa win? I literally played Veressa before. I played Veressa like shortly after you asked to see Veressa. I know you asked for Veressa like 5 times, to be clear. I can't show Veressa every single time you show Veressa. I did show you didn't you specifically ask for Veressa without an Neva? I did specifically show that. Anyways. So you'll have to rewind, sorry. Anyways, I'm trying to think if there's something I can test here by reconfiguring stats. I mean, theoretically I could turn off the signature weapon. But okay. So, oh yeah, we're gonna check a Neva. Yeah. We'll check a Neva. We'll go back to prototype Ember. And we will. Yeah, we're gonna put a Neva, and then we're gonna go prototype Ember, and we're gonna put Noelle. Oh, I need to check. Oh fuck! Forgot on Navia. God damn it! So much check with freaking Little Crystallize. Chiori's weapon, Harbinger Dawn. Frick, what do I want to do first? Okay, let's just check a Neva first. I want to see if like solo Geo. I want to see what happens with solo Geo. On Noelle. Can the event weapon fuel solo Geo Noelle? I think it might be a little sus. We might need a little bit of energy recharge. But we'll see. Am I blind? Where's the Neva? Also, both the Neva and Columbina are on Serenade right now. Noelle, I will keep on MH for now. Been testing in Miliastra all stream? No. I just done some stuff in Abyss, but like most of the things we're testing here are better to test here. I should have started this earlier, but it's fine.
Leave it up to me, as a good knight should.
Oh, it is enough. Nice. Interesting. I thought our DPS would be a little bit higher, but I guess it shouldn't be that surprising considering we did double Serenade. And Nefa being on like new artifacts that would matter meaningfully. And also not having a triple attack percent build. This is definitely not a team where triple attack percent never makes sense. So I'm pretty sure there's like a good 20k DPS on the table. But nonetheless, I did expect a bigger increase.
I'll catch up.
But I hadn't considered the fact that I would need to tweak an Nefa's build before I started. Well, I mean, I knew she wasn't on Serenade, but I forgot about the triple attack percent. Which I have configured for, like, buffing Dia, to be clear. So, anyways, I mean, it's fine. Doesn't blow my mind. I'd be happier if it worked. If it was 80k DPS with triple attack percent, I'd be like, alright. But as it currently stands, I don't know. I'd rather play double Geo, right? Even if reconfiguring, I don't know. I'll have to return to it. I'll have to test it again when I have enough on the new artifact set, to be clear. Because it could just be better. I guess I should check. Yeah, it's fine. Well, let's check. Noelle on non-cry DPS set. Since we'd have the full bonus up. And character, what a pain in the ass. Okay, check Noelle on the full non-cry DPS set. So we use swap that to that. And then we do that. This. Definitely this. That. And stick to the Geo Goblet. Okay. So we'll have the full 30% crit rate here. More EM. Yep. We'll get the full 4-piece bonus, which should increase the reaction damage contribution. We'll see how it goes. And then Nefa. What do we want to do for Nefa? Probably we don't need to burst every rotation build, so Staff of Scarlet Sands in theory. Duran instead of a Nefa. It might work. We might not have enough Hydro though. Well, you probably have enough Hydro. We can try it. Second copy of a Nefa's weapon. What else can I do with the weapon except using a stat stick? I'd use it's a good stat stick. Like it's basically Homa stat stick as long as Homa does not, like, most of the time when people use Homa as a stat stick, it's oftentimes you're not below 50% HP. And that weapon is equivalent to Homa when you are above 50% HP. Homa is better if you are below, but that's not very often. It's a really good stat stick. Just save it as a stat stick. I don't think the refined value is good enough. Anyways, so I don't know, just what do I do here? Let's see. Yeah, I don't want to reconfigure your whole build. I thought I had a current circuit. Where is it? Oh, it's right there. Good enough. It's better than what I had before for total everything. See the difference it makes? Can you still get a shield from lunar crystals? I just read that. Yes, you can. So you can still get crystallized shields from if you have a crystallize an Electro here, for example.
When a new moon rises.
What happened? What do you mean what happened?
Steady as stone. Time to clean up. I'll catch up.
Yeah, burst on Columbina. He was already bad.
A moonlit night for all. Strike a pose. Let the world begin. Installation chamber deployed. Preparing for dust up. Leave it unclean as a dutiful maid would.
I'm glad this works, to be clear. It would be unfortunate if we couldn't add Electro to the team. And now this is more in the territory of being worth choosing to do. Again, so we can imagine if I actually had Neva on a proper Vortex build, I'd probably be pushing 90 to 100k, I assume. And by the way, since our damage contribution from Noelle is so much less, very possible Farina is not the ideal choice here. I do think the Hydra application might be relevant though. But anyways, getting to 80k makes sense. Okay, but probably like 75k ish, a little bit less maybe. I don't know without Columbina Sig, but I don't know. It's cool that the damage contribution is extremely balanced here. It's not very often you have a team with almost 25% balance for everyone. Colombina and Nefa doing a little bit more, of course, than Farina and Noelle, but nothing crazily more. So. Oh, I just had left and come back. I see. I don't know when you left, but we've been doing a whole bunch of lunar crystallized things mostly. So yeah, I don't know. Interesting. It's cool. I'm gonna have to mess around with like putting Duran in the team. Like, what happens if we put Duran in place of Farina here, for example? The only problem with me testing Duran right now is it doesn't support turning. I would really, really like the ability to turn C2 Duran off at least. C1 Duran is not something that would be turn-offable in the same way, but it's fine. So I can't really make any good C0 comparisons to Duran right now. Lauma, Columbina, official, Mona. Should probably work pretty well. I don't know what Mona's doing for you there, though, to be honest. I guess enabling Hexarai, but why? And enable Hexarai, extra Hydro app, I guess. Yeah. I don't know. But the damage bonus from Mona does, like, nothing. Like, I think you could use Barbara there. I sound tired? I am tired. But I'm also just thinking, so, you know, have different things to do. Should I build Duran? I got him from Yehoda Banner, yes. He is insanely versatile. I would save your pulls, but up to you, Blackrain. I don't know. I can't really think of a way that Duran. I don't know. We should test something with Duran quick, just to see if it interferes. At a baseline. It doesn't have to be double knock cry to be clear. So let's just try Duran in place of what's it called? The NFA. Cat at my feet. Up. Okay. Alright, on-field Anafa, Columbina quick swap, Sucrose official. Yeah, that's a compelling option. Although you don't really have a particular need to on-field anyone in that team, to be clear. think you just on-field whoever has the most energy needs. So probably Columbina. C2 Mona also shares EM. Yeah, I guess that's true. So yeah, it's not a bad option. Yeah. Anyways, okay. Your Duran's doing more damage than Yoimiya? Not surprised. Okay, so... God damn it. Lunar Charge Colombina on the CE server? What do you mean by Lunar Charge Colombina? Yes, I played her with Electro. Okay, sorry. What the hell was my brain? Boy. Go back to what's it called? Yeah, this. Okay. Wait, I'm at 5-piece. What was I using? Oh, frick, what? Oh, I was using, no, I was using a Skirk artifact, and I was doing off-piece. I don't remember, frick. God damn it. Okay. Frick. Oh, I don't remember what the build was. No. Does anyone remember what the off piece was before? I know I had switched to the Skirk piece. It's got C6 in F early. Nice. Was it a feather? I feel like it wasn't a feather. What the hell? Was it a circlet? Oh yeah, it was this one. Yeah. Okay. And then we do this. Yeah. Okay. I remembered. Yep. There we go. That's. Wait, was that what it was? It still seems different than what I had before. Oh, it's because I put this on. Yeah, sorry. This is what it was. Yeah. Okay. Found it. Okay. Sorry. All right. And then we will check Duran. Duran's on his two-piece bill. It's fine. Okay. And the thing we are looking at here is just is the application going to keep up? Primarily, like, are we gonna still be triggering? We want to watch how many lunar crystallizes we get. I want to watch the Duran damage too, obviously, but we'll see what the DPS is. That's fine. Again, the DPS is.
I'll be right behind you.
Yeah, take it with a grain of salt considering C2 Duran. I'm more interested. Does it function in general? This is something I did not test on the creator server. I tested a bunch of stuff with Noelle on creator server, but I didn't test build nuances like we were testing here. Yep. Maybe I should have started sooner with doing that, whatever. So actually, I don't think we're getting Geo bonus, by the way. Like, we're not gonna get Geo bonus when it doesn't apply any underlying pyro most of the time. You know, considering this is C2 Duran, and he's doing 40% of the team damage, meh. Like, I think it's working, but we clearly lost something. Tested spin to win. It didn't seem meaningfully different.
Time to shine.
Leave it to me. Story has only just
Time to clean up.
I don't really like how spin to win feels to play. When I tested spin to win, it didn't seem to be that much better for damage, although it seems a little bit better here. Yeah, so maybe it is a little bit better. 40% is Duran? Yeah, I'm aware. But the total team DPS isn't that compelling. So meh.
It's a good night shoot. Someone needs assistance.
Like, well, I don't know. Why would I play this over? I mean, obviously you have different character options, but why would I play this over double Geo? Right. I would rather play a C0 Shalonen. Focus more on Noelle's damage, right? I don't really see the point. And like, if you have any number of like Zhongli, Chiori, Albedo, those are all more interesting slotted than Duran here. That's good. I think that means they balance the reaction in a way that's more fun to think about the things it does for Geo. But it does limit maybe some creative things that you could do. But at least Electro worked well, because the Electro, like having Inefa there, right, with the Lunar Charge aura, you can consume auras simultaneously, and I believe that's why that works as well as it does. So it means Fischl probably works okay as an alternative. But, you know, Zhongli I made? No. I mean, other than like fun value today now with Lunar Crystallize, like synergizing with the turrets, he provided me nothing. There's not a single time where his banner seemed to provide me anything that I wanted. So, yeah. Duran's just a pyro bot there, no hex and buffs. You just lose a little bit of red shred. Not saying the red shred is nothing, but like Duran's kit does not need double hex. So, anyways. But yeah, he's not doing anything for Geo, which is part of the problem. There might be a way to do setups that do have Geo, like you could do EEQ and then E on Noelle to trigger a Pyro Crystallize, which would get the damage bonus going from C2 and the red shred. But I don't know. So played optimally, it probably performs a little bit better theoretically, is my point. But meh. So, alright. Real quick, let's check Navia. Don't know what he does, that's fair. Okay, Navia with we'll do Navia with Chiori again. We'll just compare to that.
Let's get out and find some inspiration. Count me in.
Alright. Start. Is Navia with, I believe, her Muika's weapon and her signature artifact set. Which should be pretty ideal. Yes, that is her normal build. Okay, just want to make sure. Okay. We'll see how this. Yeah. Good job, Navia. Not critting the first hit. The Navia experience. Okay, not bad. Finish the new quest chain, nice. I've heard people saying pretty good things about it. There's a Navia with level 8 talents? Maybe level 9 skill? I can't remember. So, and level 6 burst and level 6 normal attack, which does matter. She does a decent bit of her damage as normal attack damage. I wonder if with the Navia, I guess I'll test the Navia too. I wonder if a Neva here, because of the electro crystallizes, allows for like more bullet stack generation faster.
Feeling lucky.
Maybe we can like always have maxed out bullets kind of thing.
A moonlit night for all.
But either way, about 80k DPS, pretty good. Oh, is Mina still on her sig? Shit, I did forget to change that off. Whoopsies. I did forget about that. So this is not as better as it's still better, obviously. We can remove Bana from sig. Yeah, 20, 10, 20, 50%, yeah. Oh, we were doing Farina with no healer, that's true. I got used to Noelle. That's true. You know, that probably doesn't make sense then. Weird. Okay, let's try... I don't know. What do we try? Noelle being the all-rounder. I mean, hey, it was 80k without Farina being able to properly... properly buff. Well, okay. Wait. So, Farina was properly buffing there, remember? I have... Oh, wait, no, I didn't have Prototype Ember. I didn't have Prototype Ember, so I did not have healing. But if I do put Prototype Ember, it would be a... I could abuse C2 Farina. I could abuse C2 Farina. We can see the difference. C2 Farina makes. I guess. But, yeah, I'm just trying to think what kind of... Without C2 Farina, what kind of team do you do? I don't know. Shalonen plays a Chiori? I guess, yeah. You probably have to do Shalonen. Yeah, true. I do have to disable C2. I can't remove damage bonus yet. You know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna let it go full power. Let's just let it go full power. I'll retest in the future. That was being a sig. It's a nice little upgrade for her. We're gonna more properly compare it with main DPS Bina shortly here. We are almost done. What am I doing? We are almost done doing Lunar Crystallized stuff. Alright, well, goodbye, Chiori. Sorry.
Yeah, let's get this over with.
You know what, we're gonna... Should we do Stygian? Nah, I don't feel like to. I want energy to start.
Three moons converge. Fire!
Bring it!
I forgot to burst.
Hear the echoes of the valley!
Good job, Navia. Didn't crit. Normal Navia experience. There we go. Wow, she can do that. I didn't realize that happened.
Umbrella warfare, I guess. Fire! Well, with rocks. Payback! Three moons converge. Surge. Strike a pose.
I guess I don't need to burst Shalonen because I do have C2 Farina again, but I will anyways to simulate the rotation time if you didn't have C2 Farina. Yeah, I actually actively do feel C1 Navia. Check out again, Kave incident. Wait, no, that was not. Was that Kave incident? Was that Sathos? I don't remember. C1 Navia, I feel like makes it more unintuitive the time when to do her burst. But how's little Snoozer doing? Pretty good. I assume it just joined. I've been doing a whole bunch of Lunar Crystallize. Pretty much the last thing I'm testing. This is without trying to balance. This is with C2R1 Shalonen, so you know, getting 100k is not bad. It's not incredible though. Like I'm pretty sure I have better Navia teams available. I want to emphasize. So, anyways. Like with C2 Shalonen, I have Navia, Shalonen, you know, Bennett and Farina I can do on a simplistic level. So yeah. It's also decent for support. I mean, the lower your Colombina's relative damage contribution, you can go use like a mode like this. You can see, right? Uplifting Colombina's damage by a good chunk. Like if she's doing 15% of the team's damage here with Prototype Amber, uplifting her from Prototype Amber probably takes her in the neighborhood of, you know, 20% damage contribution for the team. And, you know, like a 5 to 10k DPS increase in this context kind of thing. But, I don't know, she's fundamentally made to be an off-field damage dealer with a little bit of buffing potential. CGS, if I'm not mistaken, calculated around 105k DPS team-wise with C0s without saying. Really? That seems a little high. Not saying my gameplay was not
Have you noticed how it's shaped like a heart?
Lunar Crystallized considered. I mean, Lunar Crystallized was happening here. I have C2 Llama. Wondering what her Sig would do there with Never. With C2 Llama, Colombina's signature weapon will scale up Colombina's damage massively. Because it's just a giant crit stat stick for Colombina. And a bunch of fucking crit is how you scale the value of Llama's buff. And if Llama's buff is massively higher from Llama C2, it's going to be a significant increase. So, what weapon on Navia? A weakest weapon. So I'd certainly not gonna say it's optimal Shalonen play. Or Shalonen. Navia play. But like, I don't know. If it's this exact team that TGS calced, I think there must have been mistaken assumptions. There's no way I played that badly. Alright, we have Shalonen damage bonus, Shalonen HP for Farina Colombina, and we have Shalonen signature weapon as well. Right? To be clear, I'm not trying to say it's like a incredibly massive difference, but I don't know. 100% crit rate assumptions? Yeah, maybe. To be fair, okay, it might have been, actually it might be a talent diff. That could be why. I assume he assumed level 9 talents at minimum for all of Navi's talents. That might actually be the reason. So, yeah. You might have also assumed the new not-cry DPS that this is with Shalonen on her normal artifacts. Which, based on the experience with Noelle, I'm pretty sure normal artifacts with my existing invested build is good enough. But it depends on thinking your weapon option a little bit. So, I don't know. Anyways, it's not a bad team. Yeah, she's level 80 with not max talents. Not even not max, like not even level 9 talents. Is that worth 2 C2s? No, I'm not evaluating whether it's worth to pull C2 Farina and C2 Navia, but like C2 Farina itself is not doing that much because I was bursting on Shalonen in there to simulate not C2 Farina for rotation time. And then the damage contribution from C2 Farina is not that significant. It's not nothing, but C1 Farina, you know, should be good there. And C2 R1 Shalonen for buffing Navia should be good there too. Like, I gotta imagine that's at least 20 to 25k DPS more with the constellations I had there, right? Right? Hence my confusion. But if TGS calced that team at the same that I got, but with the constellations, but it is Navia at level 8, that's what I thought. Level 8 talent, level 6. Like, normally calcs would default to assuming probably 999 on her. And level 90 probably. Which the conjunction of that is probably enough to matter. That was 99.8k. Okay. So yeah, it's probably talents. And then gameplay issues, whatever. So, yeah. I don't think it's worth it per se, but I don't know. I do think C2 Shalona is one of the contexts that if you like, sorry, Navia is one of the contexts where it might be compelling to get C2 Shalona, to be clear, but depends on the Navia team you like. So I don't know. It's interesting that it's a new option. I don't know if it's like that meaningful of a value add for Navia, because Navia has a good enough like just tax scaling multipliers to incentivize her towards a different direction than something like with the reaction focus with Noelle that we were doing. So I like Noelle Luna Crystallize more, but it's not bad. Yeah, I could go test a Nefa, but I assume a Nefa just has the potential to be better. Again, like probably have to properly rebuild a Nefa to see the real comparison there. Navia still a top 10 DPS. I don't know. I don't have a top 10 DPS actively registered in my head. To me, Lanyell's a top 10 DPS, so like, you know. Anyways, main DPS Bina. So, do we want to do... We'll do Prototype Amber first, I think. Prototype Amber and other weapons are all close enough that it's not going to make that much of a difference, in my opinion. Okay, we were going to do an off-piece circlet. I think the plan was this one. And then this. 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 And... Why is Skirk on that? Oh, I know why. There we go. Alright. So after crit rate stacks, so 70% crit rate, right? Sorry. After going on field and triggering lunar reaction, she'll get 70%, 72%, plus 3 more stacks from their passive, means we should go up to 97%. Columbina charge attack enable Navia to get a third shot. Can it? Is Xylo better than Bennett? I guess that's something to test potentially in that team. I think Xylo's going to be better than Bennett in that team. My Xylo at least, but I don't know in general. Z-Bai going to be awesome. I mean, if you... She'll be a compelling DPS. It won't be that hard to if you enjoy how she feels to play, yeah. Kachina with Lunar Crystallize and all the flat buffs. I should try. I think it'll be a similar experience to Noelle at a baseline, but like probably less good because it doesn't have Noelle's personal damage contribution and worse geo application. But I might mess around with it. It's not right now. I think we've done enough with Lunar Crystallize. Sorry. Okay, so let's see if we can get this to work. 135 ER with Prototype Amber. Okay, so there's a number of team contests to potentially check. Oh boy. We'll start with Llama, obviously.
Do not be afraid, for I am with you.
Mm-hmm. I mean, okay, you know what? Let's start with
Where are we dancing today?
because I have C2 Nilu, what I presume is probably
There are still so many places
my
for us to
strongest option.
explore.
Because of C2 Nilu and C2 Naida. I guess I should probably use her Sig in this case if I'm doing this team anyways, but it's fine. We'll start with Abyss mode and then we'll go to non-Abyss mode. Wait, I just realized we have double deep one on the team. We have double deep with no Serenade. I hear the singing now. Yeah, nice, I like it. Frick. Serenade's probably better than... It's not better than C2 Nilu. We'll hear. We may as well just see what it does.
Grow, the Temple of Wisdom, a moonlit night for all.
Waiting to
Branches
move out.
of song with one heart.
Positions. Surge. A new moon rises. Committed to memory, sharing my knowledge. With all my strength.
I want to emphasize, you really should use Serenade as a team. I say whatever. Okay, this pretty much matches my expectations of what I was going to see.
Green moons converge.
Rush of the moon for the everlasting.
This way, prelude. The Temple of Wisdom. Here. Check. Wait.
Like, my expectations was that main DPS Columbina on my account with Llama, without Sig, was going to be similar to Nefer on my account without her Sig, pre-Columbina, right?
A new moon rises.
Leave this
Oops, I didn't have any dew available.
With all my strength.
My bad.
Grow. Make yourselves a home.
Columbina sings, yeah. Okay, so with Serenade, I suspect this would jump up to like towards 100 and like 120k with consistency, rather than me struggling to get to like 110. It's my guess. Real quick, let's if we're gonna do full, let's okay. I want to go like show again the spread of main DPS with like without Llama in particular, and then with a couple different formats. So Hyper Bloom, and then I also want to try like Bloom, like with Ino instead of Nilu there. So keeping all of the buff maximum possible for Colombina, and that might be better than what I just did there. But we do need to. I'm gonna keep Llama and Deepwood. We do need to put Nahida, sorry, on Serenade, I suppose. Serenade's already selected. Sure, that's fine. That is fine. Keep an off piece. That's fine. And that's fine. There we go. Serenade, 7:52 p.m. All right, here we go. And then so proper build Serenade. I don't really want to exit out twice. It's so tedious to have to exit out constantly. I'm gonna go to Sig right now. Whatever. Again, I think if I put Serenade on there, it'd probably be 120k before. Serenade should be a significant upgrade. With her Sig, I am guessing we should start to push 140k. That's my prediction. If my intuition is correct. And Never weapon, by the way, should be a little bit worse than Sig, and then from there you have, you know, Prototype Ember or crit static weapons. Here, let's give Never her weapon back, by the way. Up. Up. Okay. I do want to find what my preferred DPS team, Bina team, is going to be. Like, it might be this team. Or it might be with Ino instead of Nilu. We'll see. You would think that Nilu is good enough to Nilu to beat out Ino, right? I would assume. But anyways, just go.
Surge. A moonlit night. Committed to memory. The Temple of Wisdom. Yeah, positions.
branches of song.
Okay. I do think it's ideal to go Colombina or Nama into Colombina. I think I was accurate. Actually, I was thinking I was a little bit low.
A new moon rises.
Here's which.
Grow, grow, grow! The Temple of Wisdom! Positions!
Branches a song for the everlasting.
This is much better than I expected.
Converge. Let's play Colonial. Make yourselves at home. Yes, with all my strength.
Receive my blessing with one heart.
Oh, I didn't have a skill going. Whoops. Yeah, this is C2 neither, to be clear. That makes a difference. Sigh, I need Malma, yeah. Yeah, Llama makes a bit of a difference.
Temple of Wisdom.
Branches a song by the frost marble.
Anyways, yeah, that's pretty good. This is not clearing dire difficulty, but yeah. Let's go... Before I check I know, I want to see what Prototype Amber does. I'm like 40 less DPS than you. What team are you using? 40k less DPS. Oh, Ure, by the way, to be clear, is the one in my chat that got C6. I pulled C6 Columbina on their account. Yes, again, that's fun. But yeah, they have C6 Columbina, no Lalma. I think they're playing like Inefa Dendro Traveler. Yeah, Sucrose. And they're getting 40k less DPS with the C6 Columbina. So quite a bit more 5 stars. Well, actually, okay. Not really. Because I have technically, that was C2 Nahida, but C2 Nahida really wasn't doing that much there. Like, not doing nothing, don't get me wrong, but I already was at 98% crit rate, so the crit rate isn't doing anything, it was just 20% crit damage. I'm pretty sure our DPS wouldn't be that much lower without it. So, also I didn't add the crit damage from the signature weapon we leveled up, so it was only functionally like 12% crit damage. So yeah, C2 Nahida really wasn't doing much there at all. But yeah, anyways. Let's check out same exact team context, but just 1-to-1 swap to Proto Amber. What am I doing? Since we have Serenade now and whatever. So that made it look like that made it look like Sig Weapon was a 60k DPS upgrade. Or 50k DPS upgrade. I don't think the Sig Weapon is a 50k DPS upgrade. I think it's significant. But I think that was both a Serenade diff and Sig Weapon. Let's see what the difference is between the 100 and whatever k I was getting without Serenade on Pamber, and now Pamber but with Serenade, right?
A moonlit night for all. Let's play Colonial. Sharing my knowledge. Yeah, here.
Lush is the moon for the everlasting.
I really like the singing. It's great.
Surge. A new moon rises. Make yourselves at home. With all my strength.
Receive my blessing with one heart.
Very pleasing. I would have more strongly recommended DPS Bina if I knew she had singing in her voice lines, unironically. It makes it a lot more satisfying. I don't know. Just pleasing. That's all. Oops. I'm doing too many charge attacks. My bad. I was focusing the things too much.
Here.
Lush is the moon by the frost marble.
Yeah, I think I was getting 130k when I wasn't being stupid. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so... that's the difference Serenade makes, by the way. That's good enough there. Turn off the sound effects to listen better? Yeah. how can we use our characters in Miliastra? You have to go to classic mode stage, but otherwise you can just walk around with characters in general too if you open the character switch menu. C2 Never, C2 Llama, C2 Beta gets over 250k with level 70 Beta. Yeah, I believe it. Well, to be clear, level doesn't do that much on her. You know what? Like, I did have the realization that because Columbina's multipliers are so low, Colombina is the best level 1 DPS in the game. Like, your Arnolane, you're level 1 Colombina. We don't have level 1 anymore. But it would have been funny if you had still had level 1. Your level 1 Colombina probably gets like 230k DPS. Like, I don't know. Wait, you don't have the passive unlocked, so maybe actually it's worse than that. Never mind, because you lose the extra do. So I take it back. It's probably more like level 20 is 230k, because level 20 is when you unlock the important passive. Anyways, but yeah. So other team variants to check though. So yeah, Signet Weapon is a significant upgrade, but Sig Weapon is about the same upgrade that Serenade is. Nefer or DPS. I'm gonna mostly play Nefer. I like Nefer's gameplay. That's the reason I like her. I like playing her. She feels enjoyable to play to me. Again, like my vibe is, like Sig Weapon versus Sig Weapon on both of them, or non-Sig Weapon versus non-Sig Weapon. On initial gut check here with like the same kinds of teammates, Colombina main DPS is as good as Nefer as a main DPS was pre-Colombina. Right? That's my vibe, and that's what I expected going into it. And I think that's the same here. Like, I'm pretty sure, like, when I was getting 150k DPS with her Sig, I'm pretty sure my Nefer with her Sig, I guess we could test that. But I'm pretty sure my Nefer with Sig was, like, a little bit ahead of that if I did C2 Nilu, Ino, Llama. I'm pretty sure I was getting, like, 100, 140, 150k. So, again, and it's weird in that, like, main DPS Colombina with Llama can be about as good as the overall team DPS that Nefer could get before Colombina. So, as far as like team, if I need a highest damage potential team possible, I would play Nefer. But other than that, it's down to personal preference. They're both really strong. Is kind of my point, right? And I like Colombina the main DPS, but we're gonna see if I can find some conjunction of an interesting team here. This one's interesting, to be clear. Like, I like the main thing I like about Colombina main DPS, right? She's obviously getting lower personal damage than, I don't think I turned on the thing. Yeah, Colombina's doing 74%. But what was it saying? My brain. We have no proper. I assume the lunar bloom damage. I'm pretty sure, by the way, that all the bloom damage was almost entirely either counted as Nilu's or Colombina's damage, because they're the one triggering the bloom reaction most of the time. So some of Nilu's, the 13% that Nilu got was just some of the bloom damage. So, anyways, you dual DPS Colombina and Nefer. I mean, you can, but like one of the things I didn't do with Nefer Colombina without Llama was you should probably try to do like a couple extra charge attacks theoretically with Colombina, but Colombina's charge attacks do so little damage, it's not even really worth it. So, I don't know. I like Colombina's free-to-play weapons more than Nefer's options. Yeah, for sure. I agree. And I like that she doesn't turn out the reactions, right? Like, Nefer's reward for turning out the reactions is way more damage on her. And that's fine. Nefer's only real problem I'm maintaining is fucking Llama. And her kit indirectly basically forcing you to play double Dendro to generate for her to do in the first place, and a Hydra unit. So, like, her teams are relatively restricted, but that's just every main DPS nowadays. Where they just feel like they're losing a lot if you don't play them in their intended team formats. So yeah. I don't know. I think Colombina main DPS is balanced well in that regard. Like, it's really, I'm really glad I have a Lunar Bloom main DPS playstyle option, whatever, for her. And I can have Lunar Bloom main DPS that doesn't turn off the reactions, right? Because one thing I thought I would like more with Nefer was you can technically make it so Nefer doesn't turn off the reactions by either not playing her with double not cry or not going into her skill state. But she feels like shit garbage to play if you don't go into her skill state. Her charge attacks feel bad. Her normal attacks feel bad. Like, never felt much worse to play to me without doing Ascending Gleam than I expected, basically. So I thought there was going to be a way to just like do reaction driver Llama, or sorry, Nefer for funsies, but no. Anyways, Llama having Holdy is the big thing with Columbina and Nefer, yeah. So, anyways. Let's check Ino. And we're going to check Ino with Prototype Amber first, because it's already equipped. And I need to put Ino on Serenade. Fuck. I have to reconfigure every damn character. Wait, no, I don't. Sorry, I'm dumb. No, because I'm replacing Nilu. Nilu's on instructors. No, I'm fine. Okay, never mind. I'm dumb. Where is Ino? Actually, you know what I'm also gonna do? Oh fuck, I can't change it anymore. God damn it. Okay, yeah. I wanted to switch to a crit damage weapon because I think one of the values of Ino in place of Ino Fav particles funnel to Colombina means, so again, the idea with this, right, is you're getting normal bloom. That means we're making sure we're not consuming Llama burst stacks on bloom damage. We are saving all of that for the talent damage in Colombina. This theoretically could be better. Like I think this would potentially be better than a C0 Nilu kind of thing. I don't know for sure. I forgot Holdy when I did 250k test. Yeah. Bina and Nethacor with Sucrose replacing Llama. For main DPS Colombina, not much worse, I don't think. Yeah, I think Sucrose might be technically better. Just mostly because of the EM that you give Llama. Llama's balance, yay. Anyways, so let's find out. Anyways, we'll just do Prototype Ember, whatever, it's fine. I don't think we need the energy value from Ino here, which is my point with like put a crit weapon on her. Like I think we could make Widzid work. Dawning Frost, whatever non-energy funding weapon. I think we could make that work with Ino, with main DPS Columbina. That's one of the reasons to consider doing this, on top of the fact that you're making sure you save all the Llama buff properly. Or pretty much all of it, at least. So, anyways, wrap. Okay, we have 2, okay, that's... We ran out of buff. Yeah, we can already do 6 charge attacks, that's fine. Okay. This is a little worse than I thought it'd be. Not much worse. I thought it was going to be about 100k. I'm rotating. I'm sorry. Dude. Yeah, it's about 90k when I'm doing things well. Okay. I'm not like properly trying to dash cancel her charge attacks, by the way. You should try to dash cancel Columbia's charge attacks. So I'm pretty sure with optimal everything going on, this probably is 90 to 100k. Also, I forgot about Leaf. I definitely should have done Leaf Claymore on Ino. So yeah, I'm pretty confident then with factoring the Claymore on Ino and saying this would push towards 90k or 100k. Again, this was with Proto Amber, not with a Sig weapon or not with a crit weapon. Sorry. I guess I should check with a crit weapon. So okay, let's go check with a crit weapon. Not her Sig, just a crit weapon in general. to see how much we can push towards the push towards what C2 Neuvillette is like, considering 90k DPS there compared to like what the 120, 130k we got with a C2 R1 Nilu, or C2 R2 Nilu technically. Not that the R2 matters much. I regret refining it, but anyways. So should we use Widzith? No, we'll use Dawning Frost because fuck Widzith RNG. It doesn't really matter much. The EM is not that significant for Columbina's damage. It's mostly just the crit that scales the value of Llama buff. So, that. And we'll see if we can burst every rotation too, with 135 ER, with Ino funneling, right? I am curious if we can burst... If we can burst every rotation with 135 ER, that with a non-ER weapon, that's very good. And then this should be significantly better. If it's bursting every other rotation, then this is, I think, about the same, probably. Or maybe slightly better. Bean is the only Nod Cry character you have. You enjoy playing older characters as well. What would be the best option? Skip Benefa, waiting for Lauma, rerun, or skip both? I mean, if you want a main DPS Colombina, definitely probably just wait for Lauma. If you're concerned about not having enough pulls. I think Lauma is likely to rerun the patch after the next patch. So, you know, you have like about 2 patches worth of pulls to plan for. If you already have enough pulls to get Colombina at least. So... Widzith. I'm using Dawning Frost instead of Widzith, but same base stats, and the crit matters far more than the passive. Oops, didn't need to do that. Yeah, I probably wouldn't skip both. I think I think anyone that gets Colombina is strongly going to want either a Nefa or a Llama to have enjoyable team motions for her. Is my opinion. But you can still have fun with her. It's just, you know, don't expect her to be super compelling in endgame without putting in a prerequisite effort, quite a bit more effort. So, anyways, Varka's low next patch, high chance of Flynn's and Llama rerun. I think if there's a Llama rerun, they would have done a Stygian that shows Llama. They're doing a Stygian that shows Electro Charge, and then it's the Cryo boss rerun. Like it's like maybe, I don't know, but the current expectation is Escoffier, Flynn's, Skirk. I'd be surprised if they rerun Llama without doing a shilling for Bloom in some form. Like, at minimum, Hera rerun, right? They might not rerun the Crab, I hope. But, at minimum, Hera. Crab is going to be better at shilling Llama, though, because it just feels shit to not have Llama for it. Anyways.
With one heart.
Yeah.
Sharing my knowledge.
Branches a song by the frost man of
Okay, yeah, this is a little bit better, and I know it does enable bursting of every rotation, it seems. I mean, I think we actually might have a little bit of excess energy even. Which again means the Claymore... Yeah, I think we have excess energy, and that means the Claymore is, the Sumeru Claymore, that is. It's probably very usable.
Sharing my knowledge.
receive my blessing with one heart.
Yeah, I don't know. I like it.
Temple of Wisdom.
Did I test something like that, like this team? I tested it, but not meaningfully. Well, I mean, I did test it meaningfully. I tried to, so I actually tried to clear Fearless difficulty with this team on the creator server, the new boss. And on my account with C2 not heated here, which is doing a little bit, right? It's, like, I don't want to say it's doing nothing. but my experience on the creator server was
I don't sing for anyone in particular.
I didn't seem to be able to clear the fearless boss with this team without having Columbina's signature weapon, and I think most people will struggle with that. I think it's theoretically possible based on the DPS we're seeing here, but like super borderline. Like it's super borderline here with C2 Nahida and C6 I know. So I'm gonna be snowed in tonight. Maybe go prepare now if you need to get some supplies. Skirk saving polling with tonight coming up. I mean, how relevant Skirk will be long term, I don't know. I've been surprised how much Skirk Premium can be really adaptable to different kinds of content. It's made me more happy having her, because originally I was just, I liked her. She seemed to have interesting gameplay. I don't know, like I like the nuance of her burst and whatever. She was the first cryo DPS unit I seem to like. She's not my favorite main DPS in the game or anything, not even really close, but I don't know. She's restrictive like every main DPS is for team building and whatever at this point, so. And it could be argued that she doesn't excel in any meaningful way because, she doesn't have 140k DPS teams. Whatever, so I don't know. Kuki work instead of I know. Yes, we're gonna check like Hyperbloom. So it's possible just Hyperbloom could be better, by the way. So yes, we will check Kuki here instead of I know. Should we do what I did with I think it might make sense to do full EM, not Separate Blade, but full EM with an EM weapon on Kuki, but on Instructor still. I think that does make sense. So we'll check that out. So we'll check Hyperbloom with Kuki. I think Hyperbloom with Kuki should, like, I don't think Riden has a meaningful advantage here. Again, Neuvillette is theoretically best. Like, I'm pretty sure the theoretical best DPS being a team with, like, C0 units, but also C6 4-stars is Neuvillette, Lauma, Columbina, and then either Sucrose or Yehoda C6, theoretically, I think. But I'm not sure. Exactly. Yeah, I don't know exactly what the best C0 main DPS Colombina team is. I don't know. I think there's not enough difference between all of them, most likely, that it's just going to depend, I think, on your account and the exact options you have. But I like that you can do something like that where you just don't do anything other than normal bloom at all. I like that you can do Neely Bloom. I like that you can do Hyper Bloom. Can you do Virgin? We'll come back to it. Remind me. Remind me. I don't know if you can do Virgin very well. But anyways, let's check. Wait, we need to change your build. Let's check Kuki. So go back to EM weapon. So we'll use Umbrella. It's the same as, it's functionally the same as what's it called? I'm sorry, my brain. Iron Sting. Okay, we'll just do EM. There we go. Okay. 746 EM, good enough, right? All right. Have Loma and Colombina would getting a Nefa necessary, just save for another character. I don't think it's necessary. I think it depends what teams. I mean, like I don't know. You just saw I know Nahida hitting about 100k DPS. Like it depends. Like I think you'll, depending on what your other options are for if you want to do main DPS Colombina, Neva might feel more compelling there. We can check her in a second, but and see how it does with different whatevers. But yeah, we're doing cookie. Up.
Wait for my signal.
I don't need to do that.
Grow. Make yourselves at home.
With one heart.
Oh, we still have the crit weapon on her, by the way. That could matter.
By the frost moon of
A bond is strong.
Yeah.
A moonlit night for all.
Okay, I think doing normal Hyper Bloom is a little bit better so.
branches a song for the everlasting.
Which is fine. And actually, I think I prefer that version. I don't think it makes intuitive sense if it's worse. The ER needs are not that bad here. I thought the ER would be worse. We missed one burst at an ideal time.
One heart.
Although this is a Mitatrill. Mitatrills, I think, have a lot of contact energy. Also, C2 Nahid is actually doing a little bit more here. I shouldn't forget that. I did almost forget that C2 Nahida does make Bloom's crit. So subtract some of that damage there. So actually now that I think about it, that does mean that C2 Nahida making the Hyper Bloom's crit probably means this is like basically the same as the Ino variant, which is interesting, and that's also fine on the balance level. Yeah, anyways, okay, so, sorry, got on a rhythm. So yeah, that's slightly better, but with C2 Nahida making more of a potential difference with Hyper Bloom's critting, I think that's a factor that shouldn't be ignored here. So I think this is, to be clear, C2 Nahida is making a little bit difference in the other team too, but they're making equal difference as far as like the Lunar Bloom crit value adding to the Columbina, right? The only key difference is just Nahida doing more personal damage, and Kuki's Hyper Bloom is doing more personal damage. So I think this is a C2 Nahida diff more than anything, with how close it is fundamentally. So I'd say Kuki here versus Ino, very, very similar. And compelling in different ways. So cool. Let's, although you want to see something that does abuse C2 Nahida on purpose that I want to try? Okay. We'll take a brief break from testing normal main DPS Colombina to try something that I want to try. You might know what's coming. I was intending to test this after. Oops. But, you know what? I think it makes sense to test it now, actually. Swapping one character.
Stay close and you will live.
It's hybrid Riden time. So we lost instructors, but we gained Riden's damage on hybrid. And she should refund energy. I don't know if my Riden has enough energy for this team. We'll find out. I have no idea what Riden's going to get for damage either.
Illusion shattered.
The Temple of Wisdom.
Branches a song by the frost moon of old.
So I think we do something like this. Oops, I canceled too early.
Now you shall perish. There is no
Surge. A new moon rises. Grow. Sharing my knowledge.
Lush as the moon for the everlasting.
Yeah, try doing 4.
A moonlit night for all. The sacred the Temple of Wisdom.
Branches a song with one heart.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. How about 5?
Illusion shattered.
I do have about enough Riden energy. You know, downside, Riden is not really DPS positive. Upside, she's not worse.
There is no escape.
Oops, I forgot to go to Columbina. And I'm not very good at doing cancels on Columbina yet. I think this works about as well as I was hoping it to on a baseline like flow level. I do think probably 4 Colombina charge attacks is what makes sense. A lot of slideshow, yeah. I don't know that this would be I don't know if Riden would actually be my preferred teammate. It is a lot of burst animations. Because we could put in a better buffer for making Riden do more damage here. We should try that. Alright. But at a baseline, I'm happy that that's about the same. It's a bit worse. I mean, it's a bit worse because it's harder to play. Like, when we were executing faster, and I was messing around with doing different amounts of charge attacks. But, I don't know. The point of playing hybrid Riden is because you want to play Riden. The point of playing most characters in this game is because you want to fucking play them. The fact that that is equivalent to doing like normal Hyperbloom things, but now you get to enjoy playing Riden on field, and then it also refunds energy for Colombina. And keep in mind, this potentially enables, like, I want to emphasize, this is not me min-maxing right now, because you want to know one really big thing that Riden could enable? Because we're not, remember, we already had enough energy. We basically had barely not enough energy already on Colombina on field with Kuki. Right? So with Riden refunding energy directly to Colombina, we can 100% abuse that. And let's say, try to have a Sacrificial Jade build on... Actually, no, the new artifact side immediately loses damage when it says it. Fuck. Actually, maybe it isn't a Sacrificial... I don't know. It's possible Sacrificial Jade on not the Nodcry DPS set could make sense, and then you put Riden on the Nodcry DPS set. I'm not kidding. So, like, maybe it's a Sac Jade... I don't know. Anyways, there's some weird shit to do. Yeah, reconfiguring Bina and whatever. And it did work on a flow level in a way that I liked, but let's check. Well, I guess since I had this on her before, let's just keep that on her. Let's check with Eon-san. So I like playing Eon-san with Hybrid Riden quite a lot, and see what happens there. With Riden, Bina could use Nefersig? Yeah, for sure. If I like how Eon-san plays here, I will
Anyone need a coach?
consider it, but one less 5-star burst animation. We'll do... We're losing, obviously, Nahida's Death Shred and whatever, so... We'll see.
There is no escape.
Step aside.
Oops, we need to set up something slightly differently.
Torn to oblivion.
That's a little bit more damage than with Nadia. Let's redo that. I do think we need to probably... Do we start with a Llama Tappy, or do we just start with like a Llama... whatever? Oh, we have dues we need to get rid of. Okay. Yeah, I guess not having double Dendro makes the Dew generation setup a little annoying for doing a whole Eon Llama. I think we just ignore it the first rotation, probably. Yeah.
Shine down. Now you shall perish.
I think this is quite a lot worse than Nahida. Yeah.
Receive my blessing for the everlasting. Illusion
I
shot.
should be down Columbina first. Taking too long in Columbina. I think if this gameplay was optimized,
With one
I don't know. It's weird. Maybe I could do 80k, but definitely worse than Nahida C2. No surprise, I guess. Nahida C2 kind of strong. Also, we're not even having accurate up very often, are we? I didn't even think about that problem either. That might be part of why. How many aggregates are we getting? 23 on Riden. Interesting. I don't know. It's decent. I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, for honestly, for it's Riden. Remember, it's not that bad. But realistically, you could probably just do Riden on a Hyperflume build and have a better time, right? Riden is hybrid build, Johnny. She is on Staff of Scarlet Sands, Cyno's weapon that converts EM to attack, and then triple or double EM crit damage circlet. So she has like 500 EM. Serenade would be really nice to have. I just realized, did we remove Serenade? Yeah, we did remove Serenade. Oops. I forgot that I removed Serenade. That's actually a big... Wait. Serenade is a big part of what we lost here, actually. I'm pretty sure Serenade is a lot better than Scroll Buff for this team. Oopsies. So you know what? I'm pretty sure it actually is 80 to 90k with Serenade. Do I need to go... I don't want to fucking... No. I'm not gonna go put Eons on Serenade. That's a pain in the ass. My intuition though is that Serenade Eons on is ideal here, and I'm really confident it would push to 80k. It might push to 90k, but still I think would be meaningfully worse than C2 Nahida, which I guess it should be. What's that in Riden? Emblem. And I think there's a strong argument to be made for using Riden on the non-crit DPS set, to be clear. Sara and Serenade, yeah, that's a potential option too. So, I don't know. I'll mess around more with that in the future. So I think that there is something interesting there with the dynamic between Riden refunding Columbina energy and doing like a not alt, like just something more quick swappy, right? But I don't know. I like it. I like the baseline of Nahida there, but I'm gonna have to mess around with different teammates there. But I will jot down a note to test Sara on Serenade. Okay, let's go back to main DPS Bina things. What else is there to test with Llama? Frick. We only have a minute. We did Nilu. We did Non-Bloom. We did Kooky Hyperbloom. Is there anything we did with we need to do? Oh wait, I didn't do. Fuck, I didn't do signature weapon. Goddamn, we just have to exit out anyways. My vote is still Vape. Vape is not a main DPS. Vape is meme, okay? Sorry. Vape is a meme. It just is. She doesn't have any particular high multiplier other than I think her skill burst activation. Like it could be equivalent to doing the funny. Don't get me wrong. It could be equivalent to doing the funny like vaporize Yelan skill kind of thing, but worse. And I don't want to reconfigure my whole ass build around it. I'm sorry. Yeah, 26% HP on activation, 51% on burst. Like you can do that. And you could vaporize her gravity ripple, the 15% HP damage. I don't know. It's like not impossible to do. whatever. But the context in which I think it actually could make sense is a burning team, to be clear. So we can try to do something with Virgin. But so let me do a comparison real quick to for Sig again. So with main DPS Bina, I want to do main DPS Bina with Sig with which one do you want to do? I did the comparison with what column I did with Ino, or sorry, no, I did with Nilu. Let's compare to, let's just do Kugi. Let's just do Kugi, because Kugi is the one that people universally have access to, right? Well, not universally per se. Technically, Ino is more universally accessible than Kugi. So, you know what?
So many places
Fine,
for us to
let's use
explore.
Ino. More people have access to Ino, okay? I think Ino is a
Yay!
less relevant choice with Columbina or Sig, though, because you don't need the energy refund as bad with Ino. Yeah, we'll see if we can do something with Virgin. I like the idea of doing Lauma, Duran, Colombina. And maybe, who do you put in the last slot? Do we need another Dendro? We probably want another Dendro. Or do we just want Ino? I don't know. We'll think of it in a second.
Search. A new moon rises.
What are we doing?
Committed to memory. Sharing my knowledge.
By the frost moon of old.
Flash attack! A moonlit night for all.
Eh, dual DPS with Tignari? That could be kind of fun.
Rushes the moon with one heart.
I don't know. You want to let. The only problem is you want to Electro for Tignari. So maybe with something with a Nefa.
Converge. Sharing my knowledge.
Branches a song for the everlasting.
Wing done, weather bomb.
Surge.
Oh, come on, please. Did I put her signature weapon on? Or I think I'm just playing poorly. Yeah. We're doing about 10% more when I put her sig on. Or when I put her sig on. When I play well.
Rushes the moon by the frost.
Also, again, our sig's not full level. We're missing it for damage roll, but that's not that significant.
A moonlit night for all. Committed to memory. Make yourselves at home.
Branches a song for the everlasting.
Wing done.
Okay. Yeah, we do push 110k if I actually start playing a little bit better. Okay. Alright. So yeah. I assume Kuki would probably be a little bit better than that. Again, because I think of CT no Hada, but it's hard for me to evaluate that. Unfortunately, I can't turn it off. I would like to though. Alright, Tignari, Bina, and Yai. Okay, I think it's hard to fit in Yai's Ease and Tignari and Bina at the same time, potentially there. But Official instead, maybe? Well, Official might be... Well, no, we already have enough. What am I doing? No, I do think Official is too much Electro. I think you're not even going to get Lunar Blooms, like, at all. So, I don't know. I could try Bina and Nefa Tignari Lauma. Like, double Dendro there. Should ensure Lunar Bloom generation, but then we might actually have problems with. Yeah, so we can see Lauma, but since we're still testing Lauma main DPS teams before we move on to Lauma non-Lauma main DPS teams. So sure, let's try that quick just to see what it does. I don't know if my Tignari is built properly. Well, I know he's built. I just don't know if he has his equipment right now. I think he does. I think I played him last before I played Sethos last. I think. Yeah, we'll try Neva here.
Please select target for cleanup.
Duran C1 doesn't work on Venus charge attacks? No, I don't think so.
Surge. Insulation.
And 3.
One heart.
That does not seem like I have his... I mean, I have his bow equipped.
Defensive mode engaged. A moonlit night for all.
One with the force.
For the everlasting home.
Oh, no, now I'm getting bit. Okay, no, I do have his bit. I just wasn't getting spreads before. I thought I saw spread, but...
Ultimatum protocol.
Can't see.
Receive my blessing by the frost moon.
I'll uproot you.
Okay.
One with the force.
Vanish into song for the everlasting.
Oh dear. Oops. I dashed really.
Receive my blessing by the frost moon.
Can't see. Let's nip that in.
By the way, I'm pretty sure Serenade is best in slot on Tignari here. Because again, this is another non-Serenade team. But yeah, it's pretty good. It plays in a satisfying way. I don't know again what the optimal amount of charge attacks that you can get out of Columbina are. And Tignari is kind of weird in that you can theoretically min-max his damage output by like making sure you do 3 charge attacks every 12 seconds. But that might not make sense if you have to sacrifice Columbina charge attacks for it, right? Daughter and I both have Bean out now. Nice. Bean the buddies. Did 3 charge attacks each with Yai Tignari. Yeah, that makes sense. Kave yet? No. But being that Kave already wanted Lauma, Colombina should just be best for Kave, like Colombina, Lauma, Kave, not, if we're not doing a Nilo team to be clear. Colombina, Lauma. I'm trying to think if you do not heater, you just do another Hydro. I think you do another Hydro for more Bloom Core generation, or maybe you do Cryo for Shatter Fundies. But it should be good. It's just gonna be just as good as like the Kave is with Lauma though. Lauma does more for Kave. Being irrelevant for Dia and anything. I mean, I don't know if it'll be better for me, but Colombina and Nefa like overvape for Dia, and you can play Shiver C6, right? So as an alternative to Farina. I think Farina will probably be better for me, but we'll try it. Okay. Did I try Clorind or Cyno? No. I mean, look, we can try literally any fucking character in the game as an on-fielder with Colombina and Nefa. Like, I don't want to lose ourselves in the Colombina and Nefa combo that much. Also, I can't properly evaluate it with without having new artifacts on Enefa, in my opinion. And I don't really have... I don't know, I could do a Gilded Dreams build on the Staff of Scarlet's Hands, I guess, but... So, anyways, like, it'll be a little weaker than expected, but I don't have Cyno. So, no, I will not have Cyno. Chlorine should work well. I should like Sethos and whatever. But, sorry, I want to finish testing main DPS Columbina things. So anyways, yeah, obviously Anefa works well. I think like a big part of the reason that worked as well as it did, I didn't look at what the damage contribution for Tignari was, but again, don't know what the ideal builds. I actually do think Serenade on Tignari might make sense. Even though it might have weird uptime. Um, just having it at all is probably better. So, anyways, like I don't know, should we do for a test comparison? Columbina is still in signature weapon. Should we try Yehoda? Yehoda would not be on Serenade to be a pain in the ass. I don't have her on Serenade right now. Who do I have on Serenade? I guess just throw a Nahida first. She's on Serenade. See what happens.
There's still so many places for us
Wait,
to
no.
explore.
Neva's on Serenade. I'm a dumbass. Okay. Fuck it. Put Yehoda in here.
Got work
Alright.
for me.
Columbina Virgin. I'm gonna test that shortly. This is Yehoda C6. I do not remember what her artifacts are. Doesn't matter. She'll do C6.
A new moon rises.
Defensive mode engaged.
Oh, I forgot to. Whoops.
Rushes the moon for the everlasting.
Slow start. Fine. Whatever.
Cleanup sequence initiated.
You're not going anywhere.
No, no. She got all Electro. Ain't no way.
Branches of song.
Oh, I did. That's my bad. I should have not eat on. Oh my god. Yehoda clunkiness. Well, if Yehoda is better, it's too clunky for me to care about. That's my opinion. Sorry, Yehoda's still clunky. I don't know. I might mess around with it later, but I knew Yehoda was gonna be clunky. I might mess around with other Yehoda things with Colombina too, but I had to configure her build properly for it. Didn't know if you had. Yeah, no worries. You're right. Scopier Fridge. Maybe the artifact set problem of like needing to have Serenade and wanting it's so annoying. It's just stupid fucking llama. Anyways, should I see what you do? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what Yehoda's build was. Could put her on Elegy as well. Yeah, Scofier Fridge. I don't know, because I don't think this team gets value. Fridge is normally like you can get extra Dendro cores generated by having a Cryo unit in the team, and it could be interesting, but I think it would cause problems in consuming Hydro Aura if we're only using solo Hydro Columbina, right? Actually, you know what? Speaking of which, I guess try. I know here.
Let me
Then we'll try
down,
Virgin things.
Blunkatron.
She's on instructors, so. Full arse, double non cry.
Search. Installation chamber. A new moon rises.
Receive my blessing for the everlasting.
Look, a rainbow.
Preparing for duck up.
New moons converge.
By the frost moon of old.
Cleanup sequence initiated. Ultimatum protocol.
A moonlit night for all.
Branches of
Oops,
song.
I'm dumb. I don't know why I spent so long on Columbina there. Anyways, okay, I think the proper DPS, before I derped, was like 115, 120k, whatever. Probably 115. Again, question mark, a Nefa build probably not being ideal. But it's pretty good. I think this team is probably the closest I got to C2 Nilu. But we have our signature weapon on right now, so I don't know. I kind of feel like, I don't know, does anyone, if anyone has tested a C0 Nilu, particularly C0 R1 Nilu. I'm curious how that works. How that works out. Columbina, Lauma, Nilu, C0 R1, and then Nahi to C0. My Neva build is diable. She's still got Thundering Fury. Nice. So yeah, I don't know. I think this one is again one of the more potential. I don't know. Like it doesn't feel like there's such a major difference that it matters that much, other than like it will matter maybe against the fearless Stygian boss. Is my vibe. Like, they're all just different Bloom team formats. All right. Let's try to do a Burgeon. So we'll use Llama. We'll use Duran. Duran should probably be on Serenade. But before we worry about any artifact checking, or like so I'm gonna fuck proper artifacts. Just ignore that right now. Just want to see if it works. I think we either need double Dendro or double Hydro. Let's try. I think Yehoda's Hydro application alone is sus. Or actually we need Cryo. This is where Cryo might actually work better. Just try Sea Volley. Okay, it's either double Hydro, double Dendro, or double Cryo, or single Cryo. Let's just try double Hydro first at a baseline. Yeah, we don't have Serenade right now, which is important for like total damage. Whatever, it's fine. And I do think the ideal is probably Serenade, Duran, Aino instructors, but we could do Aino instructors instead of just a normal Duran build, which I think that's what most people would do. But we'll see. Should burst first.
Receive my blessing for the everlasting.
Story is only just begun.
See if we can still do the setup properly if we do like this. Okay, I didn't get an extra burden due. I have them now. Duran is not on the build to maximize burden damage either. Okay. I'm pretty sure we could hit 100k with this if we configure build properly for it. Some mix of like wanting EM on Duran. It works. It definitely works. How many Burgeons are we getting? Yeah, we're getting pretty consistent Burgeons. He triggered 30 Burgeons. Here, we can stop it. Triggered 30 Burgeons. We got 5 Vaporizes on Colombina. Wee. So I wouldn't exactly say it was a Vaporized Bina team. Wait, Duran actually got a bunch of Vaporizes. Interesting. Because we had enough Hydro. Well, that explains why our Dew generation was mostly fine. And why we didn't get any Vaporizers in Colombina. Right? But I don't know. There might be something to figure out here. I'm gonna jot that down as a thing to mess with. Duran, I know, because there's different builds like Gilded Dreams Duran, I guess. Duran, I know, Bina. Mess with. We can try what happens with double Dendro quick. I assume double dendro will be a lot of burning and not as much dew generation because of lack of hydro application. But let's see. So nice just having this log of the reactions that are triggered, by the way. So you can tell you whether stupid ideas like this work, right? Wait, you know what? If we're doing double dendro, there's only one real
Pleasure
choice.
is all mine.
She's on deepwood, by the way, so we have double deepwood. Again, we're not necessarily testing full team DPS. Testing whether things work. But if we're doing double dendro, may as well. Oops. Setup, we definitely do that. Alright, then we Duran.
A little ambiance.
I'm not getting full stacks in that. Oh boy. Oh, the dew generation. It's somewhat okay still. It's actually doing better than the other team was, which is interesting. Again, considering double deepwood actually. Huh, okay. I guess it's not that surprising because C2 Duran matters a lot more here, right? Maybe we're just buffing Emily too much. Let's see what the log says at the end though. We'll go to 90 seconds. No. Oops. Yeah, energy needs are a bit rough. This is Wither saying to be clear. Okay. Oh, I went too long. That's fine. Alright, details. So yeah, Bina was doing Vaporize in this team. Not surprising. We had a lot of burning. We did get 20 Virgins on him, though. So we did have some Virgins going on. And Emily triggered burning once. Okay. Which it makes sense, I suppose, in the setups. So, yeah, I don't know. This one, though, yeah, this is C2 Duran, and C2 Duran is making, like providing a lot to Emily, whereas when we were playing... I know, obviously, C2 Duran wasn't really doing anything there, for the most part. So, I don't think you should necessarily expect the same results on your account. Is my overall vibe. But it did work better than I thought it would. So, and I will mess with this team again. I'm gonna jot this one down actually. Duran, Emily, Llama, Bina. Test after damage bonus function exists. Because if I can remove the damage bonus from Duran C2, Duran C1 is not really doing much here at all. So then I can functionally test Duran C0, right? So I'll be able to test this more properly. But in the Ino team, it didn't really matter that much, I don't think. It did not matter. We weren't even getting any... I don't think Columbia's down damage is meaningful enough, but I could be wrong. I don't know. Anyways, and I like the damage distribution here too. 53%, 20-20. Yeah. Okay. Cool. I do like that. That was one of my favorite ones, for sure. If I'm jotting down things to test, that means I like them. So... I gotta find the things to do. Things to do. I gotta find Virgin, or I gotta test the Virgin stuff. Figure out what the build configuration that makes sense with Ino is. Test Emily's stuff more. Figure out the flex slot for Hybrid Riden. Because Hybrid Riden goes or is a fun playstyle. How goes the testing? It's going well, Tars. As normal, I thought this was going to be a quicker testing stream, but because of the damage dummy existing, but instead the damage dummy existing is just like, it's really been really nice for like being able to test different things and see a number rather than just like a having to do 4 runs in Abyss and get a vibe base of it, and then not be able to get a vibe base, or not even get a vibe properly because, like, you know, the Abyss has some fucking enemy or some chamber that's just awful if we're actually properly comparing one team versus another. So, anyways, I like being at Emily. I will continue trying to work on that a little bit. For more main D, anything else with main DPS, Bina? Oh, I said we were going to try a cryo unit. I should try a cryo unit here. We'll just throw in a Scofier.
Let's go stretch our legs.
Again, artifact configuration, weird. Probably should have Serenade on one character in this team. Probably on Duran. Whatever. And again, Duran C2 will make a difference here, but we also don't have Serenade again, so we'll see. The question is just, again, can we actually, like, get dew generation? Whatever. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, wait, there we go, okay. Geese on the loose. I don't think this works. Oh, we got a little bit of generation there. Maybe it's fine, I don't know. Oh boy, yeah, ooh. Okay. Yeah, the dew generation's a little scuffed here. Like, we're getting it? It's working. It is working, technically. But I think Columbina just doesn't have the Hydro application for it. There might be something to figure out, though, because... Vaporize 18, frozen times 8, vaporize, burning, burgeon, melt. Wait, Duran triggered melts? Okay. How did Duran trigger 14 melts? The fuck? Escopia instead of Seat Lolly? I have Seat Lolly C2. We should also bub Duran. But like the rate of cryo application is the same with Seat Lolly, but she has some extra front-loaded instances. So it theoretically works better because of that, probably. But I think the limiter here is just the Hydra application from Colombina. So I'm going to try one thing different, but I'm going to try to weave normal attacks in. I already have max and whatever. We'll just use the carryover, why not? I'm going to try to weave in normal attacks with Colombina. This rotation's not going to be real. I'm just going to try to consume them all. There you go. I mean, that's the theoretical ideal. Can I get energy? Oh my god. Alright, now do charge attacks. Do normal attack. Normal attack. Normal attack. Okay. Maybe we can get it to work. I think you have to weed normal attacks in this. I didn't get full llama buff up there, oh well. God damn it, Duran. It's awkward to do normal attacks in between, to be clear. But okay. Burgeon is fun as always. Again, I don't know what difference C2 Duran is making here for like a Scofier. He is triggering... We're triggering melts, so we are definitely getting the damage bonus. Try dark mode? I suppose, yeah. Yeah, interesting. Alright, sure, let's try dark mode. Ah, fuck. I literally just... Okay. Here. Use the... You know what? Use Llama Holdy. Use up some of the dues. Okay. G star. Start with none. Okay. Kitten scratching in the litter box. Okay.
A new moon rises.
Branches a song for the everlasting.
A little of this thing. Can it go back?
Okay.
Midnight for all.
On to the freezer.
God damn it.
Receive my blessing by the frost moon of all.
Dark mode seems to be worse. Not that much worse, maybe.
A new moon rises.
A burst of flavor. Adaptive rocket.
I think this is just a red shred matters diff. Here.
For the everlasting.
Okay, I think I'm just gonna have to mess around with things with Columbina and Duran a lot more in general. Like they all work surprisingly well. Even the dark mode stuff here, but I don't think it would be my preference most of the time. But I really feel like I want to be able to. I want to be able to turn off the damage bonus. So hopefully Cosmos can get that added soon. I'm also just going to jot down that as a note to test more cryos too. But yeah, I do think dark mode is a little bit worse. All right. Well, last thing I tested with main DPS Colombina. Let's be sad now. By considering the crazy idea that you don't have Llama. No, that's sacrilegious to Hoyo's wallet. But let's try it. Realistically, I think this means you do we'll do Nahida. So we'll do Kuki.
Wait for my signal.
We'll do Nahida.
I've been waiting for you for ages.
Oh, I need to put someone on Serenade. No, Nahida's on Serenade. I need someone on Deepwood. Fuck. Okay, I should do like Deepwood, I know. Who you calling sad? Nobody in particular. Okay, well, since we already selected it,
Present.
I think we're gonna do Deepwood. We need to do Aino or Yehoda. Because, yeah, so anyways, you're on Serenade. I'll put Deepwood or on Aino or whatever, but let's see what happens without Deepwood, I guess. This is still with Sig, by the way. I forgot as well. So we'll remove Sig because I feel like people who don't have Llama are also a lot more likely to not have Sig. But there will be some people that, you know, have Sig and don't have Llama, so, you know. But I did show that in my creator server video. Like, the Sig, like, Llama was basically a doubling, more than a doubling of the damage potential that you can get from main DPS Colombina. Sig weapon is like, the over-prototype Amber is like 40% more, 50% more, whatever. I think it's more like 30-40%, but, you know, 100% versus 30%. AKA, Llama's way better, so I don't think we need to test a ton of Sig weapon, but keep in mind, Sig weapon is something that can help you bridge the gap a little bit if you don't have Llama yet. So, and it's probably the main thing you have an option to do right now. You could also do, of course, Nefa as well. Keep that in mind, because you could do Nefa here instead. And then Colombina, Aino, and Nefa Nahida is probably good as well. But we can, I guess I can show that. So yeah, you know, I will show, yeah, we'll okay, before I switch her off of her Sig, I will show Columbina instead of Kuki here, and see how that performs. Because sorry, I say Columbina, Inefa instead of Kuki here, because my Inefa's on Serenade already anyways, and then I have instructors, Mahita, whatever. It'll probably be as generous as it could be. So, Columbina, I know Yehoda. I could try it, but I don't. It's just going to be more Hydro. I don't think that's that valuable. I don't really know. Columbina, I know Yehoda. What's the last teammate? Just like instead of Nahid or something, because I could do. I didn't try that. I could try Columbina, I know Yehoda, Lauma. Potentially. But yeah, I should check Nahida and Nefa. Anyways, so we'll see this, and then we'll see a Nefa in place with Kuki, and then we'll go back to Kuki, but we'll put I know actually on Deepwood. Wait, no, sorry, I have Serenade. No, sorry, we'll just fuck. Oh, I love. Don't we love how Genshin currently just every goddamn team you tweak the minorest thing, and you're like, oh, need to redo 4 builds.
You could go to the moon and gaze down
God.
at that.
Whatever.
You prefer.
Let's see what it is with the builds being wrong.
Surge. Honeymoon's kind of let's play prelude. Look, you're in love.
Yeah, that's about what I expected.
Honeymoon rises. Wave. The Temple of Wisdom.
Dissipate! Out of my way!
I've got a funnel. Whoops. Hey, we cracked 50k. I mean, that means we cracked 60k with Deepwood, probably. It's usable. It is usable. It's just like a meh hyperboom team. And I don't know. Like it can be a hyperboom team basically, right? But you're main DPSing Colombina. I don't know. Do we even need to test Deepwood? I feel like. Wait. We can test Deepwood. Oh fuck! Goddamn! I just hit abandon. I just need to hit. No. Okay, I'm just gonna go launch the same thing. I'm just gonna add red shred to the enemy. Oh yeah, it is with Sig. Yeah. That was with Sig. Sig without Deepwood, to be clear. To be clear. Okay, so go to. Where? What, that was a Dendro. That is Dendro. That is not Hydro. Okay. We'll go to this again, I guess. Okay. And then I'm going to be lazy and select the same thing. But then we're just going to add red shred to the enemy. I do have instructors, so we'll add slightly less red shred. Plus it's like C2 Nahida doing a little bit, maybe. Not that much, but you know, a little. Well, I mean, maybe more than a little because of the blooms critting here. So we'll add, instead of 30% red shred from Deepwood, we'll add, no, not aura. We'll add 20% red shred. There we go. To get close to simulating Deepwood, but I would have different artifact combinations and whatever, so this should be close enough.
Surge. Honeymoon rises. Committed to memory. Sharing my knowledge. Look, you're in love.
See, with Deepwood equivalent, it's the same damage we were getting before without Deepwood. But now we're just on a sandstick weapon. Should not forget to read it. Characters. Yeah, it seems a little difficult to push much past 50.
is strong. The Temple of Wisdom. Wing dance wow.
I mean, on a generic like level, I want to emphasize this is not that different than what we were doing with like Lunar Crystallized Noelle. But I will say 60k DPS is kind of my threshold for whether or not I feel like I could relatively easily clear a team in Abyss. This could clear in Abyss. Not easily. Like, this is like a real Rs borderline for current Abyss standards. And like, you know, if there's some conjunction of some enemy mechanic, stall mechanic, whatever, can cause obvious problems if you don't have a good, like a decent team of the first side. It's not trivial to anyways, I'm certainly not gonna say that this gameplay was optimized, but could be worse. Yes, it could be worse. It's completely usable. Just like on a, it's again just representative. Like, should you expect Colombina to increase the power level of your account if you don't have other Nograi 5 stars? No. No. 65k DPS with DPS Kirara with C6 Colombina. This is C2 not hit as well? Yeah. Yeah, that's part of why I didn't fully do the Dender Red Shred. Oh boy. Yup. So, yup. That's what I meant by being sad. Yeah. Llama's really boringly broken. Yup. Yes, and Bina is at least not reliant on this to be valuable, right? But it is like, if you don't have a Nograi 5 star, there's less obvious value to be gained. And instead it's just like, you like the character, you know, you can play Lunar Crystallized stuff, you can do main DPS Bina and it will function, right? Like, if Kiwi was going to ask me on Kiwi's a whale, okay. Kiwi's a whale who collects all characters, to be clear. So, but let's pretend Kiwi was a respectable person. Kiwi's a great person, to be clear. I'm just being funny. Okay. But anyone who spends money is clearly not a respectable money, right? Right. Which means I'm not respectable either. And Zajef isn't respectable either because Zajef bought a single battle pass and therefore he's a filthy fucking whale. Anyways, so in the context of like a free-to-play player that plays more casually, whatever, someone who likes Columbina and didn't pull or not cry 5 stars, do you prioritize pulling Columbina over a Nefa? Not really, again, if your priority is to increase the power level of your account. But if you just like Columbina, I don't know, she enables fun things, right? And it's, you're able to main DPS her as far as satisfaction goes. You still get the same satisfaction on that surface level of like, the casual player doesn't give a flying fuck about clearing Abyss. They don't give a shit about clearing Stygian Pass, getting the Primogems. And this team will feel perfectly fine in Overworld, right? And other Denders would feel fine too. You can use C0, I know. Ideally a C2 Kuki, but, you know, C0, I know, a Kuki, and a Dendro Traveler, you're fine. Right? You're fine. And then you get the la la la. Right? You still get the same baseline enjoyment, right? And if you get a Nefa, I'm sure this will be better. So we can try a Nefa here, to be clear. And a Nefa and Nahid are both on Deepwood, so I'll do the same thing. I'll remove, or I'll do 20% red shred. We're checking a Nefa. Actually, we'll check. I'm gonna check a Nefa and Columbina signature weapon at the same time, because the idea with this in my mind is, where do we have it? The idea of this in my mind is like, okay, you want to main DPS Colombina right now, but you don't have Llama. What's the best you can do? I assume that, there's a good chance you have Llama, or Nahida. You might not have Nahida, but there's a good chance you do. A lot of people have her. So we'll assume Nahida, Aino, and Anefa. And we're going to keep Anefa on my not ideal build, to be clear. Funny Noelle teams are a decent reason to pull her. Yeah. And like you can do other things with Geo units. Like a lot of people have Zhongli. I think doing Zhongli things would be really fun. I wish I could test it, but you know. I did, to be clear, I did test it a little bit on the creator server and it was enjoyable. I just didn't like super in-depth do anything. See, I don't know. It's really not hard to use her to get to this baseline of damage performance that feels fine. Like, you're not gonna struggle getting through daily content and doing stuff in overworld with her, right? Like, I do not want to be a person that says you shouldn't pull Columbina because, you know, if she's a character you like or you saw something fun, like Lyra Crystallize, whatever, you shouldn't just write her off because you don't have Not Cry 5 stars. But
Commencing
again,
task.
she ain't gonna uplift the power level of your account without. Oh, man, not having the new artifacts is really a pain in the ass. Because, like, I can't properly evaluate the Columbina and Nefa combo until I get new artifacts. I'll briefly do something with Columbina, Nefa, and Dia, and Lanyan, I think. But I can't really test that, but that's the last thing I'll end with. You don't want to say don't pull Columbina because you don't have Llama? I mean, you don't need Llama, but I do think you really want Llama or Nefa. And it's obviously an intentional strategy of them to rerun a Nefa with them. But anyways, main DPS Columbina still wants Llama, right? Like I don't think this is gonna be much better than Kugi. Oh, I didn't. Shoot. No, don't do that. Add a little bit of Dender Restrix again. Didn't have Deepwood, but I don't freaking want to reconfigure all my builds. Okay. Again, not doing the full 30 to balance out the other things I have, but I don't know. Maybe I should in this instance, but whatever. No, I did burst on Nefa. Oh well. I'm pretty sure we can add a good like 20 to 30k DPS to this, by the way, with like proper build configuration with the Nefa. Just as an FYI. Like this can probably push towards like maybe this clears the boss, but you probably just do like not main DPS instead. You just do, you know, Sucrose buffing Columbina and Nefa instead. I don't know. But yeah, obviously, some variant of a Neva Colombina with the Dender unit is going to be your best way of main DPS in Colombina without Llama. But then you can get more team DPS out of a Neva Colombina combo by not doing Dender with them. And instead just buffing them more with the Sucrose and whatever. You can still technically do Sucrose in place of Aino here, I guess. Anyways, like I think build reconfiguration definitely could push 80k, but either way, good enough showing that it was better than what the other things I did was, and that was the point, right? That's a potential solution, but not in like an incredibly compelling way. For main DPS Columbina specifically, and Nefa is a good solution for just having good team options for Columbina in general, but I do think you're gonna want to farm the new artifact set for her. So let's real quick, to end off with stuff with the Bina and Nefa combo. There's things, again, I really do think truly taking advantage of the Bina and Nefa combo, in my mind, is going to require, at least getting a Neva on the new artifact set, but there's also some things I want to do, like I showed at the creator server where I used this set on both Columbina and a Neva at the same time. I can't do either of those things. So all we're going to do then, for simplicity, we can do... We're just gonna do Dia over Vape. I think that's the simplest format I can use to compare. So I'm gonna compare to a few different things. We're gonna put... Need to put Colombina back on whatever build. Where are you? There. No, not you. Actually, I guess because of the incorrect build, should I just... You know what? Fuck it. I have a bad build. Since I'm gonna be doing double Serenade, I'm just gonna put Nocturnes on Colombina. Okay, because of the maybe that can maybe be a simulation of some hopeful simulation of what it looks like if really it has HP as the some hopeful simulation of what it looks like if we had some amount of better artifact combinations going on, whatever. Okay, I had an off-piece feather. This one. Okay. And then what we're going to do is we'll start with doing... Yeah, we'll start with doing... let me check, double check. I know didn't get effed up. I know still is instructors, right? Yes. Okay. Still has instructors. Okay. So I want to do Dia over Vape with Farina. So it's all going to be Chevra, C6, Anefa, Dia. I'm going to do Farina. I'm going to show Ino. And then we're going to show Colombina. And this is a C6 Dia. So Dia's damage contribution relative to the other units will be much higher than obviously if you have like a C1 Dia. But C1 Dia with Rain Slasher, Farina C0, Chevra C6, and Nefa performs at like 80k DPS level for what it's worth with a good build. So yeah, anyways, we'll see what happens. Watch my C6 Dia get 80k DPS or something in the first team I try. It'd be sad. So we'll try Farina first because I am like 90% certain that my preferred Dia team is still going to be this one.
All right, team, let's move it out.
So we'll see. My preferred Dia over Vape team. I don't think Colombina is something I would prefer over Farina, personally. Sorry, refreshing. I normally do. I need to make sure I burst every rotation on Neva and don't Eon her. Otherwise, it's a little bit of bad damage loss. Slow hits. There's things I don't like about Farina in this team, though, to be clear. I'm not gonna lie, that DP is a little lower than I thought it was going to be. Oh wait, I normally... Oh. The Nef is supposed to come. I don't want to reconfigure, man. Pretty sure oh, did I just miss? Good. God damn it, I didn't... Okay. Pretty sure I clocked this team at 100k-ish DPS before when I measured it. Like, I did a bunch of measurement of it. Getting up there. Did I do it? I don't know. Did I bungle something on a character build? I have no idea. There's also might have just been with a different build on an EFA. Maybe I should abandon my funny triple attack percent on EFA build. Okay, but we are reaching up to 100k. Okay, good enough. Good enough. That was a 100-second test, yeah. Yeah. Wow, Dia's doing the most damage there. Who knew? Crazy. Alright, yeah, Frina doing 11% damage. Alright, so I know will be worse than Frina. Miliastra have actual custom combat? Yeah. Yeah, it does. Flynn's by Columbina and his premium team. Would it be as good? Or what do you mean? Like Colombina and Nefa. What is Flynn's normal premium team? Oh, I know. It's like you do I know Colombina. I mean, I think you can just do a different character. If you're doing I know and Nefa Sucrose, use a different character than I know. Sorry, I didn't say I know. You're doing Colombina and Nefa Sucrose. You use a different character other than I know there. You don't need the extra Hydra application in that team. And I know isn't adding that much for like her buffs. And therefore you can just add like another damage deal in the team. Right? So, anyways. Start game. Let's swap you for I know. Now I know actually gets more consistent vaporizes from Dia, which I like over Frina. It's part of why I wanted Columbina to just give a team-wide EM buff, is because Columbina could have been my preferred unit to play here, but she did not become that. Oh well. This is about the DPS I kind of expected. I expected in the 60 to 70k range. It actually might be a little bit better than that. Maybe we'll crack 70k, but 60 to 70k is definitely seems to be where it's at. Yeah, which is fine. I expected that. Oops, I apparently did not. I didn't either, so my Dia damage is going to drop. Oh well. Alright, but anyway, good enough. 70k when everything's rotating well. Which, I'm pretty happy with this team, with my investment in Dia. As an option. Like, I like playing this team in Abyss. So, and it feels like a good balance for making me have to like play a little bit decently or time my ability, which is mostly just like a matter of timing abilities relative to enemies and positioning and whatever. But it's an engaging team to play, but I like it. And yeah, anyways, but a good chunk worse than the Frina. What a surprise. I sure hope that was the case, that the free character didn't beat out C2 Frina, or even get that close to matching her. But yeah, that is about what I expected, 20 to 30% worse. Now let's try Colombina. Again, Colombina with her signature weapon, but really with Colombina and Nefa combo here, we want like a Nefa on new artifact set. And Neva in general, on this current artifact set is probably not the correct thing, but whatever. Anyways, so I think his Columbina signature weapon
Gone long.
hopefully makes up minorly the difference of like not being able to simulate the new artifact set yet. Sir, can you help me with what? With what?
Confirmed.
Preparing for dust up. Hands right, see 'em.
If I was doing alpha, if I don't, I feel like I will not be able to do things. Yes. Will this be better than Frina? I'm not sure. I think it will not be, but it maybe. I don't know.
Moonlit night for all. Served.
Ultimatum protocol. Buckle up. Ah! You asked for it. Justice will prevail.
Yeah, I knew
I forgot to hit Colombina.
Annihilation mode. Let's get it on. Ha! Gloves off.
It looks like it about matches C2 for now. Is pretty much the vibe here.
Hands right, see 'em. Ultimatum protocol.
reruns converged. Flame.
Look alive. Dead meat. Drop your weapon.
Oops, whoops. Wrong character.
Gloves off.
Yeah, we'll leave it there. Alright. So, 90k-ish. Which, yep. So, similar to Freedom, which is fine. Dia still feels like she contributes damage there. Yep, she's doing 53%, but as expected, the balance is a little bit less Dia and a little bit more NF at Columbina. Wow. Columbina actually only doing 15%, which is interesting. So, I don't know. There's a lot of like stuff to min-max with builds, though, for this. To properly evaluate an Navia combo that I don't think I can do right now, which is fine. It's safe to say it's pretty strong at a baseline on a generic level. I don't think any of the sheet estimates are wrong based on my experience testing on the creator server as well, where I was able to test stronger builds. But, yep. Anyways. That's pretty much it. I don't know. It's a nice combo, and people are gonna call it wheelchair, whatever. But like I don't know, Dia was doing over 50% of the team's damage there, so like, and to be clear, when like a Nefa that has new artifacts, I suspect Dia would probably fall a little bit below 50%, but like whoop-de-doo. She will still definitely be doing more damage than the other characters, and that's in my opinion all it needs to be to not be wheelchair. If any of the off-fielders are doing more than the on-fielder, then it can be called a wheelchair format. Still perfectly valid to play. Like, whatever. Like, I don't really... Like, I don't know. Like, something like the Noelle Chiori stuff, where Noelle and Chiori's damage is balanced. Is that wheelchair? I don't know, when they were basically equal to each other. Anyways. Lanyan Duran team in the DPS stage again? Sure, I guess. So yeah, anyways. Just back to the game. I don't know how to beat endgame content, which character to pull for. Don't. I'll simplify it down for you. Don't. Endgame, I don't know how long you took a break for, but endgame has turned into very much trying to
Duran.
be balanced around getting you to pull for newer characters. And the only alternative to that is having not taken a break, unfortunately. If you are still logging in regularly, you're still progressing your account, you're still pulling for some smattering of characters, even if it's not like that many of the new characters, you're still doing things like pulling for things that will empower your existing characters to be able to clear content still, then you can still do it. But if you take a long break, especially if you've been gone like 2 years, you're expecting to be able to clear endgame, you're just not going to, frankly. And so I don't know. If you're hell bent on trying to clear endgame again after coming back and get enough of Columbina, consider getting Zibai, consider getting whatever other newer characters, right? Yeah, like you could try to start clearing Abyss relatively shortly, maybe depending on what your account looks like. I don't know. A lot of old characters are completely usable still, but it just depends. Anyways, sorry, I'm yapping. I only have a little bit of time.
I'll hang out with you youngsters.
I'm doing. Where's Bennett? There he is.
Gonna be epic.
Coming.
Yeah. So, anyways, I don't know. Any other ideas for major things that feel like we need testing? Colombina ultimately is like, I spent a longer time doing this than expected, but she's not really that complicated of a character. So, I don't know. You want non-cry characters with her to get the most out of her. That's what she is. She really was made to be the non-cry Archon. Should have done bars after Bennett. This is a rotation where I'm doing spending less time on Lanyon. I did it again. God damn it. Oops, wrong picture. I have scuffed this a little bit. I have scuffed this maybe a lot of it actually, but I don't know. Alright, do this. I also didn't get energy properly, so I don't know. I should be, if I was playing better, it should be more like 100k, but anyways, whatever. Good enough. Also, there's a damage distribution if you want it. But yeah, I don't know. Anyways. Hyperbloom carry Colombina, you really want Llama. If you don't have Llama, then Colombina and Nefa combo can be more than good enough to clear Abyss easily. Not really Stygian, I would say most likely. But again, new artifacts, blah 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 blah. And then with Llama, you have a lot of options. With Llama, you suddenly magically do enough damage to have a lot of options. Colombina Llama plus a lot of things. So if I were to pick my favorite teams that I tried, where's my... Oh, leave Miliastra. If I were to pick my favorite teams that I tried, I still really do like the Noelle. As far as a double non-cry team, definitely Noelle. Here we can move our chats back, I suppose. Noelle, Chiori. I really, really like that, a Hydra unit is, functionally creating a construct, I guess, for enabling Chiori's kit. I'll probably try to mess around with more things, because one thing I do want to find is I want to find a team, and I think Chiori could be used here. I want to find a team with Colombina where I can do... So it's probably going to have to be like Colombina, Lauma, a specific Electro unit that has the right balance of application at certain uptimes, and then Chiori is my thinking maybe currently. But I want to have a team where, I'll get like one skill hit on Colombina that is a Lunar Charge hit, and then I'll get like a Lunar Crystallize hit, and then I'll get a Lunar Bloom hit. That's my thinking, is something I want. Albedo might be ideal for this purpose too. I want all the colors, so yeah. Why is the fox looking at the wall? Because I haven't reset it yet. There you go. Anyways, and here, you know what? We'll reverse the order. Twitch chat can be above the fox. Anyways, I'll work on reconfiguring my things. So yeah. Anyways, test dummy is everything you want it to be. Pretty much, yeah. It does need. It's really fucking annoying to have to exit out and come back in. Especially reconfiguring builds in particular is just such a pain in the ass. And it's like the fact that I can't just like go and tweak a freaking weapon or artifact is so annoying. It's really, really fucking annoying. So, anyways, am I at max HP when I? No, I don't think I am. That's annoying. Oh well. Or not max HP, 35k. Well. So, Hypergloom plus Geo unit for reactions engine team. Yeah. So, anyways, I want to find the rainbow team, but I'll update people if I find the rainbow team. Yeah. So favorite team: Lunar Crystallized, Noelle. Actually, I don't know. It's really, like, we'll see if I end up playing these long term. I end up periodically like culling teams from my list that I don't end up caring about. Why is this one here? I have no idea. Was this meant to be a placeholder for something? I don't remember. What was I doing? Why is it here? Just delete it. That was a Navia Duran team. Oh yeah, this is probably still my best Navia team currently. So we'll keep this one. I'll even give it a name. Geo. Yeah, wait. Sharp things. There you go. I don't know. And then other favorite thing, definitely. As far as like favorite main DPS Llama teams, we'll see if I can figure something out that I really like with Riden for the balance of feeling like Riden's doing decent damage, but also again like trying to min-max Columbina's build around the energy refund. I think the fact that I have Columbina's signature weapon means I don't need to do that as badly anymore. It's more relevant if you don't have an energy refunding weapon. So like if I had Llama signature, or sorry, Llama, if I only had Nefer signature weapon, which I have, then I'd want the energy refund more from Riden. So I don't know. We'll see what I can figure out there. But the weird mix of playing around with Colombina main DPS, Duran, Llama, and trying to figure out what the hell to put in the last slot and get that to work was very fun and better than I would have expected. I thought the balance wouldn't work out, but it seemed to in a number of different ways. There was ways to make the double Hydra work. There was ways to make the cryo work. There was ways to make the double Dendro work with Emily, whatever. So actually I'll put Emily here for now. Because I think the first one that I want to figure out if I can reconfigure around is probably this one. Again, I don't know if I can properly evaluate this team until the damage dummy. I can run the numbers on it, I guess, but like I'm pretty sure C2 Duran is not relevant, not needed for this team to feel good to play, right? But it doesn't do nothing. So definitely doesn't do nothing. But it doesn't do as much as it does like in my Lanyan team, for example. It's basically just there to buff Duran a little bit and buff Emily. So, anyways, is that not a Kokomi placeover for Verbena and Arla Overvape? No, it probably was. Yes. I didn't test that, but I that is true. It was probably that because I wanted to see how, because Hexarai buff with Sucrose and whatever. Yup.
Behold, the princess
Probably indeed was that. I wonder if you can properly get swirls on Electro. Yeah. Okay. I'll test that again, and I'll test that at some point. Because non-Nefa Overvape is something that I didn't test here.
I will follow where
But
you
would be
lead.
interesting to test, and is a non-Cry team where I think Columbina might be the best option here. Probably. Maybe. But it's competing with a Nefa. Like a Nefa Arlecchino Overvape, that's the question I have. A Nefa Arlecchino Overvape versus like Columbina Botfischl Overvape, right?
My experiment
Which better?
will succeed.
Colbina versus Inafa Arla. I'll just add that down. And then Borgen. Alright. So, yeah, and then, yeah, I'd say those two are my favorite that I tried. And we'll see if I can figure out something with Riden. Oh yeah, I do like, that should be clear. I also do like Columbina with Never. Because I like playing Never. It makes Never feel a lot better to play. I think even if I didn't have Llama, again, I would not feel bad about having Columbina for Never. Like, Columbina, Nahida, Never, or other Dendra units probably feel fine too. Like, I think Columbina is definitely best in slot for Never, even without Llama, but is weird in that she doesn't have anywhere near her full potential without Llama. So, but you still like want it just in that baseline of, hey, she does some damage, she is a comfortable Hydra unit, she can be on prototype Amber, and buffs Nefer a little bit, but then also makes it so Nefer doesn't have to wait for the Verdant Dew, and that's very compelling. So, yeah. Anyways.
Where are we dancing today?
Overall, I do like the character. She isn't quite what I wanted. My main critique is still kind of the same of like, minor ass change. I really just wish her burst gave like team-wide EM, or even only EM for the on-fielder and herself. That would be fine too, rather than lunar damage bonus. But anyways, I think I most likely will be completely happy. I'm going to take her to level 9 and 9 talents, hopefully next week if it gives me 3 drops. And she's probably going to stay there forever, most likely. Because I think I'll be fine with that. But anyways. Our Labina Hex team, yeah, that's what that was. So yeah. Anyways, yeah, Zibai. I'll have to mess with her and Zibai, the creator server. I think one of the benefits of Zibai is that she's not gonna feel that bad without Columbina. It'll probably be like similar to Flynn's, where like Flynn's feels fine without Columbina, but it's a nice upgrade kind of thing, is my assumption. I could be wrong. We'll find out. So yeah. Anyways, does anyone have any opinions, by the way, on the new area? Like, I walked through it for exploration yesterday, and like, I don't know, it's not like bad. I think I'll enjoy exploring it, but it doesn't have any of the nice, like, strong visual vibe that the first non-cry areas had. No, that's kind of my vibe. You like the creepy vibe? Yeah, that's fair. They're going for that vibe. Quite a lot.
The sky is clear again. We should be able to see the moon tonight.
Oh, Serenade, right? Oh, you know what? I never tested. I didn't test this team with her. So yeah. I feel like my crit ratio is super imbalanced with her same weapon now. By the way. Can I even solve that? Not really without a different circlet, can I? I guess I can do this. Or maybe not. It's all about putting that on there, but I lose the ER. Maybe I just Well, it's on every server. Read the pin message. It's a Miliastra ID. It's the testing dummy. Who the professor is? Don't know. Haven't done the quest yet. They've been giving exploration. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I haven't done that much of the new exploration to know that like if it's brain dead do things or whatever. But I will mention that in just fighting the monsters, I did get 2 of the things already. But I think that's just because the area is so small. It'd be hard not to. So yeah. Anyways, I don't know. Should we yap about Varka to end the stream? Should we do some Varka analysis? I don't know. I think I'm too tired to do that properly. I'll probably look at it after I take a break myself. No.
the truth.
What? Okay. Yoink. Oh wait, I just realized there was a thing that I was standing in the cage over here. There's a thing I meant to fight over there that I didn't do. Let's go do that quick. It's a big chest. A little bit of Varka, yep. So there's footage out, and I like his animations. They are quite fast. I'm gonna do some like analysis of the footage and see if I can. Oh, hello, cat. See if I can. Wait, do I not have to fight anything here? What is this? I thought this was gonna be fighting something. Okay. Hello. I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. I thought it was just gonna be fighting enemies. Suggestions for Columbina artifacts. Serenade in some teams. Main DPS use Night Sky. New artifact set if it's in a team where her ER needs are lower, or some conjunction of her ER needs are lower, and someone else makes in some Serenade. There are definitely teams I tested, like Bina and Effa combo is like kind of flexible, I would say, to put either or of them on either set. So, alright, well I guess I'm not doing this puzzle right now. Yeah, so Varka seems like a very interesting unit. I still really don't like his restriction. Like, it's like Skirk, but the difference is with Skirk, it doesn't feel that bad because cryo units don't have that compelling of like team ideas that they could work with. The very idea of a unit that is made to be able to change their element to different elements, but then is an idea that to take advantage of the most can't be super restrictive in design. Like, you can't be overly punished for the idea of like, oh, what if I play Varka Electro DPS with Dendro? Right? You shouldn't punish the players for considering playing Varka with playing Dendro, but as soon as you consider playing with him with Dendro, it means you're immediately not getting the full motion value from him. You're losing a lot. I haven't properly evaluated how bad it is, and like on level of will he still have teams that feel fine to play? He probably will still have teams that feels fine to play. That wasn't a puzzle that was artificially increasing the playtime during Archon Quest, and I hated it. Okay. I don't know. I just, yeah, whatever. So, yeah, it's just been their MO for a while. It's just how they're designing, to some degree, every unit. Like, and Colombina is almost like the sneakiest one in a sense lately, wherein she doesn't have like a hard requirement in her kit, but then her kit is entirely balanced around other characters that do have hard requirements in their kit, and she's not anywhere near as compelling a character if you don't functionally restrict yourself in some way with the conjunction of the artifact sets and then other characters' kits that are restrictive. So I don't know, like, yeah, but especially main DPSs though. Every main DPS, they seem desperately scared. They seem desperately scared of letting a main DPS be flexible lately, and it's just like, and with so much of Varka's kit idea, like, he's close to the perfect character to me. I feel like, like the perfect main DPS, and I still might really like him because of how close he is. Right? But I don't know. I'm gonna have to probably use it myself, and I'm gonna run a bunch of numbers myself too, and see if I end up liking what I see. But it's why I'm doing a little bit of spreadsheet work so I can run things properly, because the different context changing his functional multiplier output is weird. It's not like Skirk where it's just like, okay, there's not even that compelling of teams to play. There's no team format ideas, but like, he can turn it into different elements. Of course there's different ideas you can do. I don't know. I'm really quite upset that they felt the need to restrict him as much as they have. Maybe it'll change, to be clear again, right? They can obviously change his base multipliers to be higher and then like reduce the difference that like having full fulfillment, the full fulfillment of his passive. So I don't know. And right now it seems to be designed in a way where like their intention though is not that you do something fun like turn him into an electro DPS and do shenanigans with that or whatever. Their intention seems to be you can turn him into different mono element DPSs. Like he can be mono pyro or mono electro or mono cryo. Except for all those are just worse, a lot worse than like if you're doing mono element DPSing him. Those are all just fucking worse than doing pyro. It's a similar problem Lanyon has with like if I want to try to focus her down into non-pyro DPS for her converted DPS. It's like I can, but there's not enough other units that synergize with her that to make it make sense. But Lanyon also, it like her elemental damage is a lot less relative portion of her damage, and she's not like fundamentally designed to do that. It's just not that big a deal to me. Whereas like Varka is fundamentally designed to do that. So I don't know. It just kind of feels like he's heavily designed around. We want you to play him with Bennett Duran, and then whoa, get excited! You have the choice of either playing him with Venti or Farah's on C6. And we might power creep Bennett out of the team with Nicole in the future. That's my vibe, at least. And it's like, that's not very interesting. So. Yeah. Lanya's our prototype version of Varka? Yeah. It does feel a little bit like that, but also to more positive note, we learned with his animations, we also learned he apparently generates 6 particles on skill cast. And 6 particles on skill cast is a pretty big deal. Because he has a 60 energy cost, and he wants to be paired with double animo anyways. But his burst has like a 600% motion value multiplier. Where as long as he's paired with a cryo hydro pyro electro, with pyro, like I think it's pyro electro cryo hydro as the priority order. What am I doing? That's the boss, not a farmable thing. As long as you can put that's enough energy particles, and you don't have to spend a bunch of field time on him to do cast his burst. Theoretically, it should be very doable to do quick swap Varka, where I E, Q, swap off field, and can either do double animo or double of a patch element to at least get his. Actually, no, you don't even need the 140%. Never mind, I forgot, because his passive doesn't buff his burst at all. His burst just is his raw motion value. Went to work and came back, you're still alive. I always stream for like freaking 6 to 7 hours with these testing streams. You shouldn't be surprised. I've also just been doing long streams in general lately, which has been not ideal in some ways, but anyways. Other characters that generate 6 particles? There might be, I don't know. Maybe we can get it, this particle generation might get nerfed, but either way. It implies to me that they maybe want that potential to be there. Right? The potential for a wolf being attacked by abyssal wolves. It implies to me they want the potential for Varka, because his passive, the passive that restricts his teams, does not apply to his burst. So if you just want to do like, let's say you want to do a melt, like it's a 600% multiplier that can be a pyro hit. And he's an animo character, so he can also buff that pyro hit himself if you want to put him on BB. But, let's say you want to make that, you get a forward melt. You could turn it into like a Mawika melt. It's a 600% pyro multiplier. He has 399 base attack, and an artifact set that gets 43% crit rate. Or sorry, 43% attack and 20% crit rate. Like, this is a dude that can do EQ and probably land a good 800k hit on his burst as a quick swap and at DPS. And maybe could be on-fielded for a little bit of field time too, if wanted. So, wish on-field Columbina didn't feel so miserable to play. I thought she feels pretty good to play. I don't think she feels as engaging to play as...
Curiosity paid off, but don't get careless.
Okay. I don't think she feels as good to play as Nefer does to execute, but that's fine. She still feels better to play than I expected. I thought she was going to feel too floaty to do her charge attacks, but she feels good to me. You should try dash canceling. So you can't... This is too early, obviously. But, you can dash cancel that, and you can execute... You can like, save a good second or so with dash canceling. And then you also avoid the just, like, falling backwards. You can't just hold... I believe you can do the same thing as Nefer, by the way, where you can just hold. And it'll output them all without having to do anything, do any extra inputs. You can test that here, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just holding left click here. So if you want to brain off, you can just hold. Let her sing. Listen to the sound effects.
They call this a pleasant surprise, right?
Nefer worth it to pull if I don't have Flynn's? I have a Nefer team and got Bina. My opinion, yes. I don't have Flynn's, and Nefer is one of my favorite characters. I don't think I'm going to make a new video on Nefer, but you can go watch my Nefer video from back when I first posted it when she came out. What are these dudes? These light keepers? Yeah. Hello, friends. Need a big old sword. So yeah, Mies also released a new video about Nefer. If you want information on Nefer, he feels pretty similar to me about Nefer just being really, really cool character. So yeah. Too used to how good Nefer feels with the interruption res being non-existent. The charge attack animation feels so long and it's hard to cancel. Yeah, it's a little awkward. I don't know. It wasn't. It felt better than I thought it was gonna feel. I don't think it's that different from a lot of characters. You just have to get used to it a little bit. Okay. It wants me to bash my head into the wall. I understand. Thanks, Wolf. That was really helpful. Okay. If you hate the direction in character design, you gotta stick with pre-nog card characters or quit. Yeah. You would there stomach that most new characters are going to be tied to having some other newer character with them to have their best team option, or and if you don't have them, or if you don't like that team option for whatever reason, you know, you have to be fine with them performing much worse in order to have more team versatility. That's probably where Bark is going to be at. But there's a lot of potential again with the burst playstyle, I think. But I haven't mapped out my ideas for it. I just think the potential is there. Oh boy. All the triggers of everything. I guess since we're nearby, we should go get this waypoint. What sets in this team? I'm using instructors on Nilu, Lauma, Undeepwood, Columbina, and Serenade. You can definitely do 2-piece 2-piece. You can throw away instructors and do 2-piece 2-piece on Lauma if wanted. You still want Deepwood and Serenade at a bare minimum though, on some conjunction of characters. But with me, with my team as it's configured, I have a really good Deepwood build on Lauma, so it makes sense to use instructors since I have Deepwood on her. Varka will have an Electro team, also not as good, but probably one of the best. Yeah. But like, actually out of the baseline, one of the things I really dislike about is the kit restrictions that I'll probably use it as an example. Because let's say you're playing Bennett, Duran, and because he wants 2 Animo and then 2 shared patch elements to get the full multiplier value. Because like normal Genshin team building, right, is like, okay, if you swap out a character from a character's best in slot team, you don't have a kit restriction that makes you lose extra value. You just like lose whatever the fact that, you know, the support that you don't have available means now you're having the unit perform a little bit worse. Because they buff a little bit less or whatever, and that's fine because the unit that you swapped in buffs less than the unit that you don't have available. It's not that the character you're trying to use has a kit that arbitrarily says they lose value, right? If you don't have that other character functionally. And Varka has this in that, like, okay, let's say you're doing Bennett, Duran, right? So double pyro, of course. You fulfill the Hexarite condition as well. Although the Hexarite condition might be kind of optional, it seems like. Because I don't know how relevant his using an extra skill on him is right now. It doesn't do that much damage. Like, I think you can just do extra normal attacks to make up for the fact that you don't have a special skill. But it depends on hit lag situation and whatever. Anyways. Duran, Bennett, and an animo unit. So Venti, Sucrose, whatever the fuck, doesn't matter, right? Lanyan, an animo unit. That's all. Farazan too. Whatever animo unit. The animo unit's gonna stay the same in this comparison, right? So what if you want to swap out Bennett because you're using Bennett for someone else? But wait a minute. They did cool buffs with double Hexarai. We got the one and only, the Official. Official's great, right? Official got a buff where with her C6 if you have overload being triggered, so you have double Hexarai. With Duran, so Official Duran combo, you know, you get the red shred and you get 45% attack for Official and the on-fielder. Awesome, right? And like, yeah, you lose Bennett, but you're gaining Official's damage and you're getting the attack buff, so it's like not that bad. And getting the additional reaction that could be beneficial in some ways, maybe negative in some other ways. Well, at a baseline, that's fine. Like you logically are like, yep, I accept the trade-off of losing Bennett buff in exchange for a 45% attack buff instead. So, you know, a little bit under like half the attack buff, or more like a third of the attack buff, but also adding Official's damage. Cool. Except, no. Varka's kit also says, how dare you remove double pyro? We also lose, like, another third of Varka's multipliers. Why? Why? All I did was fucking swap a 4-star. For another good 4-star. A 4-star that has synergy with Hexarai units. Like an incentivization to play the Hexarai units together. And yeah, she buffs less, but then like buffs less in exchange for giving her own damage performance. But then no, you lose 80% of his multipliers. Not 80%. It goes from 220% to 140%. So a shit ton. 80% of the whatever. Anyways, like, why? What I should lose there I should lose on Varka the fact that I am buffing him less from not having Bennett. That's an understandable trade-off. I shouldn't also fucking be extra punished because I, like, yeah, you get the point, right? It's unintuitive. It just is overly punishing for no reason at all, other than they want to sell a different character with him. And the assumption with Bennett here, and this restriction in my opinion, is I assume Nicole is the intended unit they want you to play. So Nicole is presumably going to be best in slot. That would, like, I've seen a number of people throwing numbers out there that he's like, you know, he's like 100k to 120k DPS, whatever. Maybe higher, maybe lower, depending on certain assumptions. And that is, you know, below like the 140k DPS that Nefer Flynn's get with Columbina now. So, like, oh, does that mean Nicole replaces Bennett? I think probably there's a good chance of that, yes. But anyways, how fucking restrictive is Nicole gonna be? I don't know. Anyways. So I don't know. I'm quite unhappy about that. Is basically my point. And I don't know. But again, the burst is not affected by this. The burst just has its normal scaling. It doesn't get any bonus from the passive. It's just his normal charge attacks, like his on-field DPS state. Nicole replacing who? I mean, Bennett. I think Nicole might fucking replace Bennett. I'm not goddamn kidding. I don't see what else she would do. Assuming they want Nicole to be a Barca teammate at least. But I could be wrong, and she might not be a Barca teammate. She's coming out after Barca. How would that work out for you if you have C6? I mean, if I don't want to play Nicole with Barca, I can play Bennett. It'll be fine. How would they make Nicole balance while being better than Bennett? If you don't pair her with 4 Hexarai characters, she does nothing. Bam. That's Genshin Impact balance in 2026. But also, do they give a fuck about balance anymore? Do they? Do they? But it's not that hard is my point. You could add some restriction. The question is, do they add some restriction to Nicole's kit that makes her relevant outside of just extremely hyper few contexts? And I certainly hope it's not, if 4 Hexarai characters, Nicole is real character. If not 4 Hexarai characters, Nicole ass character. I certainly hope it's not that, but they could do that. So, and then, oh wow, now suddenly Nicole uplifts Varka to the same 140k DPS that other, yeah. So, anyways. Happy to replace Bennett. I mean, I'm fine with Nicole being a Bennett alternative. But I don't want Nicole to be locked to only relevant and, like, anyways, whatever. So I don't know. Anyways, I don't know. Like, I have no idea what they're doing because they don't give a shit about balance anymore is my vibe. Hexarai combos are really hurt by the fact that they don't have, like, they're limited in options for team building ideas because there's no Hexarai Cryo character that's interesting. I mean, there's no Hexarai Cryo at all. There's no Hexarai Dendro, and there's only one Hydro, and whether or not she works, and then they're releasing a Hexarai on-field DPS in the form of Varka that is very restrictive and punishes you for playing him with other Hexarais. Like, if you want to do Mona but not do another Hydro unit, well, fuck you. So, yeah. Anyways. Like, how dare you for considering doing Mona plus Duran? Like, how fucking dare you considering, what if you want to do Varka, Mona, Duran? With Farazan, Venti, Sucrose, whatever the fuck off-field. Whatever off-field animal. Right? I don't know. I'd be far more fine with Varka's kit restriction if it was just like an animal requirement and then a Pyro Hydro Cryo Electro. Because obviously a Pyro Hydro Cryo Electro is required for like the conversion gimmick. Right? Like double animal requirement I think is fine. And then the incentivization for Hexarai right now seems fine. Because it doesn't seem to be a hard requirement. So just like double animal requirement and then needing a patch unit. So anyways, we'll see, is my point. I'm going to run some numbers. I'm not 100% pessimistic about him, but it is just like he is at a baseline the modal animo DPS I always wanted, except they just gotta make things hyper restrictive in a way that just, like, instead of Genshin team building be a question of, hey, what do I gain? What do I gain in swapping out this character for this character? And it's instead just, oh boy, do I lose so much that this is even functional anymore? Right. That's what current, particularly main DPS design feels like. So yeah. Anyways. Alright, if I end up having creator server access for testing Varka, and I don't end up liking him, I'm not gonna pull him then on my main account. So We'll see. We will see. And also you can get kit changes, to be clear. They can change his kit. Realistically, I don't know that they will unless people in the beta have an extremely negative experience. But I don't think the average beta player that just has Varka available and, you know, will have that negative experience. Can you or did you test Zipai? I don't even know if I can technically answer your question. But creator server videos come out shortly before the characters come out, is all I will say. She'd have to be super broken, but in like 2 teams, yeah. I don't know, I just don't see what the fuck they could do with another Haxorai unit that is an off-fielder. They already released Duran. He's an off-fielder buffer, sub-DPS buffer, right? Conjunction of that. Like, is she gonna put, she's a pyro unit that, okay, we already have Duran that applies pyro. She could apply pyro too, that'd be fine, but like, that wouldn't make her unique at all in any form, being a Haxorai off-field pyro applier. So how do they make her unique if she's, like, well, then they make her more of a buffer than they do a DPS, because Duran is more a DPS, at C0 at least. He's more a DPS than he is a buffer. But he is a buffer, especially by being a Haxorai unit and enabling combos with Fischl, whatever, right? So what the fuck is her kit then? What could they possibly do for a Haxorai unit that is a pyro unit and presumably performs an off-field role? Well, she'd have to be more supportive oriented than damage oriented, I feel like, to give her some kind of an identity. And if she's going to be supportive oriented in the Haxorai unit, I don't know. Anyways, attack speed is most likely, but attack speed doesn't scale infinitely. Attack speed isn't enough to make her whatever. Anyways, Nicole off-field cryo Shungling. Yeah, I mean, I would be very down if she ended up being a different element unit, and then it was just a oopsie doopsie on their part that she had a cryo or a pyro vision that was visible in story. I don't think any vision we've been able to see in game before has been incorrect to what the character is on release, though. I know there's like Chaska's vision or something was shown as cryo in one of her original trailers. But there's a difference between in trailers and in game. Another elemental attack does not share ICD. I mean, I expected that. Try to play Vaporize Varka's Anima would eat half of Hydra Aura, then he'd overtake Hydra with Pyro Aura. Yeah, I believe it. Which is an intentional problem. And again, that's part of like the... that part of his kit is like, I think, a fine nuance to his kit, but also it is part of the, like, oh, they're just wanting to make you play him as a mono element DPS, and that's not that interesting because the nuance of a character that can change their DPS is how they interact with things, not just being mono.
Take long walks in Silver Moon Hall every day. So don't worry.
So I don't know.
Me.
If the only team that I think feels good to play with Varka is just like double pyro, double animo, he's a hard no for me. I already have Lanyon. I already have Lanyon. I don't give a shit that much about clearing dire difficulty. That's the only thing Varka would probably do for me right now. They'll have a boss that chills Varka that I probably will not be able to clear at dire difficulty, but oh well. Anyways, so that's my yep, but I don't know. Sorry for being so negative focused. It's just my feelings currently. I am trying to run some numbers though. Despite the fact that I'm negative on him, I still think he's really interesting and has a lot of potential for doing something fun. Hence why I'm running the numbers a little bit, but I gotta sit down. I also gotta fucking sit down and go through editors and whatever. Anyways, whatever. Enough yapping. Bye-bye, YouTube. I've been yapping too long. It was a fun stream.